process with courtesy, respect in discussions and grace and understanding towards those whom we may disagree. Right, I now turn to questions. Secretary of State for Justice, Bob Blackman.
Mr. Speaker, question number 1.
Mr. Speaker, the whole House will know that I'm making a statement shortly after orals. The government is committed to human rights at home and abroad, but to retain public confidence, the European Convention on Human Rights and other instruments must evolve to face modern challenges. Domestically, we will clarify how convention rights operate in immigration cases, and I'm engaging across Europe on wider reform.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Lord Chancellor for that answer. Clearly, the public are frustrated by the fact that criminals, foreign criminals, are not deported, and that people that come here illegally are not deported, and that human rights laws are used to prevent that from happening. I understand that his predecessor, the Home Secretary, now is considering changes to the laws that may happen. But I wonder if that is the case, could he not actually take my right honourable friend, the Shadow Lord Chancellor's bill, and put that into law so we can actually get on with the job of deporting people that shouldn't be here?
So say.
Well, the right honourable gentleman is right. People are claiming Article 8 right, particularly, and using domestic law to thwart removal to their countries, and that's right. And that's why it's important that we deal with that domestically and come forward with legislation to deal with that. But I do remind him that this government is deporting more foreign criminals than ever before, over 5,000 just in our first year in office. We are taking this seriously and we're acting.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because of our proud history and our commitment to the rule of law, the UK is a global leader on legal services, with our courts garnering respect across the world. What does the Minister think the impact would be on our reputation should we begin ripping up our international agreements and our commitments to the very rule of law that we as a nation helped shape?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend because he's right to remind the House that legal services, the rule of law, the importance of this jurisdiction for companies and individuals seeking recourse actually brings £47 billion a year into our economy. And that's right, it's right we seek common course with countries who are exercises we are like Denmark and Italy on how the European Convention of Human Rights is being thwarted. But we do that in a steady, progressive way, and we certainly recognise the importance of the ECHR.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I serve on the Council of Europe, and it's a perfectly worthwhile assembly, and the convention framed, shortly after the Second World War was designed to counter Nazism, frankly. It wasn't designed to protect illegal migrants into a country. Now, we all know that this crisis is sapping belief in government. Why doesn't the very reasonable Justice Secretary work with the even more reasonable Shadow Justice Secretary and come before the House and say that we will get a temporary derogation from the Refugee Convention, the Convention of Human Rights, and that we will detain and deport anybody who enters this country illegally and will solve the crisis?
No, sir.
Well, I know that the right honourable gentleman is hugely experienced. He will know that it's important that we don't do anything, for example, that might undermine the Good Friday Agreement, where the ECHR is fundamental and important. He rightly mentions the Refugee Convention. That sits with the United Nations. I will be going to Strasbourg shortly, where I'll be taking up many of these issues.
Whereas, Mr. Speaker, there are perhaps other unforeseen consequences of leaving the ECHR, including on the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. Does the Minister agree with me that opposition parties wishing to leave the ECHR either haven't considered the impacts of leaving on Cornish national minority status, or they have, but just don't care about the Cornish?
So stay.
Well, he will know that there were promises made in relation to the debate that we had on exiting the European Union and all sorts of things were promised by many colleagues opposite, and they were not delivered. And it feels a little bit like we're on repeat in relation to this. There are areas of immigration where we do have to do things domestically. There are areas where we want to work with European colleagues who also are concerned at the way that laws are being thwarted. But please let us not undermine a fundamental that was actually instituted by one of the heroes of this Parliament, Winston Churchill.
Shadow Secretary of State Robert Jemry.
Mr. Speaker, Fawad Awale is an extremist and double murderer who later took a prison officer hostage and demanded the release of the radical cleric Abu Qatada. He is the definition of evil. And yet, the Justice Secretary's Department is now set to pay him compensation, as his ECHR rights have apparently infringed because he couldn't associate with monsters like those who killed Lee. Ensure that not a single penny of taxpayers' money is handed over to this man, and if he won't, and he puts our membership of the ECHR above the interests of the British people, will he put his money where his mouth is and pay any so-called compensation himself?
So State.
I know that the Right Honourable Gentleman is always keen to get headlines, but he knows that the consequences of judgments and what then impacts on government and any payments made have been an issue for successive governments for the entire time that he and I have been on the planet. He knows that we're committed to the ECHR, offering asylum to those who genuinely are fleeing torture and execution, but he knows too that on the issues that I referred to earlier, Article 8 particularly, and what we can do domestically, and how we can work with European colleagues, we are seeking to do that. So this is not the time to start revising decisions that have effectively been made by our courts.
Mr Roberts.
Question number 2.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In line with HMPPS Welsh language scheme, HMPPS offers prisoners, people on probation and members of the public the right to choose whether to use English or Welsh in their dealings with us. We recognise that enabling the prisoners to use their preferred language is a matter of good practice, not a concession, recognising that prisoners can express their views and needs better in their preferred language.
The Welsh Language Act of 1993 places a duty on public bodies to treat English and Welsh languages as equal in Wales. The Minister mentions the HMPPS Welsh language scheme, which there is a new scheme, and it commits to publishing an annual report on its progress. I've already contacted the Ministry of Justice about this and about adherence to the Act. However, considering that the previous iteration of the scheme failed in this respect, publishing only a single report, and that only following a complaint under the 1993 Act, what assurances can he give that the new scheme will have any real effect?
Minister.
I thank the member for her vital question. It's absolutely right that I'll follow up on the correspondence that she sent to the Ministry of Justice. I haven't seen that myself, Mr. Speaker. As I set out before, the policy that the Ministry of Justice implements is one that values the Welsh language and will continue to do that.
Ian Solomon.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
We're determined to back our hard-working probation staff by investing up to £700 million by the final year of the spending review and investing an initial £8 million in new technology to reduce administrative burdens. We'll also recruit 1,300 trainee probation officers in 2025-6, in addition to more than 1,000 that we recruited last year.
Ian Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In July 2024, inspectors rated Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Probation Service inadequate, with major leadership failures and child safeguarding assessed as adequate in just 28% of cases. The action plan committed to increasing probation officer staffing by 87% by March 2026, but the National Audit Office has now revealed that the probation service has underestimated staffing requirements by 34%. Which implies that the service in Cambridgeshire has been operating at only half the staff needed. So, Given that miscalculation, will the Secretary of State commit to revised, accurate staffing targets for Cambridgeshire and reassure my constituents that child safeguarding will not be compromised as the service tries to manage with inadequate resources?
State.
Well, Cambridgeshire is a part of the country I know well. I spent 7 years of my life in Peterborough. I will look closely at the issue, and I'll ask the Prisons Minister to meet with him to discuss how we move forward.
Catherine Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The probation service plays a vital role in our justice system and is integral to ensuring that community sentences are effective and our communities are kept safe. The Conservatives' part privatisation reforms were disastrous for our probation service. What is this government doing to ensure that our probation officers are properly supported in carrying out their vital jobs?
State.
Well, my honourable friend is exactly right. The decisions that were made under the last government by the then Justice Secretary, Chris Grayling, were catastrophic for a wonderful, wonderful service. And we're now in the business of rebuilding the probation service. And I've been very, very pleased to visit probation workers in Kent, in Chatham recently, and in Islington recently. And one of the things that they're raising is their caseload. In Kent, they were trialling our transformation fund money that is introducing AI that can help them do what they want to do, which is face-to-face, and reduce those caseloads. And I want to see that rolled out across the country.
So, Secretary of State Robert Chetney.
Thank you. Currently, if a child sex offender is released from prison, the police and probation service can track them on the sex offender register. But if a child abuser is released from prison, the authorities have no register to track them with. There's a glaring gap in the system. Paula Hudgell has been fighting to fix the law after her adopted son Tony was abused so badly he lost his legs. She's been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and she says this campaign is the fire in her belly. Paula is truly inspirational. We're backing her campaign. Will the Secretary of State take our amendment or bring forward his own and get this change over the line for Paula, for Tony, and to protect children now and into the future?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for raising this issue. I can tell him that the Minister for Victims met with Paula today, and we are keen to support her campaign.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Bramford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like much of the justice system, the probation service is buckling under the strain after a decade of being undervalued by the previous government. So the injection of £700 million by 2028 was welcomed last year, but it's yet to be felt on the front line of probation, which is estimated to be 10,000 staff members short. And with the sentencing bill and a presumption against short sentences bound to put additional pressure on the probation service, what is the Secretary of State doing to ensure that the service can work efficiently to properly manage offenders in the community?
So State.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for raising this issue. It was important that we exceeded our target of 1,000 officers last year. We have to get those 1,300 officers in place. The 700 million must be spent by the end of the spending review. I do think it's important that we bear down on getting AI across the service and we introduce that new technology, because it's only by doing that that probation officers can do what they want to do, which is get back to face and that personalised care.
Bradley Thomas.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The sentencing bill will create new powers to apply tougher restrictions on offenders' movements, including the creation of restriction zones and new restrictive licence conditions for probation. This will mean being able to curtail offenders' freedom on licence and measures for the courts to use as requirements on community sentences.
Bradley Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, residents living in villages across North Worcestershire in my constituency of Bromsgrove are often victims of crime which originates from urban areas including Birmingham. What message would the Minister send to my constituents who want a reassurance that the probation service is being strengthened in order that repeat offenders who evade supervision through crossing jurisdiction are not falling through the cracks as a result of lack of police sharing data?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member's question. It's absolutely vital that across jurisdiction and across different areas there is better information sharing from probation services and the police. Probation services, as the Justice Secretary has just commented on, it is in need of investment. That's why we're investing £750 million, a 45% increase, and we'll continue to invest in our probation service to make sure that his constituents are reassured in the future.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I pay tribute to the hard-working police officers and probation service workers in my constituency of Harlow, which people will be aware is on the Essex-Hertfordshire border, so I recognise some of the issues that the previous speaker has mentioned. Can I ask what work the Minister is doing working with probation services in areas like Harlow that do suffer this problem to address this issue readily and ensure that actually everybody is treated fairly, no matter their geographical location?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Our probation service do an outstanding job day in, day out. They are often the hidden heroes of our public services and they deserve great credit.
Ben Maguire.
Question number 5, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Legal aid can be a lifeline and should be available to those who need it wherever they happen to live. This government has made substantial new investment in legal aid, both in criminal legal aid, £92 million additional a year, and also in civil legal aid, where we're investing an additional £20 million a year.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. Would the Minister please join me in congratulating Cood solicitors who provide a weekly pro bono surgery to my constituents in Bodmin? Firms like Cood's face, in their own words, so much unnecessary bureaucracy and hoops to jump through when it comes to providing legal aid. I understand the government, as the Minister highlights, some progress has been made towards making the financial investment that's needed in the system, but is she also aware of the incredible burden of this needless bureaucracy, and will she please commit to simplifying public funding contracts?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question and I commend all of those lawyers that provide pro bono support to their clients. It is incredibly commendable. But of course, that ultimately is a sticking plaster and no substitute for a well-functioning legal aid system. That's why, as well as increasing fees, we're also investing in the transformation of the IT digital platform to enable providers to cut through some of that red tape.
In Labour.
Number 6, sir.
Minister.
This government is committed to access to justice, and that involves supporting people from every social background to uphold their rights. As I said earlier, we're investing in civil legal aid. We've introduced the greatest expansion in a decade of legal aid through the Hillsborough Law, and we continue to provide financial support for law centres and citizens' advice so people, wherever they come from, whatever their background, can access legal support.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Labour government's investment in legal aid and legal services is hugely welcome. However, expert analysis show categorically that young people from more deprived backgrounds find it extremely difficult to access justice. Many people from constituencies like mine and Blythe and Asherton are very much unaware of what might be available to them when they're most needed. Can the Minister assure me that everything possible is being done to ensure that our people are acutely aware of what is available to them in order to access the justice they so rightly deserve and in many cases they urgently require?
Minister.
He raises a very important issue. If you don't know your rights, you can't enforce your rights. And so raising awareness is incredibly important. It's important that we expand access to legal support where people are living their lives. So online, the service for Advice Now, where people can access, especially young people, digital legal advice, is a vitally important component of that.
Franklin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm really interested to hear the Minister's answers to the previous question, but true access to justice must include those still imprisoned under legal tests since ruled wrong, including many young people from marginalised communities convicted under joint enterprise. Will the Minister and the Government consider adopting the review mechanism in my sentencing bill amendment, which will create a statutory process for review of convictions so they too can access justice?
Yes. The review of criminal law in that area is something that is incredibly delicate. It's something that we need to look at in line with common law and the case law, and it's something that we're keeping under review.
Alan Morgan.
Number 7, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Behind the backlogs in our courts, behind each and every one of those case statistics, there is a human story. And there is no doubt that the delays in our criminal courts are taking their toll on victims and all participants in the criminal justice system. But we are gripping the situation by investing in greater number of Crown Court sitting days, additional investment in criminal legal aid, and of course the review that we've commissioned from Sir Brian Leveson, because what is going to be required is once-in-a-generation reform of our criminal justice system, and we'll be providing our response to that review in due course.
Minister, I think it's grouped. Minister.
It's grouped. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. I was going to answer both questions 7 and 22 together, and I think you have my answer on the backlogs to that.
Morgan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. And the situation she describes is similar to one that I'm about to describe, where a constituent of mine got in touch about a case of historical sexual abuse. They bravely reported that in 2018, and after years of waiting, a trial date was set for this May, only for it to be put back again until July 2027, 9 years after first reporting. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the toll that's taken on my constituents' mental health and well-being. I would urge the Minister to progress at speed with her reform of the court service, and particularly address the problems in Shropshire, where there are significant issues with the Crown Court and Magistrates' Court service.
Minister.
Well, I'm incredibly sorry to hear about your constituents' experience, and I want to reiterate my sympathies. You've articulated there in that case precisely why it is vital that we pursue this reform. Timeliness is an essential ingredient of fairness, and the state's obligation is to deliver fair trials. That's why we will do whatever it takes to bear down on the backlog as we bring forward our response to Sir Brian Leveson's review.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I've heard from several constituents who are victims of domestic abuse how the delays inherited from the previous government in family court, particularly for financial settlement orders, has compounded the traumatic experience of victims of domestic abuse, including ongoing financial harm and detriment. So could the Minister set out what this government is doing to reduce those delays and in particular support victims of domestic abuse through our court system?
Minister.
Well, I thank him for his question, and we are committed to improving the timeliness, not just in criminal courts, but in family courts as well, and providing better support to victims of domestic abuse, who we know make up many of the participants in that litigation. The Pathfinder model is working. It resolves cases faster, and it offers specialist domestic abuse support. We've expanded the Pathfinder model to 5 additional court areas, and we are continuing that expansion into 2026. He will be happy to know that that includes Hampshire, where I understand his constituency is based.
I could also help with the reopening of Chorley Court, Minister. Jonathan Brash.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary.
It is right that the IPP sentence was abolished. The number of unreleased IPP prisoners fell to 946 as of the 30th of September 2025, which was a reduction of 14% compared to the previous year. Legislative changes were implemented that we implemented have reduced the number of people serving IPP sentences in the community to around 2/3.
Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Terry Rowley received an IPP sentence on the 8th of February 2008. His minimum tariff was set at 1 year and 126 days. That was 6,486 days ago, almost 18 years, and he remains in prison. No one disputes the seriousness of his offences, but the issue for Terry and his family is one of equal justice. Someone sentenced to the same crime today would not receive an IPP. So does the Secretary of State accept that this raises fundamental concerns about the fairness and equality before the law for those serving under the IPP regime, and what steps can he take to fix it?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Can I say that I recognise the challenges that exist for Terry and his family. We are determined to support those in prison to progress towards safe and sustainable releases, but understandably it can't be in a way that undermines public protection. We're not giving up on any individual serving an IPP sentence. We will ensure that each one gets the support and the access to risk education and risk reduction work that they need, and I'll ensure that Terry is receiving all of the support that he needs.
Alexis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the government's assessment of the current protocols regarding the comprehensive risk assessments, and can the public be assured that the existing policies on public protection sentences are effectively safeguarding the community?
Secretary.
Well, that's why we've got to put public protection first. And there has to be a robust risk assessment. We require the parole board to make very sensitive assessments, particularly. People cannot leave prison unless we are confident that they are not going to be going on and committing further crimes. And that's the assessment that we ask the parole board and others in the prison system to make.
Very clearly.
Question number 9, please.
Minister.
The Government recognises that pension age is an important issue for frontline staff and our recognised trade unions who represent the views of their members. Officials met with the POA earlier in the autumn to discuss pension age and will continue to engage with them on this important issue.
Marie Kelly-Foy.
Speaker, the Prison Officers Association recently launched their 68 is Too Late pensions report based on the largest members survey in POA history. The report is a heartbreaking read, with prison officers describing how unrealistic and frankly cruel it is to expect them to walk the landings until they're almost 70 years old, and the effect that this has on morale. With 3 prisons in Durham, I often hear support for this important campaign. Does the Minister accept that at the heart of the prison's crisis, there's a crisis in how prison staff are treated by the state, and that by resolving the pensions injustice should be a top priority for any government serious about fixing our jails?
Minister.
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's question, and let me take this opportunity to praise and thank the prison officers who do a remarkable job in often trying and appalling circumstances. As I said previously, the government will continue to engage with the relevant and recognised unions as well as prison officers themselves, and I know the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary is meeting with the POA in the coming days.
Mr. Speaker, given the existing retirement age for prison officers and the increase in the number of violent offenders in prison, along with the increase in illegal substances getting into prison, will you not agree with me that it is time to urgently review that age at which prison officers retire, as many of those older prison officers are looking to retire?
As I've already said, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely right that we'll continue to have those discussions with the relevant trade unions, but let me be absolutely clear on behalf of the government. We understand that conditions and the work that prison officers do is getting harder, and we are in the business of trying to help them.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supporting victims of child sexual exploitation and abuse is a priority for this government. The Ministry of Justice funds police and crime commissioners across England and Wales, as well as over 60 specialist sexual violence organisations which provide local support services for all victims, including victims of technology-assisted child sexual abuse.
Elsie Blundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. We all know of the increasing and sinister use of technology when it comes to the appalling sexual abuse of children and young people. To address this, will the Minister consider extending the unduly lenient sentence scheme to include all taxi offences and commit to a ban on these technologies that generate deepfake and sexually abusive images of children?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that important question. Parliament intended the unduly lenient sentencing scheme to be an exceptional power, and any expansion of that scheme must be carefully considered. However, she will be aware that we had a recent debate as the Victims in Courts Bill was on the floor of the House going forward, and I have heard the strength of feeling of this House and campaigners regarding this, and I am looking at it closely.
Calvin Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Northern Ireland Police Ombudsman reported that the PSNI cyber crimes team lacked the capacity and capability to manage the threat posed by prolific online sex offender Alexander McCartney. His abuse led to the tragic death of 12-year-old Samoran Thomas in 2018, and he targeted at least 70 other children. Can the Justice Secretary confirm what steps are being taken to ensure cybercrime teams across all of the UK are properly resourced to deal with online child sexual exploitation?
Well, the whole House will be shocked by that horrific case, and all of our thoughts are with all of the victims of this case. It's an important case which draws attention to the nature and proliferation of these crimes. I know the Safeguarding Minister has spoken to the PSNI regarding this. Through the Online Safety Act, there are powers. However, I know she represents a devolved nation, and it is imperative because these crimes have no borders, and all victims deserve protection. And I'm sure this will be taken up by the Home Office.
Dr. Ross Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 11.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. A victim of an environmental crime can expect to receive the relevant services as set out in the Victims Code, and Police and Crime Commissioners receive annual grant funding from the Ministry of Justice to commission support for victims of all crime types. I would refer the Honourable Member for South Cotswold, who I know is an avid campaigner in this area, to my ministerial colleagues in the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, who would be able to answer more fully on how we tackle environmental crimes specifically.
Dr. Savage.
I thank the Minister for her response. Daniel's Well in Malmesbury is a much-loved local swim spot, but last week the Environment Agency warned swimmers to stay away, saying it was due to strong currents. However, Surfers Against Sewage have provided evidence that there have been a number of illegal sewage discharges and a number of swimmers have fallen ill. Last year, the Lib Dems tabled an amendment to the Victims and Prisoners Bill that would have allowed victims of environmental crime like sewage spills to claim compensation. I wonder if the Minister can explain why her party abstained from voting on that amendment.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. So the Honourable Member will know that the Water Special Measures Act 2025 gives the water industry regulators new powers to take tougher and faster action to crack down on water companies not delivering for customers and for the environment. She will also be aware that the Victims Code, covers victims of crime who are persons who have suffered harm as a direct result to being subjected to or witnessing a crime at the time that it occurred. In the vast majority of these types of cases, criminal conduct in relation to sewage and wastewater would be committed against the environment and not directly against the person. Where someone has been affected as a result, they are able to access services via the NHS, for example, to seek support.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Environmental crimes like fly tipping blight cities like mine in Gloucester, leaving victims across the city who are unable to enjoy the place that they love to live. Can the Minister confirm what discussions she's had with colleagues in MHCLG about how we can give local councils the powers and the resources to enforce action on fly tipping? Thank you.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that really important question. Fly tipping is an issue that blights all of our communities, my own in Pontypridd as well as his in Gloucester. He will know that tougher streets, taking crime off our streets is a mission for this government, and we are working across government to deliver this, including in Gloucester, ensuring that local authorities have the powers that they need to go after the perpetrators of these crimes.
Fred Thomas.
Number 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is committed to helping people with convictions find employment and turn away from reoffending. We are continuing to consider the criminal records regime, including recommendations made in Part 1 of Sir Brian Levison's review, to ensure it balances public safety with supporting rehabilitation.
Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my first surgery as an MP in Plymouth, I met a constituent who had received an unspent conviction for a one-off crime committed 34 years ago when they were a child. Since then, they've served their time, turned their life around and been a constructive member of society, been employed for 12 years, but in 2022, out of the blue, suspended for 2 years and eventually let go on account of an unspent conviction. He told me that being given an unspent conviction as a child is nothing short of being given a life sentence. This outdated practice is unfair. What plans do the government have to reform the law around unspent convictions to ensure that young offenders are given a genuine opportunity to rehabilitate and rebuild their lives?
Minister.
My honourable friend makes a very important point. I met with him and officials just last week to discuss his constituent's case and indeed this issue more broadly. As I've said already, Mr Speaker, we'll continue to look at Sir Brian's recommendation in relation to the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act 1974, but this is an issue we want to look at and to act on.
Jim Shannon.
Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister very much for that. Minister, one of the implications of unspent convictions, of course, is the follow-on for those who have a passport and decide they want to go on holiday and they suddenly find that something that happened 25, 30 years ago when they were young, under 16. I've done a number of them in Northern Ireland this past while. It's wrong that those who have done a misdemeanour, as it was, and then find that it impacts upon them 30 years later. I had a constituent who wanted to go to Australia. We were able to, in contact with the Minister, to ensure that he was able to go, but the impact upon him and others is great. So could I ask the Minister, would he share with those in Northern Ireland and with the Immigration and the Passport Office in particular to ensure that those spent implications from years ago aren't held against them in the future life?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the honourable member's remarks. I think many members across the House will have constituents who have come to them with in similar circumstances, and it is deeply worrying, it's deeply troubling. It is complex because it involves different systems, and public safety is always paramount for this government. But absolutely, we're looking at it, and we'll report back to the House when we've made progress.
Anna Dixon.
13, Mr. Speaker. The scale of violence against women and girls in our country is intolerable. The Ministry of Justice has already taken action by launching a pilot of domestic abuse protection orders in selected areas, introducing new criminal offences which capture creating sexually explicit deepfakes and spiking, announcing family court reforms such as expanding our Pathfinder programme in the family court, and commissioning the independent review of criminal courts in order to improve court timeliness to provide justice for victims.
Anna Dixon.
As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I've been appalled at the failure of the last government to tackle the backlog in the courts, delaying justice for victims of domestic abuse and sexual abuse. I thank the Minister for her unwavering commitment to repair the justice system we inherited for victims and survivors. Can she outline the reforms to the family court specifically this government is introducing to protect victims of domestic abuse, including children, from further harm? Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question and for her service on the Public Accounts Committee looking at this issue. We are committed as a government to better support adult and child victims of domestic abuse in the family courts. The Pathfinder model already provides access to expert support for victims, and published data has shown that the backlogs are over 50% lower and cases are resolved up to 30 weeks quicker. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, this government has announced that we will repeal the presumption of parental involvement when parliamentary time allows to protect children in our family courts.
Sarah Poacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Justice Secretary confirm whether he is aware of anyone accused or convicted of a sexual offence having been granted asylum in the UK?
Minister.
I refer the honourable member to the stats published on the Ministry of Justice website.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister and the ministerial team from the Ministry of Justice for repealing the £318 for the PARV order a couple of weeks ago. This will make a huge, huge difference. But I wanted to raise the actual strategy and the fact that online abuse is on the rise. Does she agree with me that any party that says they want to repeal the Online Safety Act is not a party that cares about tackling violence against women and girls?
Minister.
Hear, hear. And can I thank my honourable friend for the brilliant work she's been doing in championing this issue of recently. The Online Safety Act ensures that online platforms are required to remove illegal content, such as harassing or abusive material, as soon as they are made aware of it. And this is a fundamental feature that we have in order to protect children in our country. And any party seeking to repeal this is not on the side of protecting children.
Mark Pritchard.
Across the West Midlands, there's currently a backlog of 6,000 Crown Court cases, many of those sexual offence cases. In Shropshire, with Crown Court at Shrewsbury, 759 cases outstanding. I just wonder, would the Minister commit to looking at the Midlands Circuit and seeing whether more RASO resources can be given in order that there can be suitably qualified and trained judges and advocates in order that these cases can be brought more quickly and swiftly to court? Because in Shropshire, some of these court cases are potentially 2 years out.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question and the way in which he asks it. Look, this government, as he will know, is doing all we can to bear down on the backlog in our Crown Courts. That's why we've tasked Sir Brian Levison to look at how we can best get to grips with this. But he is right. I sadly have spoken to far too many rape and sexual violent victims who are waiting far too long for their day in court and the impact that is having on them. We are straining every sinew, working with the judiciary, working with colleagues in the CPS to better support these victims to ensure that when they do get that day in court, that they are able to access justice appropriately and they have the best support available to them. I will happily work with him and anyone else in this House to ensure that any victim of crime has the support that they need.
Kieran Mullen, Shadow Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week I'm being told by my colleague, the Shadow Minister, that the sentencing bill would cut prison time for rapists and child groomers. The Minister for Violence Against Women and Girls said she would have to, and I quote, go away and check whether that was true. Mr. Speaker, the time to check should have been before she voted for the bill, but I'm hoping surely the Victims Minister knows and can tell the House what proportion of rapists and child groomers sent to prison will have their prison time cut by Labour's sentencing bill.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, make no mistake, this is a choice that this government had to make because of their government's catastrophic mismanagement of our prison system. We are not, Mr Speaker, abolishing short sentences, and judges will retain full discretion to keep offenders locked up. We have built safeguards into the systems to protect victims, but I would remind the Shadow Minister that the greatest threat to victims is the risk of not being able to lock up any dangerous offender in the first place. These measures that this government are introducing will ensure that that will never happen again.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Yet again, we have a government and a victims minister who can't tell the House basic facts about the implications of their bill. I'll tell her that 60% of rapists and 90% of child groomers sent to prison will have their prison time cut. That's appalling. And Mr Speaker, we also know knives are all too often a feature of violence against women and girls. The House will have seen the tragic news that the female victim of a brutal knife attack in Birmingham on Friday, Katie Fox, has died. Over the last few weeks, the Labour government has been talking tough on knife crime. But can the Minister tell the House what proportion of criminals sent to prison for carrying a knife will have to serve only a third of their sentence under Labour's appalling sentencing bill?
Minister.
Well, of course, my thoughts and the thoughts of the whole House are with Katie's family after the horrific crime that occurred in Birmingham. However, the honourable member clearly is incapable of facing up to the reality that his government left behind. It is this government that is protecting victims and ensuring that violence against women and girls is a political priority of this government. It is ensuring that we never again are faced with the reality of having to let offenders out early without any safeguards in place. It is this government that put those safeguards in place, and it is this government that is ensuring that we are protecting the public.
Vicky Slade.
Sorry, Mr Speaker. I wasn't aware, wasn't it? Question 15.
Minister.
This government inherited a justice system on its knees, starved for years of adequate funding. But we are fixing the foundations. We are investing in our buildings, we're investing in our people, and we're investing in record sitting days, sitting at or close to maximum judicial capacity in every jurisdiction. That's how we are fixing the court system.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was fortunate to visit Paul Magistrates Court last week, and it's interesting to mention about the state of the buildings because they were appalling. But I was most concerned when the district judge and court manager explained to me that there's no shortage of magistrates and there's no shortage of court space. What there is a shortage of legal advisors in the system. They explained that the funding for one extra legal advisor would allow them to progress 500 cases a year, and they simply can't retain them. So what is she doing to review that role and make sure that we can get those smaller cases through quickly?
Minister.
Well, she is absolutely right that our court staff are the backbone of our court system and they make it tick every day. It's an absolute pleasure as the Courts Minister to visit courts like the one she described. I visited recently Snaresbrook Crown Court, and it was a pleasure to meet with staff there, specifically on legal advisors. As she says, they are critical to the functioning of the Magistrates' Court, and that's why we are investing an additional £5.2 million to address the retention challenges which she describes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is right to commend court staff, but also to highlight the significant issues in the court system. In my time on the Public Accounts Committee, we uncovered problems with the buildings, with the IT systems, with the probation service, with the whole system in real difficulty. How long does she think it's going to take this government to clear up the mess the last government left?
Minister.
Well, she's absolutely right that we have a mountain to climb and we cannot fix the foundations overnight. What I can tell her is that we are a government that is committed to restoring the public's confidence in the justice system. It's why through this spending review we have committed an additional £450 million to the court system. And that means, as I said, investing in our buildings, investing in our people to restore the public's confidence in our system.
Real and shortly to help you, Sir Julian Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 16.
Minister.
Well, first of all, can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman's commitment on this issue. We had an incredibly constructive debate in Westminster Hall on the topic of third-party litigation funding recently. Litigation funding is what enabled Alan Bates and the sub-postmasters to fund their landmark legal action against the Post Office. It plays a critical role in access to justice and plays a vital role in contributing to our economy. For that reason, I am carefully considering alongside colleagues our response to the Civil Justice Council's review to ensure that our reforms get it right.
Julian.
I thank the Minister for that answer and for the constructive debate a week or so ago. Can I press her on timing? Because, as she said, this is important for consumers, businesses and for the legal sector, but also to test the opportunities for early dispute resolution, which were mentioned in the CJC report and which I would encourage the government to look at seriously.
Well, I thank him for that, and as he will appreciate, it's an incredibly detailed report with a whole host of recommendations, and it's important that we go through that very, very carefully. We've all seen the uncertainty created by the Supreme Court judgment in PACAR. We're looking at what would be the appropriate response to that, because if we are going to effectively reverse the effect of that judgment, then we want to build back better and get the reforms right so that we can achieve the access to justice and the economic benefit that he so rightly says that he's committed to.
Clive Jones, Topicals.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, since the last Justice oral session, I am proud to have taken the next steps towards putting a landmark Hillsborough law onto the statute book with the second reading of the Public Office Accountability Bill in this office. There has also understandably been widespread interest in the number of releases in error from prisons. I can tell the House that in the year to March 2025, there were 262 releases in error, and my department has today published data showing that from April to the end of October this year, there were a further 91 mistaken releases. I'm clear that we must bear down on these numbers, and in my oral statement later today, I look forward to updating the House on the steps the government's taking to reverse this trend.
Clive Jones.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Thames Valley Police and Crime Commissioner said that the public should be doing more to stop shoplifting. This week, my constituent Sarah described being smacked into during a shoplifting incident and the fear that she felt at that moment. Does the Minister agree that the Police and Crime Commissioner that Sarah is part of the problem? Or does he think the bigger problem is that shoplifters know that more than 80% of these offences result in no charge at all?
So state.
This does require more neighbourhood policing and bobbies on the beat, which he knows under the last government was cut. But I also think under the sentencing bill, the intensive supervision courts can make a huge difference. A lot of shoplifters do need a judge checking in with them regularly, dealing sometimes with their addiction issue to get them to change course.
Harpreet Tupple. Not here. Show Secretary of State Robin Chenley.
Last week, the National Police Chiefs Council said that there was no doubt that the government's early release scheme was going to lead to an increase in crime. It followed the news. A man who'd been released from prison early has been charged with murder. So it's a simple question. Will the Justice Secretary rule out any more early release schemes for prisoners?
Secretary of State.
Can I just remind the right honourable gentleman that just before the general election in July, his government had 3 different versions of their early release scheme. And we inherited a situation, and he knows this, where prison capacity was completely unsustainable. And successive Justice Secretary under his previous government have said that in the last week. We brought forward our early release scheme. It was important to do that, to put capacity into the system, but it's the sentencing bill that will begin to deal with this issue in a comprehensive way.
Robert Jenrick.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you strip all that waffle back, he didn't deny it, did he? And that's interesting, because there's been another accidental release by the Ministry of Justice. And this time, it's an email sent in error by his officials to me. It shows his department are looking to accommodate criminals in the community instead of in prison. As you'd expect from him, they say their plans are, and I quote, a finger-in-the-air approach. They say they're considering spending up to 100 grand a year per person to live outside of prison. That's more than the cost of a prison cell. Can the Justice Secretary really say, with a straight face, that his latest scheme is a good use of taxpayers' money?
The right honourable gentleman knows that that email that was sent in error referred to women. Yeah. And he knows that when you're talking about women, offenders, understandably, the system must consider the fact that many of them are mothers. Many of them have been the victims of men who have groomed them, who have pimped them, who have abused them. And that's why, understandably, public policymakers do look at alternative ways to deal with women in the community. None of us in this House should make any apologies for that.
Rachel Hopkins.
Mr Speaker, meaningful activity and access to education in prison are key to supporting those leaving prison with the skills and tools they need to move away from crime. However, reports from this UCU are that recent changes to the education contract have triggered notable job losses. So could the Secretary of State provide an update on how the government is supporting the prison education system to help reduce reoffending?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's a characteristically important question by my honourable friend. Education has a vital role in our prisons to clamp down on reoffending and to help rehabilitation. We're working at pace to look at how we can improve education within the prison system, as well as in the third sector, as well as through the formal contracts that we already have. And indeed, I'm going to a prison just in the next few weeks, looking at literacy rates with my right honourable friend, the member for Combe Valley. There is work to do on this. It's not good enough at the moment, and we're going to get on with that in the weeks ahead.
Jess Brentford, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Reports by charities and by the Domestic Abuse Commissioner shows that the family court system, which is plagued by delays, continues to provide a perfect environment for perpetrators of domestic abuse to continue to coerce and control, and training in identifying the signs of domestic abuse is not currently mandatory. So when will the government bring forward legislation to reform the family court system, and when will they make domestic abuse training mandatory for all in the family courts?
Minister.
Well, I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for that question. She will be aware that this government has announced that we will be repealing the presumption of parental contact when parliamentary time allows. That is a priority for this government. It is a priority for this government that we do all we can to protect victims of domestic abuse in the family courts. That's why we've introduced our domestic abuse protection order pilots. However, she will know that the judiciary are independent. Training for them is a matter for the Judicial College, but we are working with the judiciary very closely to ensure that they can spot the signs of coercive and controlling behaviour so that we can do all that we can to protect victims of these crimes.
Reader.
Mr Speaker, I'm very fortunate to get very thorough updates from my Police Fire Crime Commissioner, Danielle Stone, and in my latest one she told me she's seeing real improvements in the probation service, but Northamptonshire still has a 40% vacancy rate in staff. Will the Secretary of State set out for us what his department is doing to support recruitment and retention of those skilled staff that we need in the sector?
Secretary of State.
He's absolutely right. We recruited over 1,000 last year, 1,300 this year. We must retain them. Key to that is reducing caseloads, and that's why I'm introducing AI.
Play again.
A 2022 victim survey found only 10% of victims believed that the criminal justice system was effective. What steps is the government taking to support victims of violence against women and girls, and will ensure that all police and prosecutors receive training in understanding the impact of trauma on survivors?
Minister.
She will know that this government has made a priority to put victims at the heart of the criminal justice system, and we are specifically looking at crimes committed against women and girls. We are working across government with the Home Office, working with the police, the CPS, the Attorney General's Office to ensure that all agencies of the state and all of society gets to grip with these crimes in order to bear down on this issue so that we can all live safe wherever we are.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Court backlogs cause painful waits for survivors of rape and sexual assault. A system that fell apart under the previous government means only around 3% of rape reports result in charge. What is the Minister doing to reduce these waiting times for cases of rape and sexual assault?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for that question. Rape charges have doubled since 2019, and we have asked Sir Brian Leveson to propose bold reforms to deliver swifter justice for all victims, and we are funding a record allocation of sitting days in the Crown Court. This government is spending £350 million on supporting victims of crime this year, and we are determined to do all we can for these victims.
We're a Hobbs.
Mr Speaker, and following on from that, still fewer than 3% of rape cases result in a charge. It takes 400 days for resolution. Painful, painful delays for victims. We have talked about this for so long, so often. What are the barriers of change?
Minister.
Well, she raises a really important point, and what we need is investment, structural reform and modernisation, i.e. the adoption of technology. It's why we've asked Sir Brian Leveson to conduct his detailed review. We've got part one, which suggests to us that structural reform. We're waiting part two, which should arrive by the end of the year, which will direct us as to how we can drive efficiency and get swifter justice for all victims, but in particular, those of serious sexual offences.
Red Beavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sasha Marsden was 16 years old when she was murdered, then raped, and then set on fire by David Minto. Sasha's sister, Katie, my constituent, who joins us today, is campaigning for victims' families to have fairer access to sentencing appeals. Despite the need for closure in sentencing, perpetrators are given multiple appeal opportunities, while victims' families have just one chance. What will the government do to ensure victims' families do not have less rights than the perpetrators in this process?
This government is determined to put victims at the heart of the criminal justice system. Can I commend my honourable friend for representing Katie Brett and her family? And I have had the extreme honour of meeting with Katie Brett just this morning and previously to discuss Sasha's law and her campaigning on this. I am determined to work with her and all of the other Victims for Justice families to ensure that we get this right. The Victims and Courts Bill is currently moving through Parliament, and I am determined that we do all we can to support those victims.
John Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's First Minister John Swinney is not often right, and he's wrong again with his slavish devotion to the ECHR. So if this place is to update the ECHR to make it fit for the 21st century, what steps can the right honourable gentleman take to make sure that Soft Touch Scotland doesn't become a backdoor for Article 8 applications?
Minister.
As the Justice Secretary has stated already during this oral question, this government is committed to the ECHR. That includes the whole of Great Britain. But clearly, there are issues in ensuring that convention and our international obligations evolve with the challenges that we face as a country. That is why we're looking at how it is implemented and clarified in domestic law, and we continue to work with European partners about European reform, and that includes Scotland too.
Folks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Victims and Courts Bill protects children by putting important restrictions on parental responsibility following certain serious sexual offences, and thanks to incredible campaigners on this side of the House. One of my constituents is a fierce campaigner for services and safety measures for children whose parent has committed a sexual offence against a child outside of the family home. Children in the home are victims even though they were not directly abused. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure all children of child sex offenders are offered better protection and support?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for that question and for her constituents' incredible campaigning on this issue. Children are victims in their own right. The Domestic Abuse Act puts that in law. However, there is a discrepancy in terms of what sort of services and support these children can get. The Victims Code currently sets out the minimum level of service that victims of crime should receive. We will be consulting on a new Victims Code shortly, and I am determined that we ensure that we get this Victims Code right for all victims, including children of these heinous crimes.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why did the government vote against releasing migrant crime data?
Who's that? Anybody want it? Seriously.
He knows successive governments make data releases. Those data releases have to be analysed properly. We make no excuses for voting in the appropriate way.
Right. Tony Antoniazzi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Richard Pike was the victim of a violent attack in his workplace in March of this year. When he met the CPS barrister on the day of sentencing, he was given his victim impact statement 5 minutes before he was going into court. It had been amended. He was not allowed to say how he felt when he was tried to be murdered. He was no longer allowed to say he was manipulated into a vulnerable position. He was not allowed to state how he felt about the release of the perpetrator. What assurances can the Minister give victims of serious crimes such as attempted murder that they won't be censored in such a way?
Stop.
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and it was a pleasure to meet with her to discuss Richard's case, and all of my thoughts are with him as he seeks to recover from this horrible crime. It is important that victims' voices are represented in the courtroom and in sentencing. She will know that a victim impact statement is classed as a piece of evidence, so it does have to be quite carefully worded. However, I have heard the strength of feeling from her constituent and others on this, and we are working with victims to ensure that they get the support that they need to be able to articulately and clearly set out exactly how the crimes have impacted them.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, when we had the prisoner release checks statement, the Secretary of State called my question ridiculous, so I'll try a different tact. Has the Secretary of State spoken to the family affected in Epping?
Secretary of State.
I said last week that I was keen to meet with the family, and I will meet with the family when they meet with the Prisons Minister, I hope in the coming weeks.
David Lammy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a lack of maintenance of prisons, a stop-start to the prison building programme, and all the challenges in our courts. Isn't it any surprise that we're looking at non-custodial sentences for the lower offenders? And does the Secretary of State agree with me that the opposition front bench has some cheek to come to this House when the failures in the system are down to 14 years of failure?
Secretary of State.
Well, I know that my right honourable friend did a valiant job as chair of the Public Accounts Committee, constantly revisiting these issues, and she will have noticed how successive Justice Secretaries under the last government have said that they cut the numbers, they failed to invest, violence were up, and now we've got junior staff making very, very important decisions.
Afterwards, yeah. Dr. Pinkerton.
I've been contacted by a Surrey Heath resident who hasn't just endured and survived appalling domestic abuse, but is also now enduring and attempting to survive the family court process with multiple hearings over child contact arrangements. Can I ask the Minister whether she will today commit to implementing the Domestic Abuse Commissioner's recent recommendations to better protect children at risk?
I thank him for his question. This government is clear that child safety during court-ordered contact is vital. We are improving multi-agency working to support early identification of risk and enable referral to specialist domestic abuse support. We are carefully considering the Domestic Abuse Commissioner's report, and we will publish a response by the end of this year.
Julia Lewis.
What does the Deputy Prime Minister have to say about the unprecedented letter in the Times today from 9 former recent heads of the armed forces stating that the government's Northern Ireland Troubles and Legacy legislation breaks the compact between service personnel who do their duty and the government who should stand up for them, not open them up through endless litigation and persecution?
Well, I saw the Northern Ireland Secretary's statement last week. He will know that there has been considerable lawfare, and he will know that the scheme that was proposed by his government was largely thrown out by the courts. And that's why the Veterans Minister has listened very keenly, not just to military families, but to all those who were victims of the Troubles in Northern Ireland.
Rupert Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State today agree to publish clear, honest and regular statistics on the number of illegal migrants convicted of sexual offences, murder or indeed any other crime? A yes or no answer will do well.
Secretary of State.
Well, we do publish data release statistics in the usual way. After they've been properly analysed, we've got to make sure that all facts are verified, and we've done that in the same way that the last government did.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with the Chief Executive of an international charity that happens to be based in Wiltshire, where there have been serious historic allegations. Unfortunately, the resourcing of such inquiries falls between the SFO, the National Crime Agency, Wiltshire Police and the Charity Commission. Will one of the ministers meet with me? Because it's not right that serious allegations like this don't get checked by the charity. Charity investigations aren't conducted properly.
Very happy to look at it and ensure that the minister meets with him.
Caroline Bull.
Mr. Speaker. Sexual exploitation is being perpetrated on an industrial scale by pimping websites, which currently enjoy near total legal impunity, move sexual exploitation off the street and into locations like flats and hotels where outreach is harder and coercion of vulnerable women can thrive. Given that advertising prostitution in a phone box was made illegal 25 years ago, can the government explain why they are yet to outlaw the same advertising online?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She will know that we need to tackle violence against women and girls in all its forms, everywhere. I regularly meet with my counterparts at the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, and the Government will be publishing our violence against women and girls strategy shortly.
Right, Rankin.
Old Windsor is a small village in my constituency with an approved premises which has morphed to include high-risk offenders. It causes problems. Will the Minister agree with me that, one, probation services have responsibility for residents' behaviour when they're outside that facility, and two, that police should have more focus in Old Windsor than they might otherwise have, given the location of that facility?
Minister.
It's absolutely right that probation service take those facilities and those premises incredibly seriously. Of course, we're investing more in probation services than ever before, a 45% increase, £750 million, fixing a probation service that was utterly dismantled by the last Conservative government. And so I hope that your constituents can be reassured that this government is getting on with the job with ensuring our probation is fit for purpose.
Final question, Lee Anderson.
Mr Speaker, it's been reported in the media that we have prison officers working in our prisons that can barely speak a word of English. In fact, they're using flashcards to instruct prisoners to go back to the cell. Now, you don't have to be a mastermind to realise that this is a recipe for disaster. So can the Justice Secretary please tell me if this is true or not?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I visit prisons regularly in this job and I pay tribute to the incredible work that prison officers do day in, day out, including prison officers who come from other countries who do sterling work making sure that our prisons are safe in appalling circumstances. And so I thank them for their work and I reject the premise of the question.
That completes the questions. We now come to the first statement. Lord Chancellor.
Well, Mr Speaker, with permission, I'll make a statement on releases in error from prison. Let me begin on Armistice Day by paying tribute to those we honour, members of both houses and parliamentary staff who gave their tomorrow for our today. Whatever divides our politics, today we remember what binds us together, our belief in service and pursuit of the common good. Mr Speaker, on Wednesday the 5th of November, I answered Prime Minister's questions. As someone who served in this House for 25 years, I take my responsibilities to Parliament incredibly seriously. The House will recall that I was asked repeatedly whether any asylum-seeking offender had been released in error. At that time, I had been alerted of the release of Brahim Kadur Sharif from HMP Wandsworth. Details about the case were still emerging throughout Wednesday. Importantly, my officials had not had confirmation about whether or not he was an asylum seeker. Indeed, it was not until later that afternoon that the Home Office confirmed to the Ministry of Justice that he was not. Given the nature of the opposition's question, I made a judgment that I would wait until I had all the detail, rather than risk giving an inaccurate or incomplete or misleading picture to the House about a sensitive case. Members opposite may argue that they would have handled the situation differently. All I can do is be open about the factors I was weighing at the time, and that the data in the system we inherited is painfully slow. I thank the Speaker for the opportunity to update the House in full today. Members will recall that following the release of Hadush Kebatu on the 24th of October, I put in place stronger release checks. I can confirm that the error leading to Mr Kadur Sharif's release happened in September, before those checks came in. He was charged with burglary at Snaresbrook Crown Court and a warrant was issued to HMP Pentonville for his remand. Contrary to the set-down process, it was then forwarded by email to HMP Wandsworth when Mr Kadur Sharif was transferred. However, staff did not pick it up and he was released on the 29th of October. Mr Kadur Sharif was taken back into custody on the 7th of November by Haringey Police. I'm grateful to officers from my part of North London again after they also rearrested Mr Kebatu. I'm grateful too to the wider Metropolitan Police and the public who assisted them. I can tell the House, Mr. Speaker, that in the year to March 2025, there were around 57,000 routine releases from prison. In that same time, there were 262 releases in error from prison. New data my department published today shows that from April to the end of October this year, there were 91 releases in error from prison. Further data on the breakdown of offences are official statistics that need to be combed through in detail before being put into the public domain. This was not a publication due today, but we recognise the public interest in being transparent about the overall number. It's important to note that this may be revised as additional cases are subsequently recorded, but this is the very latest that I have been provided. We understand that there are 3 mistakenly released prisoners currently lawfully at large. Their prison records show none of these are convicted sex offenders. I have been informed, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon that HMPPS are investigating a further case of a potential release in error on the 3rd of November who may still be at large. It is symptomatic of the data issues we inherited that all this information I have been given at this time while police and HMPPS investigate. Of the confirmed cases, Case 1 was in prison for failing to surrender to the police and released in error in December 2024. Case 2 was in a prison for a Class B drug offence and released in error in August 2024. And Case 3 was in prison for aggravated burglary and released in error in June 2025. 2 are a British national and 1 is a foreign national offender. I will not provide any further details on individual cases. In each case, we have to consider the welfare of victims and the judgment of our law enforcement agencies. Of the 262 releases in error from prison in the year to March 2025, 87 were of offenders whose main offence was violence against the person, and 3 whose main offence was a sexual offence. I'm clear that we must bear down on these numbers, which are symptomatic of a prison system under horrendous strain. As the Shadow Justice Secretary admitted last week, the state of the prison service has been unacceptable for a very long time, including under the Conservative government. Prisons today are still struggling with violence. The safety and custody statistics show an 8% rise in the rate of assaults in the year to June 2025. Systems are archaic. Every prisoner's sentence is worked out on paper, considering the type of offence and the legislation covered by it. Mr. Speaker, there are more than 500 pages of sentence management guidance. Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to prison officers doing an incredibly important job. But as the Prison Officers Association has said, prisons throughout the country are underfunded, they're understaffed, and they're operating under relentless strain. Frontline prison officers were cut by a quarter between 2010 and 2017. That's around 6,000 fewer people, and means that there are less experienced staff, which places more pressure on the system. And unsurprisingly, mistakes happen in those circumstances. Indeed, from 2010-11 to the end of 23-24, under the previous government, there were 860 known releases in error from prison. We must recognise the distress caused to victims, knowing that the person who harmed them is free when they should be behind bars. In the worst cases, like William Fernandez back in 2021, prisoners have committed further horrific offences. I give an unequivocal apology to all who have faced worry or worse as a result of releases in error, especially Hadush Kebatu's victims, who I'm offered to meet. I hope the Right Honourable Gentleman, Mr. Speaker, I hope the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite will join me in that apology to all who have suffered because of releases in error under this and previous governments. Mr. Speaker, human error will always exist, and no Justice Secretary could prevent every mistake. But we must reduce the risk and reverse the trend over the course of this Parliament. But we must be honest, the release process requires a radical overhaul, and establishing the facts in individual cases is complex. Decisions about public statements rightly rest with the police. Issuing details too early could frustrate covert inquiries or put police officers or the public at risk. These are judgments for experienced operational leaders, and parliamentarians must give them the space to make them. Mr. Speaker, this is a complex issue. We must be straight with the public about that, and I'm clear that we have a mountain to climb in response. So first, I'm chairing a new Justice Performance Board. It will give a comprehensive view of prisons and criminal court performance, including releases in error, to drive a step change in how we respond. The first monthly meeting took place yesterday. Secondly, I'm making sure we understand the issues. Following the release of Kebatu, I asked Damien Owens to carry out a review. This will conclude by the end of February next year. It will now include the adequacy of data collected and published on releases in error, and we fully expect to uncover additional incidents. I can also announce that we will set up a team of data scientists to review historic releases in error to understand what's going wrong. Third, I'm improving processes, because some of these errors actually originated not in the prison process, but in the court process. I will implement an urgent warrant query unit supported by court experts so that prisons can escalate queries and get rapid clarifications to reduce the risk of releases in error that emanate from the court system. We're also issuing instructions to court staff to reinforce mandatory requirements for imprisoned orders, to be confirmed verbally with judges before finalising a measure which has been shared with the judiciary. The court and the prison service are also scoping a joint exercise to look at live warrants. Initially taking place within the London region, it will identify errors and ensure prisoners are subject to the correct warrants. Fourth, I'm accelerating upgrades. I stood up a digital rapid response team last week to reduce human error with cutting-edge technology. Over the next 6 months, we will provide up to £10 million to deliver AI and technology solutions to help frontline staff avoid mistakes and support them to calculate sentences accurately. Finally, I'm simplifying the release policy. One of the aims of the sentencing bill is to standardise how cases are treated, and following Damien Owens' review, we will consider whether amendments are required to operational policy. These are the initial steps to address the issue, but I will update the House where further changes are necessary. I commend this statement to the House.
Right, can I just clear something up? And it's not got to happen. First of all, I was told Justice Secretary needed 13 minutes. Just bear with me. And I said, look, you need to ask. And in the end, the department came back and said, oh no, it's 10. It then wasn't 10, it was almost 12 minutes. I will work with Ministers and Secretary of State, but it is 10 minutes. If there needs to be an extension, please ask, don't keep changing the times, because in the end, it is unfair to shadow ministers when it goes over. So what I would say is, you've got an extra minute, you've got an extra half a minute, but please, stick to the rules of 10. If you do need longer, I am always sympathetic as long as I know in advance. But to have this conversation with the department that it was no longer needed makes your department look foolish, and it certainly am not going to make me look foolish in the future. Shadow Justice Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, we're back here again then. At least the Justice Secretary gets some use out of his new suit. But But where has Wednesday's bombast and bravado gone? Get a grip, man, he thundered last week, without even a hint of irony. None of that today, was there? And why is that? Well, it's because, like increasing numbers of criminals in our jails, the Justice Secretary just doesn't know whether he's coming or going. Even his colleagues in government are now turning on him, some with unbridled contempt. The handling is terrible, was the verdict of a cabinet minister. Just rank incompetence. Cowardly. Frankly, pretty dodgy, was the verdict of another. Before long, the Prime Minister will be saying he has full confidence in him. And we all know what that means. Look, 2 weeks ago, he came to the House and he said he had put in place the strongest checks ever to stop releases in error. 48 hours later, another prisoner with a history of sex offences was released in error. 7 days later, and a fraudster is let out the very day he was sentenced to 45 months inside. And today, he admits that he's lost another prisoner that same day. They're Lammy's lags, a whole new category of criminal who can just waltz out of prison despite having the strongest ever checks introduced by this Justice Secretary. The public are being endangered as this circus rumbles on, week after week, with no end in sight. When will he put a stop to it? He can't just hide behind the inquiry that he's commissioned. He couldn't even get the head of the review, Lynn Owens, name right last week. Anne Owens. Anne Owens, he bellowed. Well, I looked her up, and the only Anne Owens I could find was a panto performer who recently appeared in Alice in Wonderland. Perhaps she was the one who gave him some tips on his performance at the dispatch box last week. The former Chief Inspector of Prisons says that this has been caused, at least in part, by the confusion created by Labour's botched early release scheme. Does he now concede that there is a link between the doubling of prisoners accidentally released in the last year and the introduction of their SDS 40? Or is it just an extremely unlucky coincidence? Don't take us for fools. And Mr. Speaker, when will he finally come clean? He won't provide details in parliamentary questions. He won't answer even when he is here for Prime Minister's questions. He won't respond to letters. Well, perhaps that's because they weren't addressed to the Deputy Prime Minister. He's now been dragged here, kicking and screaming, to admit that one prisoner has been on the run from this Labour government for 14 months, and 91 have been accidentally released over the last 7 months. But the Justice Secretary is so clueless, he's literally lost track of how many prisoners he's lost. He says today a prisoner may have been accidentally released last Monday. Well, has he looked? He's either in his cell or he's not. What a complete and utter farce he's presiding over. As we all suspected, the crisis on his government's watch is even bigger than he dared admit. That's why he wouldn't say anything last week. Prisoners are being accidentally released nearly every other day and putting our constituents, his constituents, at risk. At this rate, he's on track for 156 prisoners to be accidentally released this year, which would be a record were it not for the doubling his government managed to achieve last year under their watch. And in his statement today, he poses more questions than he manages to answer. How many crimes were committed by those prisoners whilst they were on the run? Why can't he tell us who these 91 prisoners are? Who is the foreign criminal? And who is this mystery fourth offender he may have lost? How can he possibly be found if the public don't have his face? They don't have his name, like they did for Sharif and Kebatu. The public deserve to know the truth. And this situation could not be any more serious. There's been a 9-fold increase in the number of violent offenders accidentally released in the last year. A 9-fold increase. The criminal justice system, under his watch, has been made to look a total mockery. The public are being put at risk. In his own words, Mr. Speaker, it's time for him to get a grip or go.
Justice Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a crisis that we inherited in our prison system. And it's worthy of sober reflection, because he knows, Mr. Speaker, that when they were in government, there were 17 prisoners released in error every month. He knows that. He knows too, because the former Conservative Justice Secretary said on the issue last Friday, we essentially run our prisons regime very hot. We are very close to capacity. We have seen a big increase in the prison population over the last 20 years, and resources have not necessarily matched that. That is the first problem. And another former Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, said part of the issue is we can't hold on to prison officers without that expertise. Errors creep in. And he himself also challenged their record in office. So he knows that this is a cross-party issue that, of course, we have to grip. Now, I said that I put in place those checks, and I stand by the checks that I put in. I also said in my statement that the cases that we are uncovering, many of them occurred before those checks were in place, and another case involved an error that was in the court system, and that's why this new query process is very important indeed. And it is the case that we had to introduce SDS 40, and he knows why that's the case, because his government, just in the last few months in office, made 3 different changes to their early release scheme. So worried were they about prison capacity, a prison capacity issue that we inherited. He knows 500 extra places in the prison system is all that they built in 14 years in office, 14 years, and we've pledged 14,000 by 2031. He also knows, like night follows day, if you cut officers by almost 50%, is what they did in office, you cut those officers, and then you recruit new officers, as we've attempted to do. These are very junior people working hard, and I thank them for all that they're doing. But in those circumstances, mistakes will be made. I've asked Dame Lynn Owens to look at this, really, really important. I've put in place the digital team because he knows also that this is a system based on human beings, therefore you get error. Only technology will fix this issue over time. And I've now put in place this double check between the court and the prison system.
Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the initiatives the Lord Chancellor has announced to deal with the wrongful release, but does he accept that the level and circumstances of such releases are symptomatic of a deeper malaise? Will he look at the Justice Committee current reports on drug culture, organised crime and lack of education and work in prisons? And will he commit to tackling the underlying breakdown of order and discipline in the prison system, which over years of decline have made many prisons unsafe, chaotic and unfit for purpose?
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for all that he is doing, and he has been on these issues for many years. His words echo those of the prison inspector. And of course he knows that this is a system that's incredibly hot, frankly, because violence is up, self-harm is an issue, drones and the things that are arriving in prison, particularly drugs, is also an issue. And then we have staff doing the best they can in very, very difficult circumstances. He knows too that no government could turn around the austerity that this public service saw in 16 months in office.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the situation wasn't so serious, it would be laughable. It seems like people have tougher checks to currently speak to an advisor at HMRC or get a GP appointment than offenders have to be released from a prison. Since the mistaken releases of recent weeks, I have heard horrendous reports from prison officers inside prisons. Prisoners identified by low-quality black and white photographs, printed on paper, a few basic questions on personal information before being cleared for release, information that could be readily shared between inmates before release. That is not good enough, especially when we now have biometric technology which is currently used for visitors to prisons and not inmates. We cannot be relying on an honour-based system, reliant on the goodwill of convicts to hand themselves in, and police forces certainly don't have spare capacity to be conducting regular manhunts for people that should still be locked up. After the release of Hadush Kebatu, the Deputy Prime Minister promised enhanced security checks. Yet since then, some of society's most dangerous individuals have still ended up on our streets. So will he now spell out what those enhanced checks actually involve, and whether biometric testing is used routinely to confirm a prisoner's identity before release? And can he confirm what training prison officers receive before managing prison releases? Like most of the justice system, our prison system has been mismanaged and underfunded by the previous complacent Conservative government. So we do appreciate that this government inherited this mess. However, the numbers of mistaken prisoner releases have risen sharply under their watch, and they cannot continue to risk public safety, particularly given the fact that it took them a whole 7 days to realise a prisoner had been mistakenly released, and are seemingly blaming an email being unread for the most recent error. Can he confirm how long the Ministry of Justice has known about the 3 prisoners at large, and how long have the police been trying to find them? The Deputy Prime Minister has promised the public an investigation, but they cannot wait months for answers while their safety continues to be put at risk. So what immediate action can he take today to ensure that dangerous criminals stay behind bars and these mistakes stop once and for all?
So State.
Well, can I say to the Honourable Lady, when she reflects on the releases in error, that 57,000 people are released from prison every year, and I'm sure, like me, she would commend the good work of prison officers and those in offender management units across our prisons doing a very difficult job in what are very difficult circumstances. She refers to the complexity. The last government kept expanding its emergency release scheme from 18 days first, then to 35 days, then to 70 days. And at 2021, a review found 503 pages of guidance that staff had to follow for early release. It's a paper-based system. And so I cannot stand here as a Secretary of State and say that in a paper-based system that you can eradicate all human error. You can't. The only way to deal with that would be technology, to bring those levels down to something that I think the House would think was acceptable. I want to see the figure come down to historic levels over the course of this in Parliament. It will, of course, take further investment, but I hope that the investment in 10 million in this new digital team, and indeed the support that we're offering now between courts and prisons, will make a substantial difference. She asked me what I'm doing: a new Justice Performance Board, of course Damien Owen's review, the urgent query process that I've outlined, the digital rapid response system, and of course simplifying the release policy, which is effectively what comes out of the sentencing bill.
Linda Jess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that wrongful releases of prisoners would have caused a lot of distress and anxiety to the victims, their families and others? But does he also agree excuse me, that we inherited a prison system that was in complete chaos, and it was in such a major breakdown that whilst we are taking the appropriate action now to sort out the prison system and to prevent wrongful releases, this is going to take some time?
So State.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question, and he's absolutely right, and I think the public recognise this, that they won't particularly have visited our prisons, but they know that cuts in our public services are real. They see it in their local authorities. They see it in their local hospitals. They see it in their local schools. They know that things like Sure Start were decimated. And so too, our prison service, which the public don't see, I'm afraid was one of the worst hit public services. Now, it's my job to minimise that risk to the public, and that's why I'm introducing the measures that we are. That's why I've asked Dame Lynn Owens to look at this very, very carefully, former head of the National Crime Agency, and I know she'll do a forensic examination, and I'll implement her recommendations so we can bear down on this problem. But it's a paper-based system. I didn't realise coming into this job that it was a paper-based system. I'm not sure the Shadow Justice Secretary has realised at all since he's been doing this job that it's a paper. But his former Justice Secretaries under his government know that it's a paper-based system, and they know that's why errors happen.
Dr. Neil Shastri-House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mistaken releases of prisoners don't just undermine public trust and confidence in the system, they cost money. They cost money because the police have to go and find them and return them to prison. Can the Secretary of State set out how much it has cost the police to return prisoners to prison since this government came to power?
So State.
Well, previous governments did not have that data, and I'm pretty confident that I don't have that data. If it does exist, it exists with individual police forces who deal with these issues operationally. But he's absolutely right. Every prisoner released in error has to be found by the police. I thank the police for all that they've done, and I particularly thank Haringey Police for finding the 2 high-profile cases.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the system in force for many years, the government cannot initiate deportation action until after minimum custodial terms have been served. So can the Deputy Prime Minister commit to ensuring that measures removing all minimum custodial requirements will be implemented so that eligible foreign offenders can be removed as soon as possible after sentencing so victims can be spared the distress we've recently seen?
I can give him that undertaking. That's why we brought forward the sentencing review. That's why we've increased the removal of foreign national offenders for 5,000. All of it done in the last 16 months, something they never did once.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 days before Kadur Sharif was released, the Justice Secretary said he had introduced the strictest checks ever seen in our prison system to stop similar unacceptable errors in future. Were they not implemented, or are they not strict enough?
So State.
I say to the Honourable Judge, were you not listening? I discussed the cases. I discussed the cases just a few moments ago. I discussed that those cases emanated prior to those checks, so many of them, and that those cases also, one of the errors started in the court system. It's also the case, and I've been crystal clear about that with the House, in a paper-based system where the most junior people often in our OMUs are dealing with this, you cannot eradicate all human error. And any Secretary of State that stood up this dispatch box and said that would be telling a mistruth.
Sarah Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, must solve the immediate problem of the accidental releases, which are a huge issue. But in terms of the longer-term planning, we have a very high vacancy rate within our prisons. I understand what the Secretary of State has said about the work that's gone into bringing this down, but will he look at the Justice Select Committee's recommendation to produce a 10-year plan for workforce for the prison system in the same way as we do for the NHS?
Very grateful to my honourable friend, and we are looking at that recommendation. There are significant workforce issues. We're asking our prison officers to work under a system that the prison inspector himself has said is cracking and is at breaking point, and we must invest in our workforce.
That's about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The day before Prime Minister's questions last week, we spent hours discussing the Public Office Accountability Bill. And I just wondered, bearing in mind there's such a crash in public trust and confidence, whether the Lord Chancellor considered that it might have been better to have referred to the fact that he knew that there was a mistaken release of a prisoner in the offing. He might not have been able to give the details, but I think in order to restore public trust and confidence, and in light of the Public Office Accountability Bill, whether it might be better to have said something and to hold over that decision and say he would come back later to the House with more detail.
So stay.
Well, I recognise why the Honourable Lady, who's very reasonable, is making her comment in the way that she is. But I simply say that we inherited a system where 17 errors in release are made every single month. There is a data release every July. I've now updated the House with more information than the House has ever had about this issue. But I've also been clear, as any Justice Secretary would be, that we are not going to be able to eradicate human error and not going to be able to get back to historic levels quickly. But I put in place as much as I can to minimise the risk to the public.
Andrew Pakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member representing a prison constituency, I'd like to put on record my thanks to prison and probation staff who work hard under difficult circumstances. But in recognising that, I also know the pressure the prison system is under. It is shocking that a legacy of 14 years handed over to this government, a paper-based system and a prison system that was breaking. The party opposite likes to talk about a farce. If they want to talk about a farce, I will hand them a mirror to look into, because the only farce here is the breaking system. So can my honourable friend tell me what more we can do to support prison staff? Yes, there needs to be accountability, but we need to invest in technology, invest in solutions, and give our prisons the systems they need to stop these things happening in the future.
So stay.
Well, he's absolutely right. The best way to deal with this is to move to a system that's based on technology. To use the AI that's out there to properly compare records, whether they come from the court or whether they're from early release. That will take significant time, but I have found £10 million to at least begin that process, and that process begins as a result of these recent high-profile cases.
Sandra Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I tell the Right Honourable Gentleman that even the West Midlands Victims Commissioner, Natalie Kairosh, is herself living in fear due to the government's new release guidelines on open prisons. In 2016, she was stabbed in my constituency 24 times by her ex-partners. She was 8 months pregnant. Her attacker was jailed for 18 years, but is now moving to an open prison 4 years earlier than expected. And Natalie is terrified of coming face to face with him. Can the Right Honourable Gentleman explain why those convicted of domestic abuse who cannot apply for early parole under the SDS 40 process are not also excluded from the government's dangerous policy of moving offenders to open prisons?
So say.
Well, I know that the Victims Minister has met with her, and he will also know that in the sentencing bill we have restriction zones that can restrict the movement of those who have committed crimes like the one he refers to.
Blair Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Wandsworth MP, my constituents are very concerned about these releases, and they have seen years of underfunding of Wandsworth Prison, but they've also seen more investment by this government since coming into power than for years and years before that. And I have every confidence from visiting the Wandsworth Prison about their new governance and the systems that are putting in place. I thank the Justice Minister for his response to my letter outlining the changes in training, technology and resources that are being put in place to redress these wrongs, and the digital rapid response unit. Could the Minister, just for the sake of my constituents, outline those stronger release checks that he has put in place straight away?
Justice Secretary.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and for all of the work that she's doing in her community, and I recognise there will be anxiety in her constituency as a result of high-profile cases that have emanated from Wandsworth. She will know that one of those cases involved an error that actually started in the court system back in September before the checks that I have put in place. But when she asked me to outline what I've done, what it effectively means is that the duty governor, deputy governor are having a double look at what comes out of their OMUs, which are largely staffed by slightly more junior staff in relation who are making these decisions on who should be released from custody. But I look forward to visiting Wandsworth with her in the coming months.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministerial Code requires honesty and transparency, and on the 28th of October, I asked a written parliamentary question of how many of those released in error under this government remained at large. On the 3rd of November, I received an answer, Mr. Speaker, but it did not answer the question. Was that because they didn't know the answer of how many people were at large, or they chose not to be transparent and give the answer?
I explained at length in my statement who is at large. I have released data today outwith of the normal cycle of releasing in July, which was done under the last government. I have been as transparent with this House today on this issue than any minister has been. And I would remind the House, I checked the record, despite 860 releases in error under their watch, they never came to the House once.
Nope.
Not once on this issue. Not once.
Speaker, our constituents deserve a prison system they can have confidence in. And yet, prisoner releases in error increased every year since 2021. Despite that, there was no call for an investigation. There were no reforms. Can the Minister therefore please reassure my Carlisle constituents that it is this government that will implement the findings of Dame Limoin's investigation and restore the confidence that was eroded under the previous government?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right. Not once did they make a statement, even when William Fernandez was released in error under them and went on to commit an horrific crime. Not once did the minister come to the dispatch box. Not once did they release extra detail. And I've done that today.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A Torquay solicitor has recently told me of multiple occasions where there has been a lack of security staff to convey convicted criminals from Newton Abbot Magistrates Court to prison. This, on one occasion, one individual started self-harming. On another occasion, an individual waited and then left and absconded because they were locking up the building. He was then arrested at a later stage following a machete attack. How often is this happening across the United Kingdom, and what are you doing to stop this failure within the system?
Well, in a sense, he raises issues beyond the prison system, and he's right about the delivery mechanism of prisoners from court to prisons. He knows, because it's come up in oral questions again in the House, the issue that we inherited of backlogs from the party opposite. He knows also that we're demanding that our police arrest more and bear down on crime. So the criminal justice system is phenomenally hot. All of this will affect the prison system. That's why we've asked Brian Levinson to look at the issues of efficiency, particularly that relates to the court backlog. And part of that is that relationship between security and between the movement of people from our courts to our prison system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I chaired the Public Accounts Committee, and when I was on it, so I served for over 10 years, we looked at and uncovered, with the help of the National Audit Office, failures in the probation service, which was a yo-yo policy between ministers as they changed, failure to build prisons, failure to maintain prisons, failure with the court IT system, and failure with identifying information that needed to be shared. Is he aware of the McGee Review, which was commissioned at the tail end of the last Labour government? And can he speculate why the McGee Review was never implemented over 14 years of a Conservative government?
Well, I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for mentioning the McGee Review and their recommendations. And of course, I've asked my officials to look closely at the things that were recommended and do they pertain to the crisis that we've inherited today, and I'm grateful for her highlighting that issue. She will know that under the Conservatives, 24% cuts the prison service saw, and because of them, today over half of our frontline prison officers have less than 5 years experience. It's shocking. That's what we inherited.
So, Julian.
May I try and make a constructive suggestion to the Deputy Prime Minister? Has he considered that when somebody is due for release, they should be read a short statement saying that if they think they are being wrongly released, they should say so now, and if they do not do so, a further penalty of some sort will be imposed? Might not that act as a bit of a deterrent as well as a check?
Well, the Honourable Member makes a reasonable point, but the truth is that because of the complexity of the various early release schemes, the numerous guidance that exists, the many different thresholds, that often the prisoner himself is not completely aware of whether they should be released on Monday or whether they're released on Thursday. And sometimes it's possible that when a prisoner has been released in error, that it's by a matter of days. It's not a significant period. But I recognise why he says what he says. We do have to make sure that there's an obligation on the prisoner, and it is something that I will ask Lynn Owens to look closely at.
Alex Backett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Shadow Secretary of State in his remarks seems to have kicked off panto season, and his comments reminded me of my favourite character, Buttons, who longs to be Prince Charming. If only his colleagues would write into the 1920-22 committee so that he can formally start his leadership bid. But in the spirit of panto season, will the Deputy Prime Minister join me in reminding the Shadow Secretary of State that if he's looking for the reason why our prisons are in this state, they're behind him?
Well, he puts it beautifully, but I suspect it's why that the Shadow Justice Secretary said last week that the state of the prison service has been unacceptable for a very long time, including under the Conservative government. I suspect it's why William Hague, the former leader of the Conservative Party, said that the government failed to grasp either they didn't build more prisons, they didn't have enough people in our prisons, and this has been a long period of real failure.
But a message, Jackie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between the 5th of July and the end of the reporting period in March, this government has overseen the accidental release of 193 prisoners. That's 5 prisoners every week. And we now know that there have been a further 91 accidental prison releases since the 1st of April, so 284 in total. So what assurances can the Secretary of State give my constituents that no prisoners have been accidentally released from HMP Littlehay in my constituency since Labour took office?
He knows that about 17 prisoners a day were released in errors under the last government, and he knows too that in introducing their early release scheme and our emergency early release scheme, there's complexity in the system. I will look closely at the data that is available in relation to his prison.
Catherine Fuchs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his statement. Having spoken to my prison governor this weekend in Monmouthshire, I know the burden clerks and prison officers are under when they are calculating these sentences on paper. And the brass neck of the party opposite has got something to be believed. Their own party grandee, William Hague, said the Conservative government failed to grasp either that they had to build more prison places or they had to let people out. They didn't face up to either. Those are his words. So can the Secretary of State share with me how we are tackling both?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her question. She's absolutely right. We've got to grip the system. I did that by chairing a performance board in the department yesterday. I've done that by asking Dame Lynn Owens to look at this closely. There does now need to be an urgent query process working between courts and prisons so that we aren't seeing those mistakes between the two systems. It will take digital technology, ultimately, I think, to fix this. but I've started that with 10 million to expand the digital rapid response unit so that we can at least start to flag in the system and across the system so that those working in our offender management units can spot where there might be an issue and there might be a problem. And I'm very pleased the sentencing bill that's now been through this House will simplify the system greatly because it's too complex at the moment.
Good job.
Speaker, Kebatu was released in error on the 24th of October, which is a Friday. I was under the impression that in the last Parliament, Simon Fell, the former member for Barrow, passed a rather brilliant private member's bill which became the Offenders Act 2023, which said that a prisoner cannot be released on a Friday without the Secretary of State say so, in order to reduce recidivism because people can't get access to the state for 72 hours. So has the Secretary of State devolved that to prison governors? And if they are being seen to be ignoring the will of this House, would he draw that power back up to himself?
So State.
Well, the Right Honourable Judge makes a very good point. The system had got to a place where prisoners weren't being released on Friday. That was relaxed, is my understanding, and I've asked Dame Linoes to look at that again.
Sir Rushworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the weekend, I was visited in my constituency surgery by one of the many hard-working prison officers from Durham, himself a victim of the chaos in the justice system that the previous government left behind. But before he left, he wanted me to know just how bad it is and why people are being released early. And as we all know, 800 were released early on their watch. So bad was the chaos that they created. He references that it's getting worse because of the chaos that they created. It got worse every year on their watch too. But would the Deputy Prime Minister give me the assurance, both for the victims of crime but also for our hard-working prison officers, that he will do what it takes to get to the bottom of this? And he's referenced the paper-based system. Without preempting Dame Owen's review, will we be moving away from that 1980s paper-based system?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. He's right. 17 releases in error per month in 2024. And just in their last days in office, there was a step change in those releases in error. And it started very much going back to 2021 under their watch. But why did it start? Because of the complexity of the system and needing to introduce new mechanisms to get prisoners out because of an overheated prison place. We've got to be able to lock up the most violent people. That's why it's happened, and now, of course, we're going to do everything we can to get a grip.
I'll try and remember.
Speaker, it's good to see a quieter, more emollient, even by his own lights, humbler Secretary of State at the dispatch box today than the one we saw last week. Can the Justice Secretary say how many people have been wrongly detained, and how much money his department is setting aside for the likely ensuing litigation?
Secretary of State.
Well, he knows that we release those statistics on an annual basis, but I think behind his question that he knows just as the system releases prisoners in error, sometimes it also retains prisoners when they should be released. The two go hand in hand.
That's MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure as the Lord Chancellor made his statement, it will be victims that will be forefront of his mind. I think we can all only imagine the fear and distress that is caused to victims when someone who has caused them so much harm is released in error. So can the Secretary of State say in more detail and assure us that in those circumstances, victims and their families receive support and that they're fully informed about what is happening?
Secretary of State.
Well, she's right to put front and centre the victims and rightly the anxiety that they will be feeling. And it's right too, I've published more data today than has ever been before on this issue because I recognise the concern that there is in the public at this time. But it's also right that I leave and work with the police and our enforcement agencies on the publication of particular cases, because sometimes, either because victims have not been informed or it would be dangerous to publish names, or indeed it might mean that the prisoner is able to know that he's being looked for and goes underground, or she's being looked for all of those reasons, we have to work with the police on these very sensitive issues in order to protect the public and absolutely to protect victims.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Public safety should be the Justice Secretary's priority. So why did it take 6 days for the Metropolitan Police to be informed that a sex offender had been wrongly released from HMP Wandsworth?
Well, as I said, I've apologised from this dispatch box. Human error is in the system. There are delays, not just within our prisons, but also between different agencies, and that's why I've put in place the query system particularly.
Catherine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government inherited a prison system which was so weakened by austerity, but it was also overcrowded by a justice system which failed to actually look at rehabilitation as well as punishment. Would the Secretary of State redouble the department's efforts to match employers who want to give prisoners a chance to learn skills and the habit of work with the opportunity to do so while serving their sentence and after, so that we're able to ensure that our communities are safer because we rehabilitate as well as punish?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, because she's emphasising punishment that works, and punishment that works has got to mean skills, education and employment, so that people don't go on to reoffend. And we've inherited a system where recidivism rates are beyond 60%, which means that the system isn't working, even though it's overheated. So these are issues that we have to look at in time. The sentencing bill is the beginning of the story, but we will have to return to these issues if we're serious about reducing reoffending.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recent events and today's court ruling bring to the surface again the anxiety of our Epping community. My thoughts, Mr. Speaker, remain with the victims, including the 14-year-old Epping schoolgirl. Appallingly, they and their families heard about this wrongful prisoner release from media instead of the government. It is frankly astonishing the government are only using their levers of power in the courts to overturn this case brought by the council, but are not using their powers to address the issues in the front line: the illegal immigration crisis, mistaken release of convicted prisoners, and serious management and safeguarding issues associated with the Bell Hotel, which needs to close urgently. When will the government get a grip, realise that they are not political commentators, but they are players on the pitch, and use their powers to tackle these issues once and for all?
Well, I recognise the sensitivity of this issue in his constituency, and I do recognise that many will have looked closely at that decision in the courts today. He knows that under the last government, £9 million a day being spent on housing people in hotels. He knows that the government is committed to a new programme, and we're looking, for example, at military bases to see where we can house. But he also knows that we have increased the amount of foreign nationals leaving this country and returning to the countries that they are from.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put on record my thanks to all the prison officer staff at Buckley Hall Prison in Rochdale, who've held the line in the face of impossible cuts and challenges over the last 14 years under the last government. It's hard to imagine the sheer distress that's caused to victims and their families whenever there's a release in error of any prisoner, as happened, as has been said, 800 times under the last government, without a single apology, without a single independent inquiry, without a single photo, without a single name that are being demanded by the shadow leader up on the other side. Does he agree that victims and their families should be put at the heart of our reforms when we're trying to make sure this never happens again?
Show State.
He's absolutely right, and it's one of the reasons why I asked Dame Lynn Owens, as she looks at this issue, to meet with the victims, particularly of Kebatu's crime, and keep victims in mind. We do have to ensure, notwithstanding the errors that have been made, public confidence in the system. And it is important, of course, to assert once again from this dispatch box that 57,000 people are released from prisons every year. And the vast majority of those lead to no error at all.
Chris Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his statement today and the manner in which he has delivered it. The wrongful release of prisoners is of huge concern to my constituents in Harlow, and can I echo the comments made by colleagues across the House that ultimately the people that really suffer from this are the victims of those terrible crimes. Having previously worked for a homeless charity in Harlow, I saw a number of prisoners who were released on a Friday. They'd come to us on a Friday afternoon at about 5 o'clock with nowhere to go. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that actually when we release people from prison, we should make sure they have somewhere to go? And actually, if they have to declare where they're going to go after they're released, we may be able to avoid some of these mistakes.
And he's right that the Friday release issue, was often about public services not being available over the course of Friday evening into Saturday, and the homelessness problem that pertains to. And it's why I think it is important that we re-look at what is happening in the system and the system that we inherited.
Alison Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 10th of October, Ola Abimbola, a violent Nigerian criminal, walked out of Ford Open Prison in my Bognor Regis and Littlehampton constituency. He hasn't been seen since. He's meant to be serving 21 years for GBH, kidnap and possession of an offensive weapon. So I asked the Secretary of State, how many other prisoners are at large from Ford Open Prison and what offences were they imprisoned for?
So State.
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that absconding is a serious criminal offence, that any defendant who commits this crime could face longer behind bars. It's a different issue, of course, to releases in error because there have always existed Category D prisons and absconds. Those prisoners are assessed, but I want to assure her that actually when we look at the trend of those who are absconding, it is on a downward trend, with 57 in the year to March 2025.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Is the Justice Secretary aware of any crimes committed by wrongly released prisoners whilst at large?
Well, as I've just said, under the last government, William Fernandez went on to commit an horrific crime. They never came to the dispatch box. By definition, if we got to a situation, and we did in 2024, where 17 releases in error were happening, of course it's possible that people can go on to commit crimes. That's why I'm hugely grateful. I know it's police resource for the efforts of our police to rearrest these individuals, and some of them, as we saw last week, hand themselves back in when they realise that it has been committed in error. Our job is to minimise risk, but in a paper-based system, we can never eradicate risk in time.
Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Secretary said one of the prisoners accidentally released and still at large is a foreign national offender, and I know after PMQs last week he will be very well briefed this week. So can he say whether the prisoner was inside for aggravated burglary, drug offences or failing to surrender to the police? And can he also say how this foreign national offender entered the country and whether he was an asylum seeker?
So State.
Well, I've made available as much detail as I can, given that normally this information is released in July. Case 2 was in prison for a Class B drug offence, and my understanding is, to the best of my knowledge, that that was the F&O prisoner, and I'm telling the honourable gentleman that, but I will have it double-checked because this information was made available to me very recently, and I will write to him if I make an error.
Shelbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have two prisons, one at Wetherby, one at Wealdstone. I have two on the outside, one at Askham Grange, one at Full Sutton. And they've heard the Secretary of State say that he has put in place some of the strongest measures which are there. The only question that my constituents want to answer to, Mr. Speaker, is when will they be able to say that they don't fear people being dangerous criminals being released onto the streets and terrorising their communities?
So State.
Well, I recognise the anxiety that this will have caused, and in a way this has been a revelation to the public that people are released in error from our system. and I'd want to emphasise that the vast majority of people are released in the correct manner, 57,000 released every year, but under successive governments for all of my lifetime, there have been releases in error. We want to bring that down to historic levels because it has been going up since 2021, but in a paper-based system, implemented often by junior staff. I cannot stand here and say we will eradicate it, but we will reduce it over the course of this Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week in Prime Minister's Questions, the Deputy Prime Minister said, quote, "Get a grip, man. I know I'm the Justice Secretary." Well, I'm pleased he knows he's the Justice Secretary, and with it comes leadership. So can he guarantee for the public going forward he has a grip on the issue of released prisoners by mistake?
So said.
Well, that's why I chaired a new performance board. That's why I've asked Damien Owens to look at this issue intensively. That's why I found 10 million for a digital rapid response unit. That's why, because there's this gap sometimes between our courts and our prisons, as has been referred to, I've put in place a new urgent query process. That's why we're taking through this House the sentencing bill, which will simplify release. All of those measures will begin to bear down on this issue, and I'm sure Damien Owens will come forward with more measures, and we will take them.
Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the summer recess, I had the pleasure to visit the probation centre in Dewsbury, where Lucy Nicholson, the head of the probation service, Kirklees Probation Delivery Unit, hosted me and her team. I want to pay tribute to their work, which is made extremely difficult, not just the probation service, but in prisons, by the lack of investment in this service by the previous government. We have accommodation that's full, a lack of funding, lack of resources and reduced staff, no processes in place to protect the public or the staff in the prisons, no systems and no checks and balances. Will the Secretary of State outline the timescales by which some and all of these issues will be addressed so the people in my constituency and across the country can feel safe when they sleep at night?
So State.
Well, I'm very grateful to him centring the importance of probation. It's why I visited the probation service in Islington as the first things that I did when I took office. It's why I was in Chatham, in Kent recently with probation officers. Investing in technology is hugely important to reduce their caseloads. Investing in more staff, hugely important, 1,000, more than 1,000 last year, 1,300 to come. It does need more resource, and that's why we've committed to 700 million by the next spending review. I'm sure we will return to these issues because I have no doubt about it. The decisions made by former Justice Secretary Chris Grayling were a travesty for probation and for criminal justice in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Justice Secretary tell this House whether in the last 16 months any prisoners have been accidentally released from Hill Grange prison in Worcestershire, and if so, how many?
So State.
As I said, I have released more data today than ever before. He knows that the data release is most often in July. I will look closely at his prison to see, but if 17 prisoners in 2024 were being released in error every month, then he will recognise that that will touch many of our prisons across the country. But he'll also recognise that there are differences in terms of the CAT and the category of prisoners, and particularly those that have a lot of churn and are letting people out on a more frequent basis than others.
Jack Wren.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Justice Secretary's team say that he found out about the accidental release of Algerian sex offender Kader Sharif on Tuesday evening. He contradicted them by saying he only learned on Wednesday morning. He said at PMQs that he'd been busy shopping for a suit that morning. Did the Lord Chancellor spend any time at all, shopping for a suit after he was told about that prisoner's release?
So State.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for his answers? 321 violent or sexual offenders either failed to come back to jail after being temporarily freed, returned later, or breached the term of their licence last year, the highest number for years. Numbers were 177 4 years ago, 59 in 2014-2015. So again, I asked the Secretary of State this question: will the Secretary of State commit to the necessary changes, updating the data, updating the technology in the present system, and all other procedures that are necessary as a matter of public safety and public confidence? Thank you.
State.
Well, he's right to put at the heart of his questions getting back to historic levels before we started to see the increase back in 2021. That is my intent, to get back to levels that are much, much lower than we're seeing now. I've set out the measures this afternoon that we're taking immediately. There will be more that follows Lynn Owens' review. But of course, this will take investment across the prison system.
That completes the statement. Point of order, Robert Jetman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at one point the Justice Secretary, in answer to questions, said that 17 prisoners were released in error a day under the last Conservative government.
That's what he said.
He then repeatedly said 17 prisoners a month were released in error by the last Conservative government. Neither of those things were correct. The actual figure, and 5 a month is 5 too many, was 5 a month. I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Justice Secretary would not want to appear as if he didn't know what he was talking about. Might you be able to get him to correct the record for us?
I think, in fairness, that I don't want to continue the debate, and that's what we're in danger of doing. I recognise there was a mistake made. I accepted it was a mistake that was made. And therefore, I think you have corrected the record. I think we'll leave it. So, unless the Justice Secretary wishes to come back, of course.
Mr. Speaker, I do think that I said that in 2024, 17 prisoners were released in error a month. If I misspoke at any point, then of course I'm happy to correct the record as I just have, but I'm pretty sure I said that on the record as well.
Well, just for the record, mistakenly you said 17 a day, but I knew exactly you meant 17 a month. We will leave it at that. Well, it might be, but I've corrected it for that. Okay, take it. Right. Take it. Okay. We now come to a statement. The Secretary of State will explain he has come to the House to update it at the earliest possible moment, for which I thank him. I understand there will be further updates in the future when more is known. We have important and well-subscribed debate this afternoon and further important statement to come before that. In light of this, as there is such a limited, and let me stress, limited amount of information today, I am going to restrict it to a couple of people to actually ask a question. So I want to make sure that people are aware it isn't I'm ignoring them, I will not be taking them, and I'm sure the Secretary of State, not that I want to put words in his mouth, will explain how we will be coming back at the earliest possible moment, because this is a court case, we have issues, and we will not gain anything by standing. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make a statement on the investigation by the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman into the way state pension ages were communicated to 1950s born women. The background to this issue is well known to the House. It arises from how decisions to equalise and raise the state pension age were communicated over a number of years, and the impact this may have had on the ability of 1950s born women to plan for their retirement. It stems from communicating changes in the 1995 Pensions Act that gradually increased the state pension age for women from the age of 60 to 65 to bring it in line with men. The 2011 Pensions Act, introduced under the coalition government, then brought forward the timetable for equalisation and the rise to age 66 for both men and women. It is important to be clear that the Ombudsman was not looking at these policy changes to the state pension age. But between 2018 and 2024, The Ombudsman investigated complaints from 1950s born women into the communication of changes to the state pension age. In March last year, following a lengthy investigation lasting 6 years, the Ombudsman published their final report. In December of last year, the then Work and Pensions Secretary, my Right Honourable friend, the member for Leicester West, provided the government's response to the House. In coming to this decision, my Right Honourable friend gave the Ombudsman's report full consideration and looked in detail at the findings, reviewing all the information and advice provided to her at the time by the DWP. My Right Honourable friend did her job thoroughly and professionally in weighing up all the information before her and then coming to a conclusion and informing Parliament. Since then, as part of the legal proceedings challenging the government's decision, evidence has been cited about research findings from a 2007 report. This was a DWP evaluation of the effectiveness of automatic pension forecast letters. Had this report been provided to my Right Honourable friend, she would of course have considered it alongside all other relevant evidence and material. Mr. Speaker, in light of this, and in the interests of fairness and transparency, I have concluded that the government should now consider this evidence. This means we will retake the decision made last December as it relates to the communications on state pension age. As the House will be aware, the decision announced last December has been the subject of court action in recent months, and we have today informed the court of the action we now intend to take. In retaking the decision, we will review the evidence from 2007 alongside evidence previously considered. And I have, of course, asked the Department if there is any further survey material or other evidence which should be brought to my attention as part of this process. I understand that people are impatient for this matter to be finally resolved, with the Ombudsman's investigation having taken 6 years before reporting last year. But it is important that we give this full and proper consideration. We will approach this in a transparent and fair manner. However, retaking this decision should not be taken as an indication that government will necessarily decide that it should award financial redress. The work will begin immediately, and I will update the House on the decision as soon as a conclusion is reached. Mr. Speaker, I do understand that honourable and right honourable members will have a number of questions, but I hope that you and the House will also understand that I cannot say anything today which preempts the conclusion of the process that I have set out. Mr. Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Minister Mark Lammy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. As he so rightly says, this is an important, albeit technical statement, and we on this side certainly accept the contents and the spirit in which it's given. It is about a legal process, and we respect all of that. It does relate to a matter of keen interest to many of our constituents, those women who have, as the Minister said, been affected by the changes in retirement age. And known as WASPI, the campaign group Women Against State Pension Inequality has probably met with all of us here in this chamber one way or another. And they will be looking at the point made, I think, by the Secretary of State late in his statement that, and I quote, retaking this decision should not be taken as an indication that government will necessarily decide to award financial redress. Mr. Speaker, the WASPI women are rightly angry with this government. While in opposition, shadow ministers and Labour MPs stood alongside these women, as the Right Honourable Gentleman did, campaigning for, and I quote, a better deal for WASPI women. However, when the party opposite won the general election, they quickly apparently U-turned on this position, blaming the fiscal situation they were left with. Indeed, in December last year, the government made a statement confirming their about turn on supporting WASPI women. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote my honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State, for Work and Pensions, when she responded to that statement, she said, and I quote, "Let us be clear. The decision to provide no compensation is the government's decision and they need to own it. I am not going to let them get away with saying that there is no compensation because of a fictional black hole in the public finances. Government compensation should always be based on what is fair and what is just." And she is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. The government had the choice then to stand behind the women that they said have faced a great injustice, but they chose not to. What we have instead is the Labour Party now fighting them in a judicial review in the High Court. And therefore, whether it be the multiple U-turns on pension and winter fuel statements or the imminent rumoured freezing on the tax threshold in the budget, forcing many pensioners into paying income tax, it is clear this government is not on the side of our pensioners. And this brings me to some questions for the Secretary of State. Firstly, if I may, the Minister for Pensions said in a Westminster Hall debate on the 15th of January on this topic that, and I quote, "We will work with the Ombudsman to develop a detailed action plan identifying and addressing lessons from this and other Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman's investigations. However, to my knowledge, nothing has been released to this effect. Therefore, could he provide an update on when we can expect the plan and what will be in it?" Secondly, in a follow-up to written parliamentary questions by the members for West Dunbartonshire and Newport West and Isleworth, the government said that they have no plans to meet with representatives of the WASPI campaign. Indeed, the last time a minister did meet them was on the 5th of September 2024. So why has this government decided not to directly engage with the group that they once stood shoulder to shoulder with, especially given there is new evidence to consider? Thirdly, during the last 14 years whilst in government, we chose to help pensioners by increasing the personal allowance income tax threshold. However, independent research suggests that 1.6 million more pensioners are doomed to be filling in self-assessment tax returns within the next 4 years, thanks to government's choices that may be made in the budget coming up. Has the Secretary of State had conversations with the Chancellor about the serious impact this retirement tax would have on a group that have been consistently targeted by this government? And finally, Mr. Speaker, why is this government determined to blame everyone else for the decisions they have made? All this statement has shown is that the government wants to keep kicking the can down the road and not be held accountable for their actions. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we should look at the record. Unemployment at 5% is at the highest level since the pandemic, up from 4.2% in June last year. Inflation is now sitting at 3.8%, up from 2% in June last year. Economic growth has flatlined despite having increased by 0.5% in the 3 months before this government took office. Borrowing costs have increased to their highest level since 1998, with 30-year gilt yields reaching 5.2% compared with 4.7% when the government took office. Debt is now 96.4% of GDP, the highest since the 1960s. Winter fuel payments will cut for millions of pensions, only for the government to U-turn on it after feeling the pressure of our strong campaign. The government is set to break its manifesto pledge and increase the tax burden to an historic high. Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that this government has been trying to dodge taking any form of responsibility for their actions? What is their problem with pensioners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the honourable member for at least some of his response. I, of course, cannot preempt the conclusion of the process that I set out in my statement. I want to do this fairly and transparently. I do have to say to him, his own government had many, many years to consider this matter and did not come to a conclusion. Yeah. So I take it with a little pinch of salt when he urges us to go more quickly. He refers to pensioners. We, of course, said that we would maintain the triple lock. We have kept to that commitment, and that will mean an increase of some £1,900 a year in the basic state pension over the course of this Parliament. We remain committed to the publication of the action plan to which he referred, and he referred to the previous Minister for Pensions meeting the WASPI campaigners. He's right that she did so. He was a little more coy about the last time a Conservative minister met with the WASPI campaigners. Perhaps someone on that side could tell us when. I believe it was many, many years before that, and that our minister was the first one to meet the WASPI campaigners for some time. And finally, on the broader economic record, he failed to join me in welcoming the UK having the fastest growth in the G7 for the first half of this year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my right honourable friend for the statement, and I appreciate the technical nature of that.
Clearly, it is a concern that this evidence wasn't made available to our Right Honourable friend, the member for Leicester West last year, and I know he will be investigating that. And again, I appreciate he won't be able to give a specific date as to when he may be able to conclude what this evidence means for the final conclusions he comes to. But is he able to give a time frame on when he's able to report back to the House?
Mr.
Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee for her question. I know that she's taken a long and keen interest in this matter. On the matter of timescale, I appreciate that the statement, when people hear it, they will want to know when the conclusion will be. I think it's right and proper that I look at all the available evidence. I said in my statement, I of course have asked the Department if there is any other survey evidence or other kind of evidence that should be brought to my attention. So with that proviso, I can assure her and you, Mr. Speaker, that I will come to a conclusion and report to the House as soon as possible.
The Democrat spokesperson, Steve Darling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first of all like to apologise for inadvertently using the word you at the last time I spoke. So apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. But clearly, the clock is ticking for WASPI women. There are 3.6 million WASPI women across the United Kingdom. That's 500,000 more than the population of Wales. And sadly, a WASPI woman dies every 13 minutes. So I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State. When we've explored this subject in recent months, what I found extremely disturbing was how the Ombudsman failed to engage with the previous Conservative government because they knew there wouldn't be a deal to be made around what the relevant approach would be as far as compensation for WASPI women. So I would plead with the Secretary of State to revisit that world. After all, they are on the record of supporting WASPI women for many years, and look to meet with them and ensure there is a fair deal. There is due to be a High Court hearing next month, and I would implore the Secretary of State to engage positively and bring this to a fair deal for WASPI women.
So State.
Can I thank the honourable member for his questions? He's right, this issue has gone on a long time, but I took the view that in light of this evidence being cited, that it was the right thing to do to look again at it and at the decision in the round. I cannot speak for the previous government's failure to engage with the Ombudsman. That's a matter for them, but I can tell them that this government is engaged with the Ombudsman on the action plan that was discussed earlier, and we will continue to do so. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I will come to a conclusion and report to the House as soon as possible.
Final question, Kirsty Black.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State said as part of the legal proceedings challenging the government's decision, evidence has been cited about research findings from a 2007 report. Who cited that evidence? Was it DWP? Was it the government that cited that evidence, or was it the people who are opposing the government in the court case that cited the evidence? And if it came from government sources or from within DWP, why wasn't it uncovered before? And can the Minister give us every assurance that he's doing everything he can to ensure that all relevant evidence is uncovered in advance of the next decision being taken?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady asked about the nature of this evidence. It is a report from 2007. It's a DWP evaluation, as I said, and the survey was not drawn to the attention of the previous Secretary of State because its potential relevance to the making of her decision was not evident at the time. I will consider this survey and any other relevant evidence in the process to which I referred in my statement, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to suspend the House till 17:15 because of the late notice of the next statement. House suspended.
Order, order. We now come to the statement. Secretary of State, Lisa Nandy.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement about the BBC. As the House will be aware, this weekend the Director General and the Chief Executive Officer of News tendered their resignations following concerns about accuracy and impartiality at the BBC. This has sparked intense debate across the media and our nation, and today I want to set out for the House what action is being taken to address the allegations that have been made, the actions this government is taking to support the BBC to address this, and the future of an institution that has been at the centre of our democratic and cultural life for over a century. The House will know that yesterday the chair of the BBC, Samir Shah, wrote to the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee. He accepted there had been editorial failings and committed to a number of steps in response. Dr Shah believes that our national broadcaster, which remains one of the most trusted sources of news in our country, has a responsibility to uphold the highest standards. I agree. Over the past week, I've been in regular contact with him and his team to ensure that where these standards have not been met, firm, swift and transparent action follows. I welcome the steps that have already been set out, and I will keep the House updated as the BBC leadership grips these issues. The concerns that have been raised are serious in and of themselves, but some in this House have gone even further, suggesting that the BBC is institutionally biased. It should not be lost on us that the BBC has faced criticism from all sides for its coverage of highly contentious and contested issues, and accused of giving too much airtime to particular parties and for giving them too little. Those in this House attacking the BBC from left and right for not expressing views they agree with should consider just what is at stake. There is a fundamental difference between raising serious concerns over editorial failings and members of this House launching a sustained attack on the institution itself. Because the BBC is not just a broadcaster, it is a national institution that belongs to us all. Every day it tells the story of who we are, the people, places and communities that make up life across the UK. It projects British values, creativity and integrity to the world. It underpins our creative industries, has a footprint in our nations and regions that is unmatched by any other, and it is by far the most widely used and trusted source of news in the United Kingdom. At a time when the lines are being dangerously blurred between fact and opinion, news and polemic, the BBC stands apart. It is a light on the hill for people here and across the world. Trusted news and high-quality programming is essential to our democratic and cultural life. All of us in this House should value it, uphold it, and fiercely defend it. The BBC is facing challenges, some of its own making, but it is doing so in the context of a revolution in the media landscape that has challenged all broadcasters and polarised and fragmented our national debate. It is time to grip this with a clarity of vision and purpose that secures the BBC's future. Throughout its history, Madam Deputy Speaker, the BBC has always adapted and evolved. This is an institution that began in the era of radio, when it was deemed an existential threat to the newspaper industry. It evolved into the age of mass audiences, ushered in by the invention of television, and it navigated the complexities of reporting during the Second World War. We will imminently begin the Charter Review, which will set the terms of the BBC for the next decade, and through it we will collectively write the next chapter of the BBC's story. Together we will ensure the BBC is sustainably funded, commands the public's trust, and continues to drive growth, good jobs, skills and creativity across every region and nation of the UK. In an era in which trust is fraying and truth is contested across our nation, it will ensure the BBC remains fiercely independent and is genuinely accountable to the public it serves. We will publish a Green Paper and launch a public consultation shortly, and I will set out more detail to the House in the coming weeks. I would like to thank the outgoing Director General for his service and his commitment to public service broadcasting over many years. And I'd like to thank the CEO of News for leading the BBC's news operation through stormy times. I do not underestimate the challenge of taking on these roles and the personal toll that they can take on the individuals who hold them. As we write the next chapter of an institution that has stood at the centre of British public life for a century, our overarching goal is simple: to ensure the BBC can renew its mission for the modern age and continue to inform, educate and entertain, not just for the coming decade, but well into the next century. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance notice of her statement. The BBC is in a sorry mess, and sadly, one of its own making, that has resulted in the resignations of the Director General and the CEO of News. These recent leadership changes are a response to the growing number of examples of bias in the BBC, one of which has resulted in a potential $1 billion lawsuit. This is why the Leader of the Opposition has said the BBC needs to change and needs saving from itself. Otherwise, we may all pay the price in reputational damage and in our pockets as licence fee payers. We all want the BBC to succeed, to be the best possible version of itself, but that requires institutional change and far more than a few moves at the top. But let me first acknowledge, Madam Deputy Speaker, some of the many good things that the BBC does well in delivering on its principles to inform, educate and entertain, from Strictly and Traitors to world-class natural history programming, sport and local radio, and coverage of major national events, including, of course, the recent remembrance services and events. These are things we can all be proud of, that contribute positively to the BBC's brand and reputation at home and abroad. But the BBC also has a charter obligation for impartiality, and too many examples have come to light exposing bias at the BBC, particularly as it relates to the news and current affairs output. Examples that have often strayed far away from the BBC's own editorial guidelines. The coverage of trans rights, selective push notifications of news, the Gaza documentary, the output of the Arabic News Service, reliance on stats provided by Hamas, all speak to bias at the BBC. And at a time when anti-Semitism is rising around the world, the BBC should surely think twice about distributing questionable data from a terrorist organisation bent on the destruction of Israel. We expect better from our national broadcaster. And I am glad that the BBC chair has admitted an error of judgment relating to the Panorama programme on Donald Trump, which involved editing of his speech to give the impression that he said something that he did not say. The BBC now faces a hefty lawsuit, and we do not want to see the taxpayer, the licence fee payer, or the rest of the BBC suffer because of the poor judgment of Panorama programme makers who seem unable to distinguish opinion from impartial journalism, who clearly all thought the same. And that's precisely the problem. It's remarkable that in every area of their operations, the BBC seeks inclusivity and diversity other than in thought, other than in political thinking. Does the Minister agree that that must change, that the BBC's culture needs to change? And does the Minister agree that the BBC must provide a fulsome apology to the US President and hopefully avoid legal action? And does she agree that the BBC would do well to apologise to the British public too? Does she also agree we need a root and branch review of the BBC's adherence to impartiality, particularly as it relates to news and current affairs, and that we need more than apologies and resignations at the top, but clear actions on complaints processing, on governance, on oversight and on compliance to ensure that the BBC sticks to its charter obligations on impartiality and that it rigidly and consistently abides by its own editorial guidelines. The Minister did mention the next steps in the BBC Charter review, but we would appreciate more details on timelines as soon as possible. And could she confirm, though, what discussions she's currently having with the BBC leadership about the search for the new Director General? And given that the BBC Arabic service is funded in part by the British taxpayer through FCDO grants, can she confirm what discussions she is having with her FCDO colleagues about its future funding and governance arrangements, and about the impact the BBC's editorial failings have had with Israel and our partners in the Middle East?
Action must be taken, and the serious issues discussed today must be addressed, Madam Deputy Speaker, because the BBC must become, once again, an institution that all of us, not just some of us, can be proud of.
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank the honourable gentleman? I know this has been an issue that has been of serious concern to him as it's unfolded over the past week. And can I say to him from the outset that I do strongly agree with him that 2 resignations are not the answer to the challenges that the BBC has faced, not just over the last week, but in recent months. I've come to this House too many times to share with the House progress updates on editorial failings. He mentioned some in relation to Gaza and to Glastonbury, but there have been others as well. I'm pleased that the chairman of the BBC, Dr. Samir Shah, has accepted where the institution has made mistakes. I'm pleased that he's been open with the chair of the Select Committee about that, and I'm pleased that he is setting out concrete actions that follow. I agree very much with the honourable gentleman that clear actions are important. They must be swift and they must be robust and they must be transparent. I also strongly agree with him that there is a problem of consistency in the way that those standards are consistently applied, which leaves individual journalists and individual presenters in a very difficult position. And that is a point that I've made to the Chairman and previously to the Director General. In terms of the search for the Director General, I have had discussions with the Chairman of the Board about that. The House should be aware that the Government does not appoint the Director General. As set out in the Charter, that is solely a matter for the Board, but we stand ready to provide support where it's requested and necessary in order to make sure that we get the highest calibre individual. I understand from the board that there is a desire to move quickly on that, but that the existing Director General will remain in place to ensure a smooth transition, and I will update the House as I receive further information. He also asked particularly about the BBC Arabic service and funding for the World Service. I think it's important to recognise that there have been serious concerns and failings on the part of the BBC Arabic service. In response to that, in his letter to the chair of the Select Committee, Dr. Shah set out a number of steps that are being taken. I understand these include structural changes as well as individual staff changes. But I would gently push back against the assertion that this should affect our support for the World Service. The World Service is a light on the hill for people in places of darkness, and there are many in the world at the moment, and this government strongly supports the World Service and will continue to do so.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whatever the case with Donald Trump, who has actually said far worse than the wrongly edited clip showed, and it is a wrongly edited clip, the only ones rubbing their hands in glee right now during this whole debacle is those that do not want a free press. Those politicians who have deep pockets lined by goodness knows who. Those politicians that cosplay being journalists on RT and GB News, spreading division and hatred. I hope that all of us in this House would agree with the principle of keeping our public broadcaster free from political interference. So does the Secretary of State agree that it's time to review the influence of former Conservative spin doctor Robbie Gibb on the BBC's board?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? In relation to the board, she will be aware that the Charter sets a strict legal threshold that must be met before dismissal of a board member, and so I am unable to pursue the course of action that she suggests.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Anna Sabine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats have always pushed the BBC to be better, delivering genuinely balanced reporting, rigorous investigation and the best journalism in the world. We believe in a strong, independent, publicly funded BBC that values factuality, scrutiny and accountability in our democracy. The BBC clearly isn't perfect, and it's right that we hold it to the highest standards. The panorama editing error was a serious mistake, and we welcome the BBC's apology. The resignations of Tim Davie and Deborah Turness must be an opportunity for the BBC to turn a new leaf, to rebuild trust and return to its core mission to inform, educate and entertain. However, it is obvious to everyone that this issue is being weaponised by those who want to undermine the BBC and who would profit from its demise. Without the BBC, we are more vulnerable to the dangerous misinformation and conspiracy theories that populists like the member for Clacton and Donald Trump trade on, and we cannot let that happen. So as the government navigates Trump's latest tantrum, threatening to sue the BBC for $1 billion, can I ask the Secretary of State, what is she doing to stand up for the BBC, Britain's BBC, which is the most trusted source of information in the world? And speaking of interference by bad actors, serious concerns remain over the conduct of Sir Robbie Gibb during his tenure on the BBC board. We need to have absolute confidence that the BBC can operate free from political influence, factional interest or personal agendas. So if the Secretary of State truly believes in an independent BBC, will she now also sack Robbie Gibb, end the political grip on the BBC board and listen to Liberal Democrat calls to guarantee that the appointment of the next Director General is transparent, impartial and worthy of the trust that British public places in the BBC?
Thank the Honourable Lady. It's difficult to hear her over the noise, but she asks if we will stand up for the BBC. I think she's heard my words to the House today. The BBC is one of the most important institutions in the country. It stood at the centre of our democratic and cultural life for over a century. And how will we stand up for the BBC? By putting it on a firm footing through the charter process that we're about to start. She will have heard, in relation to her concerns about board members, she will have heard that the answer that I gave to my honourable friend.
Rupert Hook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for her leadership on this and wholeheartedly welcome her words that political figures shouldn't be presenters of the news. Surely this should also apply to arbiters of news standards. I wonder if in the reforms we could look at the 4-person editorial standards committee, now that 2 of them have gone in the resignations, leaving the most senior one, someone who's owned a newspaper in this time, breaching the IPC guidelines, the ex-Conservative Director of Communications, Robbie Gibb.
She mentions the editorial standards committee, the ESGC, which has been the source of much debate and scrutiny over recent days. I have discussed this directly with the chair of the BBC. I understand that changes are planned to that committee and I very much welcome that decision.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Caroline Dining.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Chair. Thank you to the Secretary of State for her statement, and I'd like to echo her words about the Director General and the Head of News. She'll know that the airwaves over the last couple of days have been dominated by a number of debates around the BBC, the concern about bias, particularly in some of the most contentious issues, the ability of the board to effectively govern, but most of all around editorial standards and accuracy. And it's this last point which has led the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, which I chair, to issue invitations today for non-executive members of BBC Editorial Guidance and Standards Committee, Dr Samir Shah, Caroline Thompson and Robbie Gibb, and the former external independent advisors, Michael Prescott and Caroline Daniels, to appear before us in the weeks ahead. In the meantime, can I ask the Secretary of State, what support is her department giving the BBC at every level to steady this ship? And in terms of charter review, I heard her use the words imminently and shortly, but I have heard similar words since the beginning of the year, so I wonder if she can be more specific on the timelines.
Secretary of State.
Thank you. Can I first of all welcome the action that her Select Committee is taking, that she's announced to the House today. I think in order to maintain confidence in the BBC, it's absolutely essential that the BBC is transparent about the actions that they've taken and the actions they intend to take. And it is very welcome that she is ensuring that the fullest explanation is given, not just to this House, but to the public as well. In terms of the timing of the Charter review, she will have heard what I said to her committee when I appeared before them recently, that we will start that Charter review process before the end of the year. And I will, of course, return to this House as soon as those timings are finalised in order to put that before the House and give members the chance to debate that. She also asked what action we as a government are taking to support the board through what is clearly a tumultuous time. I've been working very closely with the chairman of the BBC in recent days. I've spoken to him daily and the Director General as well. And we have been clear as a government that we stand ready to provide all of the support that the board needs in order to appoint the highest calibre person to that post of Director General and to consider what changes they might want to make to senior leadership structures and roles as a result of the deliberations that they've had. Of course, the BBC is independent of government. It's essential that they're given the space to be able to get on with this process. But we have been working very closely with the BBC chairman at his request in order to make sure that the BBC can continue to thrive.
Natasha Irons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think now more than ever, the role of the BBC in our national story, in our democracy and in the trust that we put in it is vitally important. But trust isn't given, it is earned, and we can't shy away from when things go wrong. So does she agree with me that the Charter should focus on transparency, accountability and measurable commitments to impartiality as the surest way to ensure that the BBC's trust is retained?
Secretary
I do agree with the honourable member. I would just add to that as well as the very important issues around standards, trust, accountability and independence from government, any government, including ours, because the BBC plays a critical role in holding a mirror up not just to society but to governments of all political persuasions. I would just add as well that the BBC has always been one of the strongest drivers of the creative industries across every nation and region, and as part of the Charter review process we will be working to that the BBC is able to tell the story of our whole nation and not just some.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I actually join the Culture Secretary in paying tribute to the Director General of the BBC. I actually found him rather helpful on issues such as anti-Semitism, but the problem with the BBC goes much deeper than the current leadership. Does she agree with me? First of all, it goes to the cultural disposition of the BBC, whereby people that work for it have an overwhelming metropolitan outlook and obsess about issues such as BLM and Palestine in a way that suburban and provincial England does not. Moreover, when one looks at the output of the BBC, including areas such as drama, my constituents are sick of waiting for the lecture from the BBC in that kind of output. Now, that is the case from other broadcasters, but the difference with the BBC is that my constituents pay for it. And there is a real problem with the BBC now, whereby many people feel that it represents half of the United Kingdom, not the other half. And for those of us who want the BBC to succeed, does she agree with me this must be addressed as a matter of urgency?
Well, the challenges that he describes don't specifically relate just to the BBC. I have voiced concerns, as many culture secretaries on the other side of this House have done previously, about the overwhelming concentration of the media industry from one background and in one region. And I believe, as many of my predecessors on the other side of this House believe, that that does need to change. But I would just caution the focus particularly on the BBC here, because that is a problem for the media industry as a whole and therefore for the public debate that we're able to have. And actually the BBC over the years, through the work that they've done at Media City in Salford, through the work that they're doing at Digbeth Lock in Birmingham, is one of the organisations that is at the forefront of changing that. I agree with him, though, that there has to be a level of challenge, internal challenge, within any successful organisation. And in the discussions that I've been having with the chairman of the BBC and the Director General in recent days, that has been the subject of a lot of the concerns that I have raised.
Paul Law.
Deputy Speaker, as a former journalist and as a former member of the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee, I know more than most some of the failings of the BBC, but also some of its great strengths, not least in combating misinformation online. I know many of its journalists personally, and have to say many of them take ultra seriously their duties to provide fair, impartial and, yes, fearless news coverage. And it's the fearlessness that often upsets this place on either side. And I have to say, yes, this was a serious error by the Panorama team, and a correction should have been swiftly issued. But that doesn't mean that the BBC as an institution should be undermined. And there are enemies on left and right who want to see the demise of the BBC, who should rue that day if it ever happens.
Secretary of State.
Well, I agree with him. I agree with him, first of all, on the point that he makes about the seriousness of some of the failings and the need to uphold the higher standards. I also agree with him about the challenges and attacks that the BBC faces from both left and right. I think the real division when it comes to the debate about the BBC is not between left and right, it's between those of us who think that the national broadcaster is there to represent their worldview and those of us who believe that our national broadcaster is here to challenge all of us.
Damian Hines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The internet is full of people who think they are in touch with a bigger truth. And in getting that across, it doesn't matter what happens to all sorts of littler truths along the way. Samir Shah, in his letter to the chair of the committee, spoke of the sacred job of the BBC to use evidence that can be trusted, and that is more important than ever. And does she agree that actually it's things like this that give ammunition to people who say disregard the BBC, don't look at the MSM, consider all sources to be the same? And isn't the most worrying thing, not that a mistake happened, because mistakes happen in big organisations, but that it took this long for it to be corrected? And does she agree that in future corrections must always be made very swiftly and proactively?
Secretary of State.
Thank you. Yeah, and this concern about the length of time that it takes to respond is something that I've reflected to the BBC leadership, not just in relation to this episode, but previously as well. I think it really does undermine trust and confidence in the BBC, because when it takes some time, if there's not a proper explanation as to why it has taken some time, it leads people to believe that there is a complacency at the top of the organisation. I think that's something that the chairman has heard loud and clear and has taken on board as part of the learning from this episode. And I also agree with him that, you know, as somebody who has shared some of my frustrations with the BBC leadership and some of the failings that have happened over the last 16 months with this House, that the reason that I and others have been frustrated is because the BBC holds such an important place in our national life and has to command the trust of the whole public.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all hear the frustration of the Secretary of State that we're in this position. She's absolutely right. There must be a period of introspection at the BBC as to how this has come to pass, because it is true that trust in our national institutions is declining. I must take issue, though, with something that she said, because she said this is a national institution that belongs to us all. My constituents, and I wager people's constituents across this House, are deeply concerned by the political attacks on the BBC, whether they come from at home or abroad, and they want to see it protected because they think they own it, but the honest truth is at the moment they don't. Now, I know in the past my honourable friend has been interested in these ideas, but with Charter Renewal coming, might she meet with a group of us to look at how issues like mutualisation might be the future to giving back trust and confidence in the BBC and genuinely protecting it from forms of political institution by giving it to the public to be part of running it?
Secretary of State.
Thank you. I mean, I stand absolutely by the assertion that the BBC belongs to us all. It's funded by the licence fee payer, but more than that, it is one of the few shared spaces and places that we have in this country. I was reflecting on this on Remembrance Sunday as I stood at the cenotaph, and before that, when we did the VE commemorations earlier this year, that there are very few broadcasters in this country who could provide those moments when the entire country stops and comes together through a shared experience. And I would, of course, be delighted to meet with my honourable friend to discuss some of the suggestions that she makes.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The BBC has said that the editing of the Panorama programme gave the impression of a direct call for violent action, something that they then described as an error of judgment, which seems an extraordinary understatement. Does the Secretary of State share my concern that this was considered by the Editorial Guidelines and Standards Committee in May, but nothing was done. And should not, as a first step, the Editorial Guidelines and Standards Committee be made far tougher and fully independent? And will she consider this and other measures as part of the Charter review that she is undertaking as a way of strengthening the impartiality requirement that was inserted in the last Charter review?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank him for that suggestion, and I look forward to having more detailed conversations with him as we start the Charter review process. As a former Culture Secretary himself, I would welcome the opportunity to do so. He raises the specific issue of the committee meeting that took place in May. My understanding is that there was a meeting in January and then a further meeting in May, and that was done at the BBC's own request, but that there was then a failure to follow through. I don't want to speak for the BBC. It's not the role of me to answer questions on behalf of the BBC about how they took those decisions, but I note with interest that the Select Committee will be calling members of that committee to appear before them, and I'm sure that will be one of the things that they will be seeking to probe.
Graham Stringer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think any reasonable person can think that the programme put out by Panorama was a mistake. It was clearly manipulation with a purpose. And unfortunately, it follows a long line. I'm not going to list them all, other honourable members have done that, but it includes Gaza, anti-women trans issues, Europe, and in my own constituency, a programme was put out a few years ago called People Like Us, where contributors had been paid to fight young women. Other contributors had been sent on holiday in order to say particular things. So I don't think that the biggest threat to the BBC is some conspiracy. I hope my right honourable friend agrees with me. The biggest threat to the BBC is a failure to uphold objectivity and the standards we expect from the BBC.
Secretary of State.
I'd absolutely share his view about the seriousness of the failings that the BBC has accepted this week and the need for clear, robust, firm and swift action in response to that. I would, though, like to just remind the House that the BBC is responsible for thousands of hours of output across multiple channels, including some of the most popular and entertaining programmes in this country, including some of the highest quality children's television output that the world has. They're responsible for the BBC World Service, which is renowned and revered the world over and plays an essential role in our global democracy, and it's responsible for regional news that is highly trusted and reaches stories and people and communities that others can't reach. I say that not to downplay in any sense the seriousness of the concerns that have been raised this week, but just to make clear that the BBC as an institution is absolutely essential to this country, and when we hold it to the highest standards, it's because we need it to thrive.
Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. To interrogate honourably, the BBC needs to have a level of integrity. Yet they have diminished themselves in ignoring a report for 6 months that didn't just look at one Panorama programme, but looked at a litany of failures. They piously show religious observance to the principles of integrity and impartiality, but when challenged and when criticised, they sacrifice all of that on the altar of supreme arrogance. And today, hearing that the high priest of partiality, Jonathan Munro, continues to defend the editorial decisions of the Panorama programme, does the Secretary of State believes that he too must go?
Well, he'll have heard the answer that I gave to my honourable friend. It's not for me to decide, or for any government to decide, who is employed by the BBC and who isn't. But of course, I agree with him that integrity and impartiality are vital.
Andrew Pakes.
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like some of the colleagues in the House, I often start my morning with Dottie on BBC Cambridgeshire and end my days with Amelia on BBC Look East. I say this because it demonstrates that the BBC is much more than an editorial decision-making at its national level. Every day, thousands of BBC staff are telling our stories, representing our communities and being part of the fabric of this country. As a former BEC2 official, I've spoken with many BBC staff and NUJ and BEC2 members over recent days who are horrified by some of the coverage that's happening around this. They want accountability and they want the BBC to restore its trust, but they also want a message that their work is valued and that they are part of the future of a BBC and the future of public service broadcasting. Would my right honourable member agree with me? It's the talent that makes the BBC an institution, and that talent needs to be nurtured as well as dealing with its leadership.
Can I thank him, not just for the point that he makes, but the really compelling way in which he makes it. Like him, I have been astonished by the calibre of BBC staff, whether it's the back office staff that so often don't get the credit, the journalists who work tirelessly in communities up and down the country to tell stories that would otherwise not be heard, or whether it's the young apprentices who start out with the most incredible opportunities and go on to have amazing careers because of the institution that is the BBC and the work that is done to support them. I know this has had an impact on many BBC journalists. I do want them to hear directly from this government how much we value, treasure and support them. I do also want to say to the House that in all of the conversations I've had with major investors who come to this country to invest in film and TV production here, the BBC is, for all of them, without exception, a major draw because of the work that it does in skilling up a generation of talent and providing the institutions and facilities that they need in order to come here.
Sir Julian Smith.
I welcome the tone of her statement, but it's not just editorial challenges for the BBC. There's been a total lack of deftness on dealing with talent-related issues and other scandals over the past few years. Also governance. We've got BBC Studios, a commercial organisation with separate whistleblowing schemes, whilst hiding behind the BBC brand. Would she reflect on the broader skills needed to make the changes necessary so the BBC can maximise the huge global opportunities, both in news and in productions?
He's absolutely right to raise the issue of the handling, lack of deftness, and also I would add lack of urgency in relation to some of these issues that have arisen over the past couple of years. I would say to him, let this be the moment that this changes. That is the tone and nature of the conversations that I've been having with the senior leadership of the BBC, and I would also echo the points that he makes about the skill sets that are required in order to make sure that the BBC can get onto a firm footing as we begin this next chapter.
Sonia Antoniazzi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm no BBC basher. I want to protect it. I've written to the Secretary of State this morning, along with a number of cross-party MPs, asking if she will ask the BBC board exactly why it delayed issuing an appropriate apology over the Panorama Trump edit, because this delay, as we know, inflicted further damage on the BBC, our country's most trusted news source. And I agree with Hannah Barnes that she said in an article yesterday in the New Statesman that the corporation must turn this crisis into an opportunity. So will she also seek clarity from the former Director General Tim Davie about the worrying words in his resignation letter that the BBC needs to be championed and not weaponised?
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for the letter that I received earlier today? I have discussed this particular issue with the BBC about the delay in issuing an apology. I've been given a full account by the chairman of the board. It's not for me to answer on behalf of the BBC, but she will have heard that the Select Committee intends to call members of that committee, and I'm sure this will be a question that they'll raise with them.
Pete Wishart.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Debates about partiality, of course, is something that we in Scotland are more than familiar with, particularly if you're on the 50% side of Scottish independence. But these sustained attacks on the BBC by forces that seek to undermine and mould it into their instrument must be resisted. And surely this could be assisted by the sacking of Robbie Gibb. But will she assure me that any changes in leadership, BBC Scotland's editorial independence will be maintained and it will continue to serve us according to our national debate and our political culture.
Well, he'll have heard the comments that I made about the legal threshold that must be met for any changes in leadership. The government appoints the chair of the BBC. We don't appoint individual staff members, and the board member that he mentioned was appointed by the last Conservative government, and his term was renewed just weeks before the general election. So I'm unable to take the action that he requests. But in terms of, he mentions nations and regions, which are very close to my heart as well. Through the Charter review process, we will be seeking to ensure that the nations and regions of the BBC are able to drive the direction of the organisation, and that people in every part of the UK will be able to see a fair share of content that reflects their lives, their communities and their contribution.
Daniel Zeitler.
I spent time yesterday with journalists at BBC Radio Cambridgeshire, admiring their dedication and professionalism, which stands in marked contrast to this shabby debacle that sullies a great institution's reputation. But isn't part of the problem the fragmentation of what should be a public service? And frankly, this failure is symptomatic of the long-term fragmentation of so many of our public services, which have been a consequence of the party opposite.
Well, as I said to the House just a moment ago, the Charter review marks the start of the next chapter of the BBC and its long and proud history, and that will be the moment when we will be able to come together as a whole House and as a whole country to agree the future of the BBC.
Spirit House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are certainly many questions, particularly to those who deliberately set out to destroy the BBC. But I want to ask her this particular question in the absence of not being able to remove certain members from the board. Can she not make a commitment that all future appointments should be conducted through a transparent process rather than being political appointments?
Well, the House was asked to approve the terms of the last Charter, and similarly the House will be asked to approve the terms of the next Charter, which will set out how the BBC will operate for the next decade. It will certainly look at issues around appointments and transparency and structures as well. That will be her opportunity to get involved.
Pamela Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many have expressed their annoyance at the BBC in recent days for being too woke or too Tory or too liberal, or in my case for allowing the Honourable Member for Clacton to appear on the Question Time panel more often than he's appeared in his own constituency. But isn't the fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the BBC has been attacked by every side evidence that the BBC continues to make every effort to maintain balance in a world of increasingly polarised and divisive media?
She makes the important point that although none of us should seek to downplay the seriousness of the failings which the BBC has admitted, accepted, apologised for and now must show tangible action in order to address, the BBC is and remains the most trusted source of news in this country and one of the most trusted sources of news all over the world, and we lose it at its peril. At our peril.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like many here, I want to see the BBC rebuild public trust and return to its core mission. But it must be recognised that as a result of its pro-gender ideology bias, they failed to adequately report on issues such as the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones in children, the placing of violent men in women's prisons, and the loss of women's medals in sport to biological males. And on top of all that, they've attributed the crimes of violent men to women. Calling a male sex offender she can never be responsible, impartial journalism. How does the Secretary of State intend to ensure that the BBC moves away from its current ideological approach on gender to one that is based on facts and evidence?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'll just gently say to the Honourable Lady that she wants the BBC to return to its core mission, but that is deeply contested, as you could just hear in this House. I don't believe that it is the role of elected politicians to tell any broadcaster what they can and can't produce, what they can and can't say, or to get involved in the minutiae of editorial decisions. I do think it is the right and proper role of this House to make sure that editorial standards are robust, they are thorough, they are well thought through, and they're applied consistently. That's what this government has been seeking to uphold in the conversations that we've had with the BBC in recent weeks, and will continue to do so.
Graham Morris.
Thank you. These are indeed uncertain times for the BBC and for the people who work in it. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that it's important that we remember that the 2025 Reuters Institute Digital News Report found that the BBC remains the most trustworthy news brand in the UK, with 60% of respondents rating it highly for trust? And would the Secretary of State also agree that the BBC must respond to criticism in a considered and proportionate manner, carrying out investigations with regard to due process, and should not be subject to political interference, nor for that matter interference from commercial competitors?
He's absolutely right to raise the point about trust. The BBC is one of the most trusted institutions, not just in our country but in the world. We seek to ensure that they uphold the highest standards, because that is of such value and importance to all of us in the United Kingdom. And can I thank him for his words?
Ben Lake.
I was very pleased to hear the Secretary of State confirm that the nations and regions will form a very important part of the BBC Charter Review. And to that end, she will know, of course, that over 90% of S4C's funding is derived from the BBC licence fee. And so can I ask her that in the process of the BBC Charter Review, the financial stability of S4C will be a key consideration for the government?
Very pleased to meet with the leadership at S4C after what's been a difficult time. This government reaffirms the importance of S4C to our national life, and I look forward to working with him as we start the Charter Review process to make sure that that continues.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, staff at the former BBC monitoring station in Caversham in my constituency played a vital role over many years monitoring broadcasts from around the world, and indeed they broke a number of important news stories over the years, including the Iranian Revolution, only possible because of the public service model and the dedication of the staff and their skills. Could I, whilst I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, could I ask her to say a few words of thanks to the staff of the BBC for their continued work institution?
Yes, I've heard the comments that I made earlier in response to my honourable friend. I want to commend those many BBC staff, particularly those who put themselves in danger in order to report fearlessly from parts of the world where that is not possible. Recently, I came to this dispatch box to pay tribute to all of those journalists operating in Gaza in particular, where the loss of life has been without precedent. We owe them a great debt of thanks, and I'd like to place that on record today.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a very long time since I was taught to edit tape with a chinograph pencil and a razor blade. But the fundamental principle remains the same. You don't change the sense of what somebody has said, ever. Those who have read the transcript of Trump's speech and then compared it with the Panorama edit know full well that that programme was a travesty of journalism and deeply dishonest. And it also represented a desperate lack of editorial control. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I part company now with some of my colleagues. I believe, and I still believe, that the overwhelming majority of the journalists employed by the BBC, and for the record, those employed by independent television and Sky News, work fearlessly, faithfully, and honestly to deliver the truth. And where those are working overseas, as has been said, with great courage also. And I hope the Secretary of State, therefore, will resist, with all her power, the calls of those on both sides of this House and outside it, who would seek to destroy what is one of the jewels in our national crown.
Secretary of State.
I'm happy to give him that assurance.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I echo solidarity with BBC journalists that's been expressed across the House. Can the Secretary of State assure myself and other members that measures will be taken in the forthcoming Charter Review to ensure that all political appointments to the BBC Board are made with full public scrutiny and that such appointees will not be involved in any editorial capacity in the future in order to protect the integrity, credibility and independence of the most important bastion of public service broadcasting in Britain and beyond?
Can I thank the Honourable Member for his words, and can I also thank members across this House for the tone of this debate. I know that the failings of the BBC editorial process in recent days are something that all members feel very strongly about, but it is a credit to this House that we can have a sensible and measured debate about the actions that are needed to address it.
Sian Berry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The BBC employs thousands of tremendous journalists working with diligent truth-seeking and impartiality. It's not perfect, but we must defend this national asset, and we cannot be left to the wolves of the kind of channels Trump prefers, which have propaganda values, not ethics and integrity. So will the Secretary of State protect our BBC from all further political interference, listen to the cross-party voices here and put an end to all political appointments and remove those already in place, like Robbie Gibb, if not immediately, then in that process?
She'll have heard my comments to other honourable members about the appointments process, and the Charter Review offers this whole House the opportunity to look again at how those appointments are made and which roles exist. In relation to the points that she makes about the BBC and the environment in which it's operating, this is something that we as a government are particularly concerned about. The blurring of news and fact with opinion and polemic, and therefore the inability of viewers to turn on their TV screens and understand what it is that they're watching. I've raised with the Select Committee previously my concerns about politicians presenting news on programmes that are not necessarily deemed news programmes. As politicians, we are required to have an opinion and a point of view. That is very different from presenting impartial facts, and it's something that this government is looking to address.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The BBC is unique and special and ours. And yes, it's absolutely a part of the national conversation. But importantly, it's also a part of the regional and local conversation. I have fantastic local journalists in my patch on 3 Counties Radio and on Look East. And what's special is that if you have a local story that a local journalist has gone out to find, it can so quickly get onto the national stage because of our BBC. Would the Secretary of State assure me that in the forthcoming Charter Review, she will take very seriously the issue of local news coverage to make sure that that is protected and enhanced? Secretary of State.
I'm happy to give that assurance. We're looking both at the charter process and how we can help to support and defend local news through the work that the BBC does, but also she will know that this government is developing a local news strategy to help our local newspapers to be able to survive and thrive in an era in which they face significant pressure. And she's absolutely right to say that this is not just about reflecting the whole nation, although that is an essential role that local news plays. It's also often the training ground for some of our most talented journalists who would otherwise not get those opportunities, and so we're determined to strengthen and protect it.
Sir Julian Lewis.
I would fight in the last ditch to prevent the BBC ceasing to be a public service broadcaster and to prevent it being broken up. Any large organisation can have bad actors who behave unethically, and that has happened on this occasion. But it does the BBC no service when people parrot the line that the person responsible for this crisis is not the idiot who tampered with Donald Trump's quote, but a former Tory spin doctor, one of 13 members of the board who allegedly influenced other members of the board to somehow provoke this present crisis. The crisis has nothing to do with Robbie Gibb. It has something to do with a mindset that on the front page of today's Guardian
has the whole thing about Robbie Gibb and relegates the fact that $1 billion lawsuit may be taken out by Donald Trump against the BBC to a tiny paragraph at the end of the article on page 2. If you want to know what's wrong with some bits of the BBC, read The Guardian today.
Secretary of State.
I'm not, Madam Deputy, I'm not entirely sure how to respond to that, but I think the honourable member's views are now on the record.
Chris Kane.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard an awful lot today about the professionalism of the journalists at the BBC, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. But there's less of them now than there was last year, and we hear that the BBC is in the fight of its life across a whole number of fronts. Well, when you're in a fight across multiple fronts, it seems odd to send some of your best fighters home, but that's what's happening to our journalists, where there are less of them in our newsrooms. Does she agree with me that journalism delivered free from fear or favour costs money, and it costs a lot of money to do it really, really well? So delivering that has to be at the centre of gravity for the BBC now and in the future, and how we protect journalism and resource it properly has to be at the heart of the Charter Review.
Secretary of State.
Yes, I agree with him, and can I assure him that that is very much central to the Charter Review process that we are about to begin. He's right to say that fearless and robust journalism costs money. It's essential that the BBC is fairly and sustainably resourced for years to come. As a government, we are keeping an open mind about how that may unfold. But what I have said, and I'm happy to repeat to this House today, is that we have ruled out funding the BBC through general taxation, because whilst it's absolutely essential that good journalism is well resourced, it is also absolutely essential that the BBC remains independent from government and is able to hold us to account without fear or favour.
Manuela Pertegala.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's essential that the BBC's independence and impartiality are upheld at all times. And I'm afraid there have been serious concerns raised about Sir Robbie Gibb's conduct on the BBC board, including alleged attempts to influence recruitment and editorial decisions. So if the Secretary of State cannot remove Gibb from the board and cannot end political appointments now, what actions can she take to restore public confidence in the BBC governance?
I would just start by saying that although everyone in this House is right to take with the utmost seriousness the failings that the BBC has accepted have happened over the course of this year, I would also just gently push back against the idea that the public has lost confidence in the BBC. It does remain the most trusted source of news in this country, and as I said earlier, in many parts of the world as well. In terms of the actions that I can take as the Secretary of State, I'm working very closely to support the Chairman of the Board through what are obviously tumultuous times. The Director General has agreed to stay on in order to see the organisation through that transition. We've already had discussions about the process for recruiting for a new Director General and the need to strengthen the work of the board and senior leadership when it comes to editorial oversight. That includes, as I said in answer to the Honourable Gentleman a moment ago, a discussion about the mix of skills and experience that is needed at the highest levels of the organisation.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today because, of course, it's absolutely right to hold the BBC to the highest standard, because that's actually the best way to defend our national broadcaster. But does she agree with me that it's not acceptable for members of this House who are paid by the BBC's commercial rivals, in fact, looking at the time, one of them's probably in makeup as we speak, to use their status as an MP to mount sustained and frenzied attacks that have only one aim: to destroy this British national institution?
Secretary of State.
Well, as I said to the House earlier, there is a difference between the absolutely legitimate and right and proper role of members of this House to raise serious concerns about the decisions that have been made at the BBC over recent months and the response to them. There is a difference between that and a sustained attack on an institution that has stood at the centre of public life for over a century and belongs to us all.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for her answers in the statement. It has been clear over years that there's been a bias in the BBC. I have concerns over the last 12 months on at least 4 topics. BBC bias against Brexit, BBC bias against my party, the DUP, elected representatives back home in Northern Ireland who refused to engage with the BBC, BBC bias for Gaza against Israel, BBC bias against Free Iran government in exile, with the BBC promoting the son of a former dictator. My goodness me, it's quite unbelievable. 2 people have resigned, but the canker of editorial control is still there. So, Secretary of State, the question I have today is just when will it end? Is this just a pause, or is this the end? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Well, can I reassure him that, as somebody who has shared my frustrations with some of the failures at the BBC over the last 16 months and my frustrations about the response at times, that I have felt very much throughout this process that there is a recognition of the seriousness of this at the highest levels of the BBC. And in the conversations that I've had with senior leadership in the institution, there is also a discussion and a consideration of what wider changes need to be made in order to maintain and uphold the highest standards going forwards. He asked when will it end. I think the answer to that has to be now.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the statement from the Secretary of State, particularly her strong support for the BBC as an institution that belongs to us all. Does she agree with me that, as she noted, with the BBC regularly rated worldwide as one of the most trusted news sources globally, that a strong BBC not only acts as a bulwark locally and in this country against misinformation, but also across other parts of the world, critical parts of the world, where there are very few other trusted news sources, and that in delivering services to those parts of the world, those services must be properly funded as well.
Secretary of State.
I do agree with him, and it's not lost on anyone in this House that at a time when other countries who don't necessarily have the UK's best interests at heart are investing heavily in state-funded propaganda, it's essential that the BBC continues to be a light on the hill for people in times of darkness.
David Mundell.
I've long been a champion of the BBC as a UK national institution, but at the last Charter review I did raise my concerns about the prevalence of a metropolitan elite at the heart of the BBC, not just at UK level but in Scotland, who don't always convey that they understand or indeed respect rural or older constituents like my own. So will the Secretary of State confirm that an outcome of this Charter review will be that in order to preserve the BBC as a national institution, it will convey that understanding of people right across the UK, wherever they live?
I can and I will, and I do share his view that the story of the whole nation has to be told, and the best way to ensure that it is told is to ensure that all of us are involved in telling it, not just some. So when we look at the Charter review, there will be a particular focus on our nations and regions. I've said previously that although I absolutely commend the work that the BBC has done, they've been leaders in this field at moving jobs, programming and skills out of London. What I want to see is a shift in commissioning power so that in every nation and region, we decide the story that we tell about ourselves to ourselves as a nation.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We should be rigorous in holding the BBC to account, especially when it makes mistakes. But does my right honourable friend agree that some of those who jump on any infraction with glee may have ulterior motives? And does she further agree that the BBC is a beacon of fearless, impartial journalism here and abroad, and that as misinformation and disinformation grow, as attempts to attack media outlets by those suspicious of its values are on the rise. The BBC is needed more than ever.
I agree with him about the centrality of the BBC to our public life, and all of us in this House, I think, should be rightly seeking to ensure that the BBC upholds the highest standards whilst defending, protecting it as an institution and considering together how we can ensure that it stands at the centre of our public life for many more decades to come.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to hear the government last week announce that in the education curriculum they're going to be tackling fake news and what that's about. And I always say to children when I go to the schools about how you can trust journalism is, can you sue the person who wrote it? So I actually welcome the writ that's coming from America. I hope it can be sorted out, but I welcome that writ purely to say that if something's wrong, you can do it. But the basis of why we're here today, and forget all of the politicking about who's on the board and what is it about Trump or anything else, is that the BBC faked a piece of news. And how that happened, we've really got to get to the heart of. So may I ask the Secretary of State that she uses her office to work with the current Director General to get right to the heart of how this was ever allowed to happen, because that fundamentally is, we've heard and we all believe that the BBC is a respected journalistic organisation, but this is probably the biggest crisis it currently faces, because right now you can honestly say they faked the news.
Secretary of State.
Well, he asks if I'll use the office that I hold to ensure that we get to the bottom of this and that there's full transparency. I will, of course, do that, and I think the whole House will also be grateful to the Honourable Member, the Chair of the Select Committee, for taking action quickly to make sure that account is open to the public and transparent as well.
Gregory Campbell.
Deputy Speaker, sometimes there is a case of the Westminster bubble when assessing things like the BBC and then the real world outside. Some of us in Northern Ireland have been pressing the BBC for many, many years to be more transparent, to be more independent, to be more impartial. So this latest debacle is but one in a long line. And we're not talking about light entertainment or drama. No one questions that, and that by and large gets a green light from most people. It is news and current affairs. And there's no point in people distracting by introducing a conspiracy within the BBC board. Is now not the time for an opportunity to start afresh with a transformed BBC service to give us an impartial news service that many of us have demanded for years?
Secretary of State.
Well, the Charter Review will provide us with an opportunity to do just that.
Dr Andrew Merrison.
Speaker, why does the Minister think that the national leadership of the BBC has spent hundreds of thousands of pounds of licence fee payers' money resisting attempts to get the publication of the Biden report in 2004? And does she suspect, like I do, that it might be because the conclusions drawn 20 years ago very similar to the conclusions that have been made apparent in the now leaked Michael Prescott report, particularly around a culture that makes it possible for it to be okay to doctor and distort the facts in order to suit a pre-formed agenda.
Well, I think that's a question for the BBC, but when the editorial members of the editorial committee appear before the Select Committee, I'm sure that is something that the committee will rightly challenge them on.
Al Pinkerton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, as part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I had the great privilege of visiting the 77th Brigade, the Russian anti-disinformation brigade of the British Army, down in Newbury. And what they told us there, from the experts who are on the front line of the information wars, is that the British population, every single day, are being subjected to thousands and tens of thousands of messages designed to seed distrust between government and citizen, to break our belief in our institutions. The United Kingdom is in an incredibly privileged position in that we have a state broadcaster that provides us with something that might resemble a national culture. If we were to lose that, we would be feeding the forces that stand against us. Does the Secretary of State agree with me, or does the Minister agree with me, that The BBC provides a vital connection to our past. It unifies us together. And as well as being a source of education, information and entertainment, it's also a great source of national resilience.
Secretary of State.
I agree with him, and I think if the BBC didn't exist in the times that we live in, we'd be seeking to invent it.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Just to touch on something that the Secretary of State alluded to earlier, one of the vital services that the BBC provides is supporting local media, an industry that I worked in for 10 years. And they do this through their local democracy reporting scheme, and it helps to bring forward the next generation of journalists and reporters. So would she agree with me that it is imperative, therefore, that the BBC win back the trust and the discipline and the culture of impartiality so that this can be inculcated into the next generation of journalists so that they can report without fear or favour?
Secretary of State.
I do agree with him, and that's why this government will also resist attacks on the institution itself from members across this whole House who voiced those in recent days. The local democracy reporting service that he talks about is a vital part of our local democracy. It also helps to create the next generation of journalists who might not otherwise have opportunities to work in journalism and have the opportunity to tell the stories that matter so much to all of us across this House.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Robbie Gibb, faithful or traitor?
Secretary of State.
Perhaps the Honourable Lady and I can hear her views about that over a few drinks later on.
Sammy Wilson.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The fact of the matter is, this is not just about manipulating the speech of a president who the BBC clearly detest. There were other allegations made about promoting Hamas propaganda, about producing fake stories about race bias, about censoring people who were gender critical, and promoting stories, one-sided view of climate change and a whole range of other issues. And what has been the response of the BBC? To roll out the lefty lovies to try and justify their position and then indicate that they were victims of some right-wing coup. Does a response not show that this body, which has fabricated the news, misused its monopoly, and hidden behind the protection of politicians in this House, far too cowardly to take them on over the years? Does this not show that this body is not capable of change? And like many millions across the United Kingdom, I object to paying for this. And I hope that in the review, the Minister will decide that there should be no more enforced taxation.
Order.
No more
Secretary of State.
enforced taxation.
Secretary of State.
Well, it won't surprise him to learn that I don't agree with that, and I don't share his characterisation of an institution that plays a vital role in this country. I just gently say to him, I don't think most people do either, and whilst I'm sure the public have been extremely concerned about the very serious failings that have been accepted this week by the BBC, it still remains the most trusted source of news in this country. I would also just say to all members of this House that there's been a lot of discussion today about individuals and individuals who are held to be responsible for all of the problems at the BBC, whether they're individuals who serve on the board or individuals who serve as senior executives. My assessment of the failures that have been admitted over recent years is that they stem from not an institutional bias but a need to have sufficient rigour and oversight at the top of the organisation that is applied consistently across the board. That is something that I know the chairman of the BBC is seeking to achieve, and as a government we stand ready to support them in that.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the early 2000s I lived in Hanoi alongside my husband, who was reporting on Vietnam for the BBC, and I saw for myself how he and the BBC worked very hard for truth. He then spent a year in Myanmar working alongside extraordinarily brave local journalists under a military dictatorship who were seeking to expand public broadcasting. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that the BBC's trusted journalism is one of our strongest defences against disinformation, both at home and abroad?
Secretary of State. I do agree with her, and I'd also like to pay tribute to the work that BBC Verify does in helping to empower our citizens to be able to navigate a very difficult news environment.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Auntie is definitively a monopoly. When Mr Reith, for good reason, wrote into the Charter that she should inform, educate and entertain with complete impartiality, he did it for good reason. This recent disgusting episode with this Panorama programme, where we've undermined our relationship probably with our greatest ally, is just the tip of the iceberg. So would the Minister agree with me that now is the time to responsibly defund this monopoly? And if she doesn't agree with that, would she agree it's time for root and branch reform, with a view to ensuring that, in the same way that she's done with football club boards, we see people who are actually forced to pay for this service represented across the country on the board of the BBC?
Secretary of State.
Well, it won't surprise him to learn that I strongly disagree with him on the first point. On the latter point, the issue of public accountability to the public is something that my honourable friend raised a moment ago, and is something that we've been thinking about with the senior leadership of the BBC and others as we approach the Charter review, and it's certainly something that I'd be happy to discuss with him.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week we learned that the BBC upheld a complaint about their presenter Martine Croxall. Her alleged issue was that she correctly changed the wording of pregnant people to women. This is a scientific fact. Somehow the BBC found her eye roll as conveying a personal view. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are two genders, male and female, and one of those genders can become pregnant, women. This is the view of the Supreme Court. Would the Secretary of State therefore ensure that the BBC leadership abide by the court ruling, and would she agree that their lefty, woke agenda is certainly not in step with the majority of right-thinking people who want common sense at the core of broadcasting?
I don't agree with her characterisation of the BBC, and it is not, I'm sure most members would agree with me, that it is not for the Secretary of State to start writing editorial guidelines for the BBC on the floor of the House of Commons. My job is, though, to work with the senior leadership to make sure that they have the right structures and people in place so that they have well thought through, easily understood and consistent editorial guidelines of the highest standard that are applied consistently and don't leave presenters and journalists struggling to interpret them.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for her answer? Point of order, Anna Sabine.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to seek clarification on something. I think during the course of this debate, it's possible that the Secretary of State has given the impression that she doesn't have the power to remove BBC board members, whereas in fact the BBC Charter empowers her to remove anyone who is unable, unfit or unwilling to perform the functions of a member, and I seek your guidance about how to take this forward.
Can I thank the honourable member for her point of order? She will be aware that she had 2 minutes during the course of the urgent question to raise that, but I can see the Secretary of State wishes to respond. Secretary of State.
I would just like to make clear that I said to this House consistently, there is a very high legal threshold that must be met in order for board members to be removed. That is set out by the terms of the Charter, and as such I am unable to take the actions that a number of members of this House requested.
Point of order, Graham Downey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the member for Newark published a juvenile and shameful AI-edited videos of proceedings in this chamber. I've written to Mr Speaker about this matter and whether or not it's a breach of the terms and conditions of Parliament TV, which explicitly prohibit the altering of video or audio recording in any way. And I trust that is being fully investigated. More broadly, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am deeply concerned that while this video was obviously edited, the use of generative AI is fast evolving, and I believe this House must protect both itself and our wider democratic system by drawing a firm line in the sand. Yeah. Attempts to edit words, gravitas and the responsibility of this place when members speak in this chamber is not acceptable, is disrespectful to colleagues and moreover an affront to democracy itself. Can I ask you, Madam Deputy Speaker, what sanctions can currently be imposed on members of this House to deter and prevent this type of behaviour? And if they are not currently adequate, what more can be done to ensure our democracy is protected better in the future from this use of AI technology?
And I understand the member for Leighton and Wanstead wanted to raise a similar point of order. Calvin Bailey.
Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the point of order, last week the Deputy Prime Minister made a historic appearance as the first black man in history to answer at Prime Minister question time, which would have been seen by thousands of young black men who would have believed that this is a place for them. Footage from that appearance has sadly been doctored for circulation on social media in violation of Parliament's rules on the use of footage, namely rules 1.2, 1.4 and 2.1, including a video shared from the account of the Right Honourable Member for Newark. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, would the Chair advise me how I and other honourable members can ensure that such flagrant breaches do not occur again?
Can I thank both members for their points of order and just seek clarification that the Right Honourable Member for Newark was informed in advance of the point of order. The terms and conditions for downloading and making use of clips from Parliament Live are published online. While it would not be appropriate for me to refer to guidance given to individual members, I would urge all colleagues to follow the rules. Ultimately, I am not responsible for what members post online. How we treat each other is important and sets the tone for national debate. I would ask members to consider carefully what is in good or bad taste and to exercise good judgment in what they post online about colleagues. On the broader point about the use of AI in relation to footage of our proceedings, that is an issue that the Administration Committee may wish to pursue. In particular, the House might benefit from considering whether the current licence, rules and enforcement mechanisms are appropriate. Point of order, Helen Maguire.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, during my earlier remarks, I inadvertently stated that the Government had pledged £1.2 million towards the Strategic Health Alliance and UK-Ukraine trauma recovery. In fact, that sum has not yet been pledged. It is the amount that is sought and would make a real difference if provided. I apologise for any confusion caused, and while I have your permission, may I take this opportunity to once again urge the Government to consider making that commitment.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for notice of her point of order and to note that she has put her correction on the record. Before we come to the 10-minute rule motion, I should inform the House that the Nathan Gill bribery case is still technically sub judice until sentencing on the 21st of November. However, given that the accused has pleaded guilty to the charges and the continuing interest from members on this case in the context of Russian interference with British politics, Mr. Speaker has granted a limited waiver to allow discussion of the case during today's proceedings. Members should avoid making reference to sentencing issues. 10-minute rule motion, Callum Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the seizure of frozen assets connected to the Russian Federation, to require the Secretary of State to publish recommendations about the use of such assets to fund military reconstruction and humanitarian work in Ukraine and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, in November 2024, my constituent Alex wrote to me. Alex is a research scientist who has lived in the UK for over 25 years. Alex is Ukrainian. At a surgery, he told me how devastated and how angry he is about the destruction of his country by Russian invaders. He also told me of his fear for his brother, who is fighting on the front lines. Alex wanted to know why Ukraine was struggling to obtain the weapons it needed to resist Russian assaults. He asked me a simple question. What more can the UK do to help my brother and my country? The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in November 2024, there was more the UK could do. 12 months later, there is still more the UK can do. This bill sets out what the UK can do in one key area. Alex's story is one of tens of thousands just like it. We've all heard them from amazing Ukrainians who've been hosted by communities across the UK since Russia invaded. These stories speak to the horror inflicted by Vladimir Putin. The UN estimates that over 50,000 Ukrainian citizens have become casualties of Putin's war machine, including over 2,300 children wounded and over 700 killed. Tens of thousands of brave Ukrainian men and women have made the ultimate sacrifice on the front line. While some in this House, like the Honourable Member for Clacton, would prefer to be apologists for Putin, I know that I speak for most colleagues when I say that Putin alone is responsible for the atrocities we are witnessing in Ukraine. Yeah. Nor is Putin content merely to devastate Ukraine today. He is hell-bent on erasing its future. His systematic programme for the abduction of at least 20,000 Ukrainian children will go down as one of the vilest acts of this war. Yeah. I want to pay tribute to those colleagues who have shone a spotlight on this appalling crime. We must all commit ourselves to returning each and every Ukrainian child to their home. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, Putin's ambitions stretch beyond Ukraine. In the Baltics, Russia poses an existential threat to our Lithuanian, Estonian and Latvian allies, all of whom face daily cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns. In the Caucasus, Putin's cronies and the Georgian Dream Party have cracked down violently on democracy activists, while the Kremlin's insidious efforts to distort elections in Moldova and Romania are well documented. Putin also wages a campaign of sabotage and cyber war across the rest of Europe, including here at home. Confirmation over the weekend that the RAF will now be deployed to defend Belgian airspace against Russian drone threats speaks to the collective nature of the threat we face. Putin's imperial ambitions are extensive. That is why we must be unwavering in our support to the Ukrainian people. The UK has stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine since the full-scale invasion. It was led by all three Prime Ministers in the previous government and has been sustained by the present government. Across that time with support from nearly all parties in this House, and we should be proud of that legacy. In providing weapons, equipment and fighter pilot training, we have helped keep Ukraine in the fight. Our leadership in G7 efforts to crack down on Russian oil revenues has been vital in cutting Putin's profits, although Liberal Democrats continue to call on the government to go further to ensure that no actors in the UK economy can facilitate the sale of Russian gas. We are also pushing the government to explain why over £30 million worth of Russian planes were imported to the UK last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain's contribution has been crucial, but we cannot rest on those laurels. Rather, we must double down on our support. Last month, Ukraine's Defence Minister Denis Shmyhal laid out the challenge. He estimated that Ukraine will need to spend $120 billion on defence in 2026, of which Ukraine itself can cover half. That leaves a $60 billion hole, which Ukraine's allies have a duty to help fill. For many months, Liberal Democrats have called on the government to fund Ukraine's defence through seizing frozen Russian assets across the UK. The most recent estimates suggest that £300 billion worth of Russian assets are frozen across G7 countries, which includes close to £30 billion here in the UK. Seizing the UK-based assets could allow us to fill half of the projected deficit in Ukraine's required defence spend for next year, while ensuring that Putin and his cronies are the ones who pay. We could help turbocharge Ukraine's deep strike capabilities whilst bolstering the supply of air defence systems. In short, we could provide Ukraine with a vital new lifeline of support. So we find ourselves today at a critical point. Ukraine's need for finance is urgent. The UK's efforts to move the G7 and particularly EU allies have not yet resulted in success. At the same time, one very specific item allied to this topic highlights the frustrations felt by so many in this House. In May 2022, the Conservative government announced that they had, and I quote, agreed a deed of undertaking with Roman Abramovich. They said, again to quote, he committed the proceeds to a charity in a jurisdiction agreed by the government for the purposes of helping victims of the war in Ukraine. In common with other members, I have asked ministers about these funds. On the 24th of January, the 17th of March and the 21st of May, the Foreign Secretary and the Foreign Office Minister in his place told me that they were, to quote, redoubling our efforts, doing everything I can and working at pace. Yet still, over 3.5 years on, there is no progress towards releasing the £2.3 million, suggesting an alarming lack of either resolve or creativity from successive governments. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am keenly aware of the arguments raised against seizing Russia's frozen assets. The primary concern is that a direct seizure creates the possibility of litigious action by the Kremlin. The second is that by acting against Russia, we might inadvertently undermine wider confidence in the UK as a safe haven for financial assets. In response to the legal risks, the actions of the US in adopting the Repo Act and of Canada in adopting the CEMA Act demonstrate that other allies believe it is possible to legislate effectively to allow for asset seizures. And on the financial risks, I quote the previous Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, who said in March 2024, "I think that the economic case is very strong. Here we are in the City of London, one of the great financial centres of the world. I do not think that using that money will disadvantage us in any way." I am conscious too that these concerns have inspired important efforts in Brussels. These have aimed at securing Europe-wide agreement on proposals which would allow for the use of frozen assets, whilst reassuring Belgium in particular, where the majority of frozen assets are held, that the legal risk will be both reduced and shared. While I welcome these efforts at securing international consensus, those proposals have stalled. And with each day that passes without concrete action to unleash the potential of the assets, Putin's war machine makes further progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, last month we learnt that, shamefully, an elected UK MEP, Nathan Gill, took payment from a Russian agent, Olay Voloshin, to repeat pro-Russian propaganda in the European Parliament. Shame. Mr Gill sat in the European Parliament with party colleagues who now sit in this House. It is for the Honourable Member for Clacton to explain his meetings with Mr Voloshin's wife, and for the Honourable Member for Boston and Skegness to explain his public support for Mr Gill in 2019, and his more recent hospitality from Vladimir and Lyubov Chernukin. But I know that the overwhelming majority of colleagues in this House, just like the constituents we all represent, want us to provide the brave men and women of Ukraine with the funds they need to defend themselves. I am proud to present this bill on a cross-party basis and grateful to my co-sponsors and other members who have shown their support. Madam Deputy Speaker, 13 months later, I am still motivated by Alex's question. I am no longer prepared to tell him that it is very hard or that Belgium is cautious. This has become a question of will. The time for delay and timidity is over. I believe it is the will of this House to legislate so that the UK can lead our G7 and EU partners in seizing Russian state assets here in the UK and in making them available to Ukraine. Ukraine needs her friends to step forward with urgency and purpose. She needs our financial support today so that she can purchase the military material to drive back the Russians and defend her sovereign territory. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the Government to show leadership towards our European and G7 allies and to work with colleagues from across the House to enact this bill.
Now, before I put the question, I would just like to confirm that the Honourable Member did in fact inform the members for Clacton and Boston and Skegness of his intention to refer to them. It would be a courtesy of the House, if he hasn't, for him to have done so in advance. The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
James McCleary, Monica Harding, Dr Al Pinkerton, Mike Martin, Richard Ford, Sir Ian Duncan-Smith, Stephen Gethin, Sir Julian Lewis, Alex Sobel and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Callum Miller.
Russian frozen assets, seizure and aid to Ukraine bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 30th of January.
Friday the 30th of January. We now come to the general debate on remembrance and the contribution of the armed forces. Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move this House has considered remembrance and the contribution of the armed forces. On Sunday, His Majesty the King led the nation in commemorating generations of men and women who served, fought, and in many cases did not return home. Around 10,000 veterans gathered at the Cenotaph in Whitehall to observe the traditional 2-minute silence and take part in the Royal British Legion's Remembrance Sunday March Past. As a veteran myself, I was immensely proud to march as part of the Royal Marines Association. At memorials in towns, villages and cities right across the UK, civilians and members of the armed forces also came together to pay their respects of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in all wars. Now, we owe everything to those heroes who laid down their lives to defend our shores, protect our interests, and safeguard our way of life. The peace and the freedom that we enjoy today is their precious legacy, and it's a reminder that freedom is not free. And Remembrance Day is the most important opportunity we have as a nation to come together and to honour them. Remembrance for me, and indeed I think many other veterans around the country, is about remembering the friends that we have lost. The specific moment when life was perhaps taken away. The gunfire, the explosion, the screaming, the chaos, the mud and the dust. And it is these heightened senses at a time of a traumatic event that are imprinted upon your memory. These memories are as vivid as the birth of your first child, a birthday, or any other impactful occasion, but they have very different meaning. Remembrance is about just that. It's the one day of the year where you are safe to remember, where memories surface and we pay collective tribute to those that are serving and indeed have served. It is also a very important time for this House, which has always had a special affinity for our armed forces and veterans. So it's an absolute privilege to lead today's debate, given my former role. Throughout the last year, it's been an honour to visit over 60 veterans' organisations and meet so many outstanding and absolutely selfless people. From the Veterans Community Hub in Lanarkshire to the Helping Homeless Veterans UK Hub in Bournemouth, and across all the great nations of the United Kingdom, those individuals that dedicate their time to our armed forces community.
Minister, give way.
I will.
Catherine. I thank the Minister for giving way, and support for our veterans is so essential. I'm really proud that the British Legion in Derby is growing. Will he join me in wishing good luck to those who set up a new branch in Mackworth? And will he agree with me that this government's veteran strategy, including the £13.8 million to address homelessness, shows we're marching in step with those who campaign for veterans?
Minister.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for her contribution, and definitely good luck to the RBL on expanding that portfolio. It's fantastic to see. And I hear Derby RBL have raised the most of any other RBL Derby within the country. Now, I'd very much like to state... let me finish this paragraph and then you can jump in. I would very much like to state on the record my personal thanks to the Royal British Legion and their work on the Poppy Appeal this year, and indeed for every year. I'm sure all colleagues across the House would echo this appreciation, and I very much look forward to hearing colleagues' contributions from across this House today. In 2025, it's been a really busy year for military anniversaries, particularly those associated with the final year of the Second World War. Now, in April, we marked 80 years since British troops swept across Northern Europe and liberated Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. We remember the horrors and atrocities that those soldiers witnessed firsthand, and the incredible work they carried out afterwards, burying the dead, containing the spread of disease, and caring for the survivors. Within a matter of weeks, Allied forces would be in Berlin, Hitler would be dead, and the communities across Britain would take to the streets to celebrate victory in Europe. On May the 8th of this year, we took to the streets again to celebrate VE Day's 80th anniversary and to pay tribute to all those who fought for democracy over tyranny, liberty over oppression, and human dignity over barbarism. Yet for some, VE Day did not mean the nightmare of World War II was over. British and Commonwealth troops in the Far East, who had suffered some of the most gruelling and hostile environments of the entire conflict, still faced 3 months of fighting. The story of their war is one of almost superhuman strength and resilience. But then again, in August, we were able to remember their extraordinary contribution when we marked the 80th anniversary of victory in Japan Day, the day that finally brought the most catastrophic war in human history to an end. In September, we marked the 85 years since Battle of Britain, when our aviators took on the might of the Luftwaffe, in a contest that not only determined control of our skies, but the fate of our entire nation. At a time of supreme enemy confidence, Britain proved to the world for the first time that Hitler and his forces could be defeated. Now, after such an important year for commemorations, today Remembrance Day 2025 is a moment of profound national reflection and indeed gratitude, as we remember all those who served and indeed all those who have fallen. As we remember the conflicts gone by, the 107th anniversary of the 1918 armistice, which we remember those who fought in the Great War, those who served in the Korean War, which began 75 years ago, those who fought in Northern Ireland, the Falklands, Iraq, Afghanistan, and elsewhere across the globe. Also those Commonwealth troops who made such a huge contribution to both world wars and other conflicts, and those who serve today and continue to uphold the values of courage, duty, professionalism, and indeed compassion, which have long distinguished British armed forces. And just as our forefathers fought for democracy, freedom, and the right to self-determination, so do, in the East, do our Ukrainian allies. So let us remember the courageous, the heroism that Ukraine and Ukrainians are delivering today. Pitched in a battle of national survival, their war is no less bloody than that of World War II. And when we think about that conflict, it's worth recognizing that the Russians have taken more casualties in that conflict than the Americans took in the entire Second World War. It gives you a statistical feel for the pain and suffering that conflict is caused by Putin's war of aggression. So as we remember, we pay homage to all those fighting for the same values and ethics that we hold dear. And I'd also like to thank the many thousands of people from civilian and military backgrounds who have worked so hard to organise what were fantastic commemorations. Defence ministers have travelled the length and breadth of the UK on both sides of the benches, ministerial and opposition, whether it be the Royal Irish Regiment's annual Remembrance Service in Belfast, whether it be the Field of Remembrance in Cardiff, the Scottish National Remembrance Sunday event, the Remembering Afghanistan events at the National Memorial Arboretum, or indeed the War Widows Association annual service at the Cenotaph, and many, many others. These are just a tiny fraction of the many events up and down the country which have been possible by the tireless work of our armed forces and thousands of people in local communities. When the last survey was undertaken in 2018, it showed that 28,115 members of the Army alone attended Remembrance Day, parades at over 620 different events. And if not similar, it was probably more this year. Events are also being held worldwide, from Riga, where UK officials joined commemorations at the Jelgava Commonwealth War Graves site, to Senegal, where colleagues held an act of remembrance at the Bel Air Cemetery in Dakar. And as we discuss the role that our armed forces play in remembrance today, we must also consider the remarkable work that serving personnel perform all year round, educating young people about the history of defence, deterrence and warfare, promoting awareness and raising funds through charities, including through the Royal British Legion's incredible Poppy Appeal, and working with the Commonwealth War Graves Commission to maintain military graves to the highest possible standard all around the world. Today we thank them for their outstanding contribution. I will.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I won't take it personally in the interest of peace and togetherness that he chose the East Midlands over the West Midlands earlier. Madam Deputy Speaker, he should know better. But can I just thank the Minister, being from the West Midlands, but can I thank the Minister for his reference to young people, and will he join me in thanking all those young people I was with today at the Cenotaph in Newcastle Lyme this morning, from local schools who had their homemade poppies and wreaths, in whose hands our future and our commitment to democracy and to peace lie. And it is no more important responsibility on us as adults, as it were, to make sure that they are part of bringing our country together.
I'd like to thank the honourable friend for what is a really poignant contribution, and thank those in Newcastle under Lyme for making sure that awareness about the sacrifice is spread not just across the adult population but across the youth today. I always say that navies, armies, air forces don't win wars, industries, economies and societies do, and making sure society never forgets the past is absolutely critical.
I'm very grateful to the Minister. Can I say that there is no more appropriate member of this House to be introducing this debate today than the honourable gentleman with his distinguished record. I think I represent more generals than any other honourable or right honourable member of this House. He will have seen that 9 four-star officers wrote to the Times today, and they are concerned They're concerned about the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill and the legal activism that it is likely to encourage. Quotes, they say, they risk weakening the moral foundations and operational effectiveness of the forces on which this nation depends. And whilst we all honour our brave servicemen and servicewomen today rhetorically, would he agree with me that we need to follow that through with real action to ensure that they are not disadvantaged today and into the future?
The honourable member makes an interesting point, and I want to be clear and concise. Today of all days is a day of remembrance. I don't think it's about political point scoring. We have a debate on Thursday where we can discuss this issue in detail, and I would very much welcome a discussion with those individuals that sent the letter, and as would the Defence Secretary and others, to talk through the issues and provide balance to the argument and ensure that we protect our country, our armed forces from lawfare, and ensure that they are represented and their voices are heard. Now, whilst I will give way.
Well, Jennifer, I just want to return to this point about the commemoration. When I got elected back in 1992, I remember that having served before, we weren't allowed to wear uniforms in public because of the IRA threat at the time. And actually, bit by bit, these commemorations were no longer attended. I can remember my first commemoration in Chingford. I would be lucky if we had 100 people who turned out for that. Can I say to them how that has been reversed? One good example, on Sunday in my constituency at the memorial in Chingford, nearly 2,000 people turned up to commemorate those who have fallen and those who went before. Isn't that a very good example of how the next generation understands it sometimes better than my generation did?
What a welcome intervention. I was stewed with the veterans during the Cenotaph March Past, and it always astounds me that when you're stewed there with 10,000 people, and as the guns fire, there is complete silence in one of the busiest capitals in the world. And it's a sombre but hugely humble experience. And it's an absolute pleasure for me to see and hear all of the amazing stories of almost every constituency standing together, united around this great nation to celebrate those individuals that have served, are serving, and of course their families and the bereaved. So thank you for that intervention. Now, whilst we often focus on the individuals that have been lost, we must also remember those that were left behind. The mothers, the fathers, the brothers, sisters, partners, wives, and husbands who after one of those traumatic events all need to adapt to a new way of life. We need to remember them and remember them all, and acknowledge that whilst the loved ones perhaps paid the ultimate sacrifice, it's not just the individual that serves, but the whole family that serves, and they often suffer in silence long after the event. And then, I will.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and he's right to acknowledge not just the veterans, but those that have loved them. And today my son had the privilege of reading names at our local cenotaph of those that were killed in World War II. And also of my best friend, who was a Royal Marine, who died in 2012 in Afghanistan. And it was an incredibly proud moment for me that my son got to read his name and remember the sacrifice that those that have loved and lost made for us to live our lives. So thank you to the Minister for acknowledging those that have loved and lost.
Well, thank you for such a moving contribution. And may I say, in jest, you have a very good choice of best friends. And I know his memory will live long into the future. And it's a delight to hear that your son was taking part in that commemoration. Now, importantly, we must look after bereaved children. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you don't mind, I'd be delighted to highlight that following our little jaunt up Everest that we did earlier on this year, we've managed to raise £500,000, just under, for veterans' charities and the specific needs of bereaved children, which will go to help those loved ones across a whole plethora of different charities. Now, we show our eternal gratitude too for those families which have cared for members of our armed forces after returning from service, those who often bear the physical and mental scars of the conflicts that they've experienced. And I think the reason that this year's World War II commemorations were especially poignant was because they were likely the last major events to feature veterans from the war in any great numbers. Even the youngest of those veterans who graced the ceremonies in London are now well into their 10th decade. One of them, Mervyn Kirsch, 100 years old, who took part in the D-Day landings and then went on to Belsen a few weeks after it was liberated, laid a wreath at the cenotaph. And the whole House can be proud that he'll be watching PMQs tomorrow from the gallery. What an honour it will be to welcome him here. The living connection that Mervyn and his comrades provide to the war is a priceless asset, particularly at a time when the bloodiest European conflict since the Second World War continues to rage in Ukraine. They understand the cost of conflict because they lived through it, but they also understand that the privileges we inherited after the war, 80 years of peace, prosperity and freedom, can never, ever be taken for granted. We must be prepared to defend them in an increasingly dangerous world, and today a new generation of servicemen and women is doing precisely that. They are heirs to the veterans who proudly paraded on May the 8th, and they're guardians to that cherished inheritance. So today we also pay tribute to our serving men and women, working around the world to deter aggression, to safeguard British interests, and to stand shoulder and shoulder with our allies, showing Putin will not divide us. Now, you will note throughout this speech that there wasn't necessarily 1 ounce of politics within this debate. That could be called political naivety, but I call it a deep-found respect for those that have served and continue to serve, and welcome a debate and conversation on Thursday. This week's commemorations remind us once again of the unbreakable bonds linking our heroes from the past with the armed forces personnel of today, and those, indeed, who will serve in the future.
On that point,
I will.
Will my honourable friend join me in commemorating the work of Joshua Mullinger, an able sea cadet in York who played an integral role at York Service of Remembrance, and Conservative councillor and Lord Mayor Martin Rowley, who he himself was a veteran? Would he join me in commemorating those very remarkable individuals?
I thank the honourable friend for his contribution. The cadets play such an important part, and the Sea Cadets right at the very forefront. To see Joshua thriving in that environment is absolutely superb, and to hear of Martin Rowley excelling after being in service is hugely admirable. I'd like to thank him for his service in particular. Now, as we remember the generations who have sacrificed so much, their testimony lives on, inspiring us to be strong in the face of adversity, to be resilient during difficult times, and to stand up for values that we believe in. That's the way we'll remember our military heroes best, and that's how we'll ensure their priceless legacy of peace and freedom will endure.
The question is that this House has considered remembrance and the contribution of the armed forces. Shadow Minister Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's also a privilege to open this debate for Her Majesty's opposition on the 11th of November, Armistice Day, a date on which the nation pauses and gives thanks for the sacrifice of our armed forces so that we can still live in a free country. It's a pleasure to follow on from the Minister for the Armed Forces, and I wish to endorse his comments about the value of our armed forces and the vital role that they play in the nation's contribution to remembrance. We all thank them for their service. The Minister rightfully also paid tribute to the operational role of our armed forces, who remain as vigilant as ever around the clock, keeping us safe in the 21st century. Nevertheless, perhaps you'll forgive me if in my contribution this evening I too also take something of a historical perspective on the vital role our armed forces have played in the defence of our nation down the years. I was privileged to attend the Royal British Legion Festival of Remembrance last Saturday evening, which remains as moving an occasion as when I first attended as an MOD minister over a decade ago. I should like to pay tribute this evening to the extremely valuable role that the Royal British Legion plays, both in shaping our whole concept of remembrance and also in supporting our veterans, some 2 million or so of whom are still living today. As well as the national commemorations, also including at the Cenotaph, the Royal British Legion, often supported by local armed forces personnel, also play a vital role in organising services at community level in all of our constituencies, up and down the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. While in my experience every community tends to do remembrance slightly differently to account for local circumstances, each ceremony has common elements with which we're all familiar. The emotive playing of the last post, the 2-minute silence, and usually also the famous epitaph from the 2nd Infantry Division Memorial, universally known as the Keyham epitaph, with those famous and stirring words, "When you go home, tell them of us, and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today." The Battle of Keyham are brilliantly described in Field Marshal the Viscount Slim's 1956 book, Defeat into Victory, arguably one of the best books ever written on the whole concept of generalship, was a classic example of a dogged defence by British and, crucially, also Commonwealth forces in stopping the attempted Japanese advance into India in mid-1944. Indeed, the dogged, stubborn defence, often against superior odds, is a recurrent feature of British military tradition. Be it the English archers at Agincourt, the Great Siege of Gibraltar, Wellington's army at Waterloo, the 24th Foot at Rorke's Drift, which saw the most Victoria Crosses, 11, ever awarded in a single action, the few of Fighter Command in the Battle of Britain, to whom the Minister also referred, the Royal Navy escorting the Atlantic convoys, or the glorious Gloucesters at the Imjin River in Korea, and many more besides, including more recently in the Middle East. There are, of course, many comparable examples from the First World War, not least the stand of the British Expeditionary Force at Mons or the subsequent First Battle of Ypres. For anyone who has stood at the Menin Gate, when the buglers of the Ypres Fire Brigade play the last post, as it swirls around that famous arch, it is a truly moving and emotive ceremony to behold. Nevertheless, yes, of course.
He's mentioned Bill Slim, who many who know his history will say was probably the greatest Allied general of the war. Brilliant what he achieved with next to nothing. But there was something very special about the 14th Army, which comes out in other accounts, and I don't know if he agrees with me, that apart from just fighting, the reality was that there were Indian members of the 14th and also British members. They served in the same slit trenches. They ran to aid each other, regardless of race or anything else. They delivered for each other. That was the most remarkable bit about the story of the 14th, was it didn't matter who you were, where you came from, you were as one against the tyranny of the Japanese.
I completely agree with my right honourable and gallant friend. The history of 14th Army is a proud one. It was a marvellous amalgam under a brilliant leader of people from countries and races around the entire Commonwealth who fought with one common aim, which was for freedom. They were sometimes called the Forgotten Army. They are not forgotten tonight. But I want to recall that after the horrors of the trenches and an understandable aversion to war in the 1920s, with Britain exhausted both financially and emotionally by the horrors of the Great War, the government of the day introduced what came to be known as the 10-year rule. This was not just the policy of the War Office or the Admiralty, as they then were, but was a pan-Whitehall edict, the essence of which was that Britain would not have to fight another major war for at least 10 years. This key planning assumption became the centrepiece of British strategic theory, and, with strong endorsement from the Treasury, the 10-year rule soon became a rolling one, extended on an annual basis. Given that no war was expected for at least a decade, this allowed for major economies in the financing of the armed forces and associated running down of all three services. As one example of how seriously the 10-year rule was taken and implemented, even Winston Churchill, in his time as Chancellor of the Exchequer in the 1920s, exerted pressure to cut back on his beloved Royal Navy, the same service he had fought tenaciously to expand as First Lord of the Admiralty barely a decade before. Indeed, as a mood of pacifism gripped the nation, in 1933, the same year in which Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany, The earnest students of the Oxford Union, who are having their own problems at the moment, passed a motion by a majority of over 2 to 1 that this House will under no circumstances fight for its king and country. The subsequent policy of appeasement among the 1930s British establishment, the blob of their day, was as erroneous then as it would be today. Authoritarian dictators tend to admire strength, particularly their own, and to despise weakness, a lesson that any British government, including this one, would do well to remember. History tells us again and again that the appeasement of dictators does not work, just as it failed to work in the 1930s. The 10-year rule, which by that stage had lasted well over a decade, was eventually only rescinded in 1935-6 as Britain began to rearm in response to Hitler's increasingly bellicose behaviour. Nevertheless, that rearmament and comparable action by our allies was ultimately insufficient to deter what then became the Second World War, a brutal conflict in which over 50 million people died, far more even than had perished in the supposed war to end all wars some 2 decades before. I mention all this, Madam Deputy Speaker, not just because I studied history, then military history at university, but because if, as members of this House believe, as I have always believed, the ultimate goal of our armed forces is to save lives by deterring war and persuading any potential aggressor that they could not prevail, then even today we need to ask ourselves, all of us, regardless of party, the question whether or not we are doing enough to secure the peace by maintaining sufficiently strong armed forces to provide such a vital deterrent effect. As a historical fact, twice in the last century, this country paid an immense cost in both blood and treasure to defeat militarism. Today, the threats are somewhat different, with a war on our doorstep in Europe following Russia's barbaric and illegal invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainians are, in effect, now fighting for our freedom too, and we must back them to the hilt as a result. We also see a major rearmament by China. North Korea continues to develop even longer-range ICBMs, now with support from Russia, while Iran continues to exert malign influence across the Middle East, even after the successful American strike on its emerging nuclear capabilities. So the circumstances may have changed, but the principle remains exactly the same. We in the Western democracies cannot drop our guard against the growing powers of the 21st century autocracies, something those who fought in the Second World War would instinctively understand only too well. So whilst bearing in mind the Minister's caution, I was genuinely concerned to read one passage of the government's recent Strategic Defence Review, its seminal defence policy document, where on page 43, under the heading of Transforming UK Warfighting, the document states this: "This review charts a new era for defence, restoring the UK's ability to deter, fight and win with allies against states with advanced military forces by 2035. I say to the Minister, in all sincerity, there seems there to be an echo of the 10-year rule of the 1920s. Whilst there was a great deal of good in the SDR, not least the intention to speed up our highly bureaucratic procurement system, about which the Minister knows I've always held firm views, I nevertheless do worry, given increasing threats from Russia and now also from China, whether the Ministry of Defence today displays the genuine sense of urgency that is required to meet the challenges which we now all clearly face. Now, before I'm accused of selective quoting, within the same paragraph of the SDR, it does go on to say, this vision could be achieved more quickly, should circumstances demand it, and should more resources be made available. Notwithstanding those words, with much of the new money in the SDR unavailable for at least 2 years, and a multi-billion-pound programme of in-year efficiency savings now underway, I merely ask, have we really learned the lessons of the past century as well as we might? In conclusion, we in these islands have always, ultimately, been prepared to make great sacrifices to uphold the freedom of Europe and indeed of the wider world itself. That's why, given our history, we should never forget that the first duty of government remains the defence of the realm. In response to the philosopher Edmund Burke's famous challenge that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing, twice in the last century, our own good men and women across the nation stood up to and defeated such evil. In a moment, with our armed forces in the lead, a sacrifice which we rightfully, solemnly remember each and every November, including in this House tonight. I'll gladly give way.
Thank you, Shadow Minister. And while we're celebrating and remembering we talk of the greatest generation, we also have the ability tonight and the potential to build our young people into being the best generation. And perhaps maybe we should be focusing upon that as well, looking back but looking forward. I think the Minister said that. And I think what we must try and do as well is there is a generation of young people proud to be British, proud to stand against repression, proud to undertake to be inclusive. Would the Honourable Gentleman agree that's what we need to build for?
As a young person myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, having recently turned 60, I would like to say in all seriousness that I too, at the remembrance services that I was at this weekend, I'm sure like many honourable members and right honourable members across the House, was really struck by the number of young people, people from the Cubs and the Scouts, the Brownies and others who attended those services and often participated and laid tributes and wreaths and crosses of their own. I took great heart from that, and I believe there is hope yet. I wish to conclude, but I would just say there would be no greater betrayal of the sacrifices that we have been debating this evening than if we, as a House, with all the other matters that we have to consider, somehow became so distracted or complacent that we failed to act with sufficient clarity of purpose and determination to deter a future major conflict, perhaps even a global one, from breaking out again in our lifetimes. Or to put it perhaps another way, we must now conduct ourselves in our today in such a way as to never risk the security of our tomorrow. With that sincere warning, I pay tribute to our valiant armed forces, both past and present, and everything they do, day in and day out, to keep us and our country safe and free, lest we forget.
Before I call the Chair of the Defence Select Committee, there will be a 5-minute time limit imposed after the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. Tamanjit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as Chair, on behalf of the whole House of Commons Defence Committee, I want to express our deepest gratitude to all those who have served our country to keep us safe. On this day, we remember and honour those whose bravery and sacrifice secured us the freedoms we value so dearly, and pay tribute to those who continue to protect our way of life today. It is our great privilege as members of the Defence Committee that we get to see their work first-hand. This year, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have visited the British battle group stationed in Tapa in Estonia, whose presence deters Russian aggression against our NATO allies in Eastern Europe. We have also met serving personnel at our many visits to military bases across the UK, including RAF Lossiemouth, HMNB Portsmouth, and the Army Foundation College Harrogate, where we met the impressive young people who will be the soldiers of the future. Meeting these remarkable individuals reminds us that the work of our armed forces never stops. They are always vigilant and always prepared to do what is necessary to keep us safe. And this life-saving work goes beyond defence. Earlier this month, HMS Trent was deployed to support disaster relief efforts in Jamaica, following the devastating impact of Hurricane Melissa. I'm immensely proud that the extraordinary men and women of our armed forces are out there representing the best of British every single day. One of our missions as a committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, is to speak up on behalf of these exceptional people and to raise the issues that matter to them. When the committee was appointed last year by the House, one of our first priorities was to complete the previous committee's work on service accommodation because of how important this is to serving personnel and their families. The standard of housing in which we expect personnel to live has been unacceptable for some time, and that must be addressed. We are encouraged to see the government is focused on the overhaul of defence housing, and we will be scrutinising the new defence housing strategy as it is rolled out to ensure that it delivers on what has been promised. Another area, Madam Deputy Speaker, we continue to scrutinise is the treatment of women in the armed forces. More than 16,000 women serve our country in the military, but there are still unfair biases to their participation. And sadly, many examples of bullying and harassment. This must change. We have agreed to hold an annual public hearing with MOD and the single services to drive them to improve and stamp out discrimination for good. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to make sure that all members of the armed forces community are fairly treated. That is why this year we hold an inquiry on the government's plan to update the Armed Forces Covenant. As honourable and right honourable members know, the Covenant is a solemn commitment from government and society to the armed forces community that serving personnel, their families and veterans should not be disadvantaged in civilian life. Our inquiry asked veterans and serving personnel whether they felt that that promise was being fulfilled. While some of the feedback was positive, we still heard too many examples where the covenant is not understood or, worse yet, is ignored. This meant, for example, individuals having to wait years for NHS treatment because they fall to the bottom of the waiting list each time they are deployed to a new area. There are also gaps in the covenant which mean the forces community still face disadvantages in social care, employment and the tax system. That is why we recommended, Madam Deputy Speaker, that when the government legislates in the next Armed Forces Bill, it needs to extend the covenant duty to every single government department. We look forward to that legislation and hope it will be properly embedded and that the covenant itself will be embedded in our institutions and in wider society so that those who have served can be in no doubt that it is there to support them. We also look forward to seeing the delivery of the new veteran strategy published yesterday, which will be another important part of fulfilling our nation's promise to the armed forces community. Locally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my Slough constituency, I'm pleased that the covenant has also been adopted by Slough Borough Council, but its implementation must, of course, be robust. Slough has a proud and enduring history of supporting our troops. In fact, our iconic Slough Trading Estate's very roots came from being established as a military repair depot in the First World War. And Langley Airfield, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a proud producer of thousands of Hawker Hurricanes in the Second World War. Slough's history is interwoven with defence. Just last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the honour of hosting an event to celebrate in Parliament two local heroes, veterans Major Havildar Rajinder Singh Dutt and the Dafadar Muhammad Hussain. Both served in World War II and sadly passed away earlier this year. Their sacrifice and the sacrifices of brave troops from across the globe for our freedom must never be forgotten. We must do more than just be thankful. We must actively celebrate and honour the service of all, especially in these febrile times, to include those from across the world who ensured that our freedoms could be preserved. Remembrance, Madam Deputy Speaker, should never be exclusive. Today's remembrance service is honour the past, but they also remind us of the duty performed by those who defend us today in an increasingly dangerous world. Our Defence Committee's visit to Ukraine last month, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a sobering reminder that war in Europe is no longer a thing of the past. We must never forget our debt to those who sacrifice so much for our freedom, and we must never neglect our obligations to those who make sacrifices today. Our committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, will continue to honour the fallen while also putting the welfare of the servicemen and women of our armed forces at the heart of our work throughout this Parliament. We will remember them.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Remembrance is a day when our nation pauses to honour those who have served, those who continue to serve, and most especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice in defence of our freedoms. Indeed, I was in Polegate in my constituency just this morning to lay a wreath alongside representatives of the local Royal British Legion, councillors and local clubs and societies. And on Sunday I also had the honour of laying wreaths in Ringmer and Lewis in my constituency. I think it's a unique honour that we as MPs have, to have the opportunity to stand alongside people from across our community, including particularly young people, of which there was a huge turnout at all our remembrance events, to lay wreaths to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for us. During the Second World War, our corner of Sussex saw convoy after convoy of troops and provisions pass through our small villages and country lanes. Indeed, some of those country lanes still bear the scars of tank tracks that damaged curbs and other infrastructure. In 1942, Operation Jubilee, otherwise known as the Dieppe Raid, was launched from Newhaven in my constituency to test plans for the future full-scale invasion of the Normandy coast. The cost was very high, and the operation saw nearly 4,000 Canadian and British troops killed, wounded or taken prisoner. Every year we remember those brave soldiers at ceremonies in Newhaven and Dieppe. Today in my constituency of Lewis there are over 3,600 households with at least one veteran. Remembrance Day is an event that brings us together, a time of unity and pride, as well as solemnity and reflection. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, remembrance without action is merely sentiment. True remembrance demands that we translate our gratitude into tangible support for those who have served. It demands that we look honestly at how we treat our veterans and serving personnel today, not just how we commemorate those of yesterday. And when we do so with clear eyes, we must acknowledge an uncomfortable truth that we can do better. And that is why I really welcome the publication of the government's new veterans strategy this week. Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain's armed forces are the finest in the world. Our servicemen and women possess unparalleled skill, courage and dedication. And this is the legacy we must uphold. The men and women who wear our uniform today stand in an unbroken line, stretching back through centuries, as we've heard from the Honourable Member to my right. They carry forward the same spirit that saw their predecessors stand firm against wannabe despots from Napoleon to Hitler. But excellence requires investment. Defence is not simply another department competing for resources, but the fundamental obligation of the state, the bedrock upon which all of our other freedoms depend. Without security, there can be no prosperity, and without defence, there can be no democracy. The world today is more dangerous than at any time since the end of the Cold War. Modern warfare is no longer confined to tanks, ships and planes. It is also fought with drones in cyberspace and in our data networks. That's why we must be able to move quickly, adapt rapidly and learn from our Ukrainian allies who are innovating on the battlefield every day. Britain must be ready to absorb and integrate these lessons and ensure our own armed forces are ready. This is not the time for retreat. It is not the time for isolationism. This is the time for Britain to lead in Europe, stand firm alongside our allies and to ensure our armed forces have everything they need to defend our nation and our values. The current government's commitment to boost defence spending to 2.5% of GDP is welcome, but it isn't enough, and we need cross-party talks to agree on a rapid path towards 3%, and I would really welcome the Minister's views on how we can work together going forward to achieve just that. We have the most capable military in Europe, so as the US continues to draw down its forces across our continent, as it has recently by withdrawing a division from Romania, let us be under no illusion that it will be the UK that will be looked at to lead on stepping up. We need sustained long-term investment in our armed forces, not reactive gestures driven by an electoral cycle. Investment, as we've seen in the Strategic Defence Review, will need to be long-term over a sustained period of time. Madam Deputy Speaker, on this Remembrance Day, as we honour those who served before, we must also stand beside those serving today. Recruitment and retention are in crisis. More people leave our armed forces than join. The Haythorne-Thwaite report identified family impact as the most common reason for departure. 1/3 of military spouses say they would be happier if their partner left the service. We have failed to provide decent housing. We have failed to support military families adequately. 3/4 of all personnel live in service accommodation, yet barely half remain satisfied with its condition. I welcome the government's announcement of £9 billion for military housing, but we need to be clear that this is not generosity, it is catching up on the years of neglect. The housing crisis for veterans extends beyond their time in the service. Thousands of households containing someone who served in our armed forces are assessed as homeless each year, and that figure is rising, shamefully. Veterans on our streets in 2025 is a profound dereliction of duty to them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was very pleased to hear the Chair of the Select Committee mention women and the treatment of women in our armed forces, which is a major concern, I'm sure, to all of us. We are all very familiar with the terrible case of Gunner Jaisley Beck, who took her own life at Lark Hill in Wiltshire, and the bungled handling of that case by the Army, which has come to light subsequently. They did not listen to her, and nobody listened to her. And the failure to take appropriate action was, the inquest found, a direct contributor to her death. The Atherton report revealed the scale of the crisis. The majority of women who responded reporting experiencing bullying, discrimination, harassment or sexual assault during their service, sometimes at the hands of senior officers. The Ministry of Defence has introduced reforms, but these reforms are not having the impact on the ground that was hoped. We must implement every recommendation of the Atherton report. We must ensure that the new Independent Armed Forces Commissioner has responsibility for handling serious complaints. We must do more to improve conviction rates for sexual assaults within the armed forces. How can we expect women to put their lives on the line to keep us safe when their voices are still not being heard within their own ranks? Madam Deputy Speaker, mental health also represents another critical area in which we have fallen short. More than half of our veterans report having experienced mental health problems, yet when veterans seek help, they face long waiting times, inadequate provision, services that fail to understand their specific needs. We must provide comprehensive mental health support with easy-to-access professional help. We must offer regular mental health assessments at key transition points. We must fight the stigma surrounding mental health so that asking for help is not seen as a weakness, but as a strength. The global security landscape is more volatile and unpredictable than it has been in a generation. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has shattered the relative peace on our continent that for decades we have enjoyed. An emboldened Kremlin seeks to undermine Western democracies through disinformation, cyber attacks, and attempts to influence our political processes. We have seen evidence of Russian interference in elections across Europe, attempts to sow discord through social media manipulation, and sustained efforts to weaken NATO from within. China expands its military capabilities and asserts increasingly aggressive territorial claims. Instability spreads across the Middle East, Africa and beyond. Authoritarian regimes grow bolder whilst democracies appear hesitant and at times divided. So our commitment to NATO must remain the cornerstone of our security. Only a few weeks ago, Portsmouth-based HMS Duncan was deployed under NATO command to shadow the Russian destroyer Vice Admiral Kulakov through the Channel. It was a striking image of an alliance in action, British, French and Dutch forces working together to protect our shared waters. The ageing Russian vessel, limping westward, stood in stark contrast to the cutting-edge capability of the Royal Navy's Type 45 destroyer. It is proof our strength lies not in isolation, but in standing together with our allies at sea and beyond. Far away.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. On that point about European cooperation, a view with which I shared, would you agree with me that it would be more than helpful, particularly in the face of Russian aggression, as he mentions, American retraction from European defence, for the French government to take a further look at how we can be involved as the United Kingdom in a shared European defence approach, instead of trying to blackmail His Majesty's government for a very large payoff in order to pay into something which is actually designed to protect all European citizens?
I do thank the honourable member for his intervention, and yes, I think it's actually a really important point, because if we're going to be building for the future, then European countries working together is going to be critical to that future. You can look at examples of joint projects we've done in the past, like the Sea Viper system, which is used on our ships, which was developed jointly with other European countries and has been very successful in that way. I do feel that it would be really missing a trick for the rest of Europe if we were to be in any way excluded from such a scheme because of the size of the British industrial complex and the contribution we can make through not just our primes but also our startups and our medium-sized businesses and the expertise that our military brings. So I think it would be quite short-sighted of the French government or indeed any other government to put obstacles in the way of that kind of collaboration going forward, particularly at a time of such threat from the East. So we understand that to truly honour our armed forces personnel, we must uphold the principles they serve by protecting our country with the same dedication and resolve that they have shown in its defence. There are 1.8 million veterans in England and Wales, plus 150,000 full-time serving personnel and their families. They are our neighbours, our colleagues, our friends and our family members. Britain's armed forces are the finest in the world, but they need to be given the capabilities to meet the threats we face. They need decent housing, comprehensive healthcare, proper mental health support, fair compensation and genuine respect. Defence is not an optional extra, but the foundation of everything else we hold dear. On this Remembrance Day, let's do more than remember. Let us resolve to act. Let us commit to providing everything our armed forces community deserves. Let us prove ourselves worthy of the sacrifice made by those who gave everything so that we can live in freedom and security. Madam Deputy Speaker, they stood for us. Now we must stand for them. That is the essence of remembrance. That is the measure of our patriotism. That is our duty. That is our obligation to those who serve, lest we forget.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much for calling me Madam Deputy Speaker. And like all honourable members, I had the honour this weekend of being part of our remembrance service. And as always, Newport's cenotaph is hugely well attended by veterans, by service personnel and residents from across our city who all came together to pay our respects to those who have served our country and to those who continue to serve today to keep us safe, and we thank them deeply. Thanks also are due to the Royal British Legion with the support of the local community in Caerleon as adorned every lamppost and school railings with beautiful red poppies. And today in Redwick Village, I'd like to thank the Redwick History Group, who, along with the community members and representatives of the Rifles, have unveiled a grave marker for a Crimean War veteran, Henry Davis, who has lain for 118 years in an unmarked grave in the churchyard there. Now, as well as honouring sacrifices, remembrance also, I think, means listening to those who are still seeking justice. And ministers will be aware veterans of the Falklands War from the Welsh Guards in Newport and across Wales continue to campaign for the release of papers relating to the Board of Inquiry into the bombing of the Sir Galahad in 1982. It's 43 years since the attack in which 56 died and many more were injured. And ever since, survivors and their families have sought transparency about what happened, but they need those documents declassified, some of which are scheduled to remain closed until 2026, which is a long, long time to wait. It was my constituent Mike Hermanis, formerly of the Welsh Guards, who first brought this to me in a surgery in St Julian around 3 years ago. And on behalf of him and others like Kevin Edwards, can I urge the department to help speed the process up? The previous minister made clear from the dispatch box that no blame is attached to the Welsh Guards. They conducted themselves heroically on that day, and I acknowledge also the work of the previous minister from South West Wiltshire. But I think ministers will also understand the desire to get to the truth of what happened for those who've lived with this for so many years. And for more context on that, I refer ministers to Crispin Black's excellent book, Tooth in for a Shroud. 7 documents have been released so far, but there are dozens and dozens to go, and it's taking a long time. So I urge the Minister today at the dispatch box to agree to meet with us urgently so that we can finally resolve this, and so veterans and their families can get to the truth and find the peace that they deserve. This weekend, our city will also remember those who served in the Merchant Navy at a service organised by the Merchant Navy Association, which is ably chaired by my excellent constituent, Alan Spate. The vital role of the merchant navy in conflict is sometimes a little overshadowed and underappreciated. Over 54,000 seafarers lost their lives during both World Wars while maintaining vital supply lines under constant threat from enemy submarines and aircraft. But their sacrifice is never forgotten in Newport. Newport's port was recognised as one of the most important in the UK, and during World War II, merchant ships sailing from Newport joined Atlantic and Arctic convoys. More than 430 seamen from Newport were lost in the war, including those on the SS Llanwern, of which just 11 of a 60-strong crew made it back. And we also remember Raymond Steed, the second youngest to die, just age 14, when the SS Empire Morn was blown up by a U-boat. Not forgotten either, their sacrifice is not forgotten either by our doorkeeper Paul, whose uncle Jimmy Kehoe died in 1941 when his ship was too sunk by a U-boat. And finally, may I also thank all those who provide services for veterans in Newport. Regularly, I meet with Newport Veterans Hub, who I thank for their service in many conflicts. Some of these conversations are more robust than others, shall we say, but it's always good to hear from them. It's always good to have their reflections, always good to hear their views, and I acknowledge there is always more to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, also as we mark Armistice Day, we should reflect on today's unstable world. Old threats are resurfacing, fears and anxieties are common feelings, and there are new threats from emerging technologies. Trust, truth, values of honesty and reliability are under attack. Remembrance is about the loss of brave lives, but also a living example of our resistance, our determination to defend our values, to demand truth, and to not to give in to hostile forces. And in these difficult times, we thank all those who have served and all those who serve today. Thank you.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every nation, quite rightly, celebrates the heroism of its soldiers. But in the United Kingdom's case, we also celebrate their skill in avoiding innocent deaths when dealing with the enemies of our nation and our democracy. When nations neutralise terrorists, they typically use a bomb or a missile. And bombs and missiles also kill innocent bystanders in the house, in the wedding party, in the bus. So Britain, as the Minister knows better than anybody else, uses special forces very often in those circumstances. And if I may quote the words of Richard Williams, the former commanding officer of 22 SAS on our operations in Iraq, he said, "The SAS soldiers took extreme risks facing violent and well-prepared opposition to capture these terrorists and hand them on to Iraqi justice and detention. It was a deliberate and careful approach. It required precision, intelligence, self-control and skill in the face of immense danger. The very opposite of the hot-blooded murderous drama depicted by ill-informed outsiders." At the start of 2005, approximately 100 vehicle-borne suicide bombs were being detonated every month in Baghdad by Al-Qaeda, and thousands of Shia Muslims were being slaughtered by assassination gangs. By the end of 2007, after the combined action of US and SAS forces, the number of suicide bombs had dropped to 1 a month, saving lives. And the Sunni population of central Iraq was supporting the coalition efforts in eradicating Al-Qaeda from their midst. It was a remarkable outcome, justifiably celebrated by military and political leaders, all down to our soldiers. But those special forces and that capacity to protect innocent lives is at risk. Only today, and as the Honourable Member for Westbury, South Wiltshire, said earlier, only today we've seen 9 retired 4-star generals warning in the Times of the damaging effects of lawfare. And if I may quote extensively some of their words and put them on the parliamentary record, quote, "Having held the honour of leading the United Kingdom's armed forces, we feel bound to warn that the government's Northern Ireland Troubles Bill and the legal activism surrounding it risk weakening the moral foundations and the operational effectiveness of the forces on which this nation depends. Presented as a route to justice and closure, the bill achieves neither. It will not bring terrorists to account, it will not heal division in Northern Ireland, and it undermines the confidence of those who volunteer to serve this country at its request and under its authority. This lawfare is a direct threat to national security." Now, contrary to recent ministerial assurances, I'm still quoting,
Highly trained members of Special Forces are already leaving the service. These are the men and women who quietly neutralise threats and protect lives every week. Their loss is significant. It's a direct consequence of legal uncertainty and the erosion of trust. This is a corrosive form of lawfare which now extends far beyond Northern Ireland. Today, every deployed member of the British Armed Forces must consider not only the enemy in front, but also the lawyer behind. The fear that lawful actions may later be judged unlawful will paralyse decision-making, distort rules of engagement and deter initiative.
Am I right on offending that?
I will, briefly.
Francois.
Can he confirm for the parliamentary record that of the 9 generals who have written this unprecedented letter, 3 of them are former chiefs of the general staff, in other words, the professional head of the British Army?
Yes, he's right. All of them, I think, have had soldiers serving under them in the front line at risk and had soldiers die under their command. So they're all people with very strong knowledge of what we're talking about. And I go on with the quotation. The distort rules of engagement and deter initiative. And make no mistake, our closest allies are watching uneasily and our enemies will be rubbing their hands. So, if we do not speak up to protect both our current service personnel and our veterans, the innocent, as I described earlier, will suffer because we will not be able to do what we've done in the past. And we'll find ourselves unable to defend our nation when called upon. Now, the Minister didn't like it when my honourable friend raised this issue before. And I understand it's an uncomfortable issue for a day like today. But it is important that we're not guilty of hypocrisy in this chamber, that we recognise that the people we are standing up for are facing a new threat which we have to deal with. And I have to say to the House, again in response to the Minister's probable discomfort on this matter, that I've been surprised in the last 2 weeks to have had, on 2 occasions actually in the last 2 weeks, to have a number of the people in the front line on this issue, if you like, quote Martin Luther King to me. And the quote they gave me was, "In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. We owe it to them not to be silent on these issues."
Michelle Scroggin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak today on behalf of the people of Barrow and Furness as we mark this season of remembrance. Each year, when we pause to reflect on the courage, duty and sacrifice of those who served, including those who never returned and those who live with the cost of service every day. In Barrow and Furness, remembrance runs deep. Our town has long been bound to the defence of the nation, not only through the proud service of the men and women in uniform, but through the hands and skills of generations who've built and maintained the Royal Navy's submarines. Every steel plate and rivet crafted in Barrow is part of a commitment to peace through strength. To the nuclear deterrent that's kept our country safe for over half a century, those who work in our shipyard and those who served before them understand that deterrence is not an abstract. It's the quiet assurance that our nation can protect itself and prevent conflict.
Hear, hear, hear.
Their work honours the memory of those who fought to secure that peace. And alongside that proud industrial tradition stands our Army Reserve Centre in Barrow, where local men and women train and serve with professionalism and pride. They embody the spirit and service that runs through our community. My late grandfather, Charles Arthur Biddell, served in the Second World War. He was my favourite person in the world, a devoted and fun-loving grandparent who would tell a very young me tales of war. Sanitised for my 6-year-old ears, I had no idea until I was grown that he had passed, that those stories were a form of therapy. The horrors he saw haunted him, leaving him screaming in his sleep for the rest of his life. He'd taken lives and watched those around him lose theirs. Being blown up with his team and being the only survivor, he was a lucky one. And yet he never once showed any bitterness towards German soldiers, and often remarked that they didn't want to be there any more than him. They were all serving their country. In a world with so much anger and hate, I think of his words of wisdom with hope. Remembrance is not just about looking back. It's about the duty we owe to today's veterans, reservists and service personnel. It means ensuring the success of the Armed Forces Covenant, those who serve our country and deserve not to be disadvantaged for their service. I was proud to sit on the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill to create an advocate who's to ensure those who have served are never left behind. Today, let us ensure that our commitment to peace and security continues through the work done in my constituency, in constituencies across the country and here in Parliament. We will remember them.
Ben Obsejecti.
Mr. Speaker. This is a short story about war. It's a story about what war looks like from the ground. It isn't so much my story, but I was there, and I was part of it. It's a story of Operation Herrick 11, and more specifically, it's a story of 3 Rifles Battle Group in Sangin, a small Afghan town of just a few square kilometres. Between October and March over the winter of 2009, the casualties sustained by 3 Rifles Battle Group remain the heaviest casualties sustained by a British Army battle group since the Korean War. Sangin is where 1/3 of all British soldiers who died in Afghanistan lost their lives. Staff Sergeant Olaf Osschmidt, George Cross, 30, was killed defusing multiple IEDs on the 31st of October. Sergeant Philip Scott, 30, was killed by an IED during a patrol on the 5th of November. Rifleman Philip Allen, 20, was killed by an IED during a patrol on the 7th of November. Rifleman Samuel Bassett, 20, died in hospital from his injuries from an IED on the 8th of November. Rifleman Andrew Fenterman, 29, was killed by small arms fire during a foot patrol on the morning of the 15th of November. Rifleman James Brown, 18, died of his injuries from a suicide IED on the 15th of December. Lance Corporal David Kirkness, 24, was also killed by the suicide IED on the 15th of December. Lance Corporal Michael Pritchard, 22, was shot and killed by friendly fire from a British sniper on the 20th of December. Lance Corporal Tommy Brown was killed by an IED on the 22nd of December. Lance Corporal Christopher Roney, 23, died of his wounds from a friendly fire Apache helicopter attack on the 22nd of December. Sapper David Watson, 23, was caught in an IED detonation and died in the operating theatre on New Year's Eve. Corporal Lee Brownson, Conspicuous Gallantry Cross, 30, was killed by an IED on the 15th of January. Rifleman Luke Farmer, 19, was killed by the same IED as Corporal Brownson on the 15th of January. Rifleman Peter Aldridge, 19, was caught by an IED. He died en route to Camp Bastion on the 22nd of January. Lance Corporal Daniel Cooper, 21, was killed by an IED on the 24th of January. Corporal John Moore, 22, and Private Sean MacDonald, 26, were both killed by an IED on the 7th of February. Rifleman Mark Marshall, 29, was killed by an IED during a routine foot patrol on Valentine's Day, the 14th of February. Rifleman Martin Kingett, 19, was shot and killed on the 25th of February. Rifleman Carlo Apollis, 28, was killed by a single gunshot wound on the 1st of March. Corporal Richard Green, 23, was killed by a single sniper round on the 2nd of March. Rifleman Jonathan Allett, 19, was killed by a command wire IED on the 5th of March. Corporal Stephen Thompson, 31, was killed by an IED during a patrol on the 7th of March. Lance Corporal Tom Keogh, 24, died of a single gunshot wound on the 7th of March. Sergeant Stevie Campbell, 30, was killed by a command wire IED hidden underwater on the 22nd of March. Rifleman Daniel Holcomb, 19, was killed by a vehicle-borne suicide IED weeks short of the end of his tour on the 27th of March. 30 soldiers died in Sangin in those 6 months. Another 80 plus suffered combat injuries, including amputations. I apologise for those. There are those who I've missed. There is no definitive list that you can check to read their stories, but I pay tribute to those who made the ultimate sacrifice, some of whom I knew, many of whom I didn't. We ask young men and women, some of them still teenagers, to close with and kill the enemy through dismounted close combat to win the fight in those last 100 yards. And that ask comes with a cost. So in this period of remembrance, I ask those in this house to remember their names. And should any of us have to make that fateful decision to commit soldiers to harm's way, to remember, above everything else, that that decision will come with more names.
Torquil Crichton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it was a pleasure to join you today at the Remembrance Service in Westminster Hall, and an honour to attend services in Tarbert Harris in my constituency and at the Lewis War Memorial in Stornoway at the weekend. The years are passing, but the numbers are not diminishing, and not surprising perhaps in the Western Isles, because we have a very high proportion of veterans who have served. And historically, certainly in World War I, the islands suffered a disproportionately high number of men lost in comparison to the rest of the Commonwealth. Military historians will tell you this is because the reserve forces, the Cameron Highlanders, the Seaforth Highlanders, the Gordon Highlanders, were thrown into action early in the war, and many were lost in November 1914, before the regular army had even deployed in France. And island losses were compounded, of course, by the loss of the yacht, the Iolair, a requisitioned ship, as a troop carrier which struck the rocks less than a mile out of Stornoway Harbour on New Year's Eve 1919, with the loss of 200 returning sailors within a mile of their home. It is an event that became the crowning sorrow of war and cast a century of mourning across the islands. So we remembered them, and as we remembered all who served, when we gathered under the Lewis War Memorial on Sunday, an 85-foot granite tower built to be seen from all the parishes of Lewis. And like memorials across the country, the tower and the memorial garden bears the name of all those who served and were lost in both World Wars, except that it does not bear all the names. Malcolm MacDonald, the chair of Stornoway Historical Society and the author of The Darkest Dawn, a book on that Iolair tragedy, revealed this week that his research shows 389 names are not listed on the Lewis War Memorial, where they rightfully should be. 170 from World War I, 219 from World War II. Now, of those not listed, some are remembered elsewhere in Commonwealth war graves or in war memorials elsewhere. But even then, 37 men from World War I, 58 from World War II, do not appear to be recognised anywhere. They come from all parishes, from all over the islands, and it is the painstaking research of Mr MacDonald, based on his own intimate knowledge, and even the street where he grew up on, that has revealed this statistic. On Westview Terrace, where he lives, there is only one name from the Second World War on the War Memorial, yet he knows 7 men were lost. Number 1 was Norman McCritchie, he died in Egypt, he was in the Royal Navy. Number 3 was James Mackenzie, killed at Arnhem. Number 5 was Kenneth Mackenzie, killed in an RAF crash. 9 was William McLean, and so on, down the street and out across the island. And that is an example from one street, on one island. And if this list of missing men, of lost fallen, is true for the Isle of Lewis, then it must certainly be true for places across the whole country. There are many reasons why men are missing from the Lewis War Memorial. In the First World War, headmasters compiled the names for memorialising, and emigration and lack of definitive information would have contributed. And in World War II, families were simply asked to submit names for the Roll of Honour, which we now know to be incomplete. 389 forgotten war heroes from an island where people don't just know their own history, they know their neighbours' history and everyone else's as well. Now, this kind of assiduous research that Mr MacDonald undertook does not come cheap. He spent years of his own time digging through the force records, looking for ships' lists, overseas war records. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you're looking for one John MacLeod in an island of John MacLeods, you can see how this adds up. And so, 3 things struck me about this. One was that I welcome, of course, this week's announcement of £2 million of funding for the restoration of war memorials across the UK. But I would urge ministers to go a bit further. We could find funds to help communities complete their rolls of honour by discounting or reimbursing research costs. But not every community has Stornoway Historical Society, and not everyone has a Malcolm MacDonald to hand. So looking for the forgotten fallen across the UK is a much bigger task, but one that we could, with the cross-fertilisation of existing lists, archival research, and the innovative power of artificial intelligence, could become a project that would recover the legacy of service and sacrifice and correct the draft of history inscribed on these stone memorials across our country. I hope the names of the Lewis men are inscribed in a new plaque or in some kind of accessible form, digital or print, so their losses can be recorded and they can be accorded their rightful status amongst their comrades. I hope the same can be true of people across the UK. and if we can make it a reality, and that the government could step in with an AI project to scour the archives, correct the records, bring back the names of all those who gave their lives for their island home.
Order.
Lest we forget.
Ian Room.
And it is a privilege to be able to say just a few words about the vital contribution our armed forces continue to make to the act of remembrance. Every veteran deserves to have their service recognised, and it does communities across this country great credit that people from all walks of life still give generously and gather as they did on this Remembrance Sunday in North Devon on a rainy day to recognise that dedication to duty. On Saturday, I was in South Molton, where I met some young Army cadets loyally collecting for the Royal British Legion's Poppy Appeal outside the Pannier Market. Indeed, battalions of the wider armed forces community are visibly deployed every year to support the good work of the Royal British Legion and many other worthy armed forces charities up and down the length of Britain. Thanks to the exceptional dedication of cadet officer like Major Joe Martin in my constituency of North Devon, many of those outstanding young cadets will go on to have bright careers in our armed forces themselves. Those of us who have served or represent forces towns can easily forget that November is one of the few opportunities many people get to engage with serving personnel from our armed forces directly, face to face. As we know, Britain traditionally does not maintain large standing armies, and so seeing uniforms on our high streets for remembrance is a rare chance to connect communities with the people who volunteer to defend them. It is important to remind people that we are all in this together, given some of the current conflicts around the world. This is not a country where people fear seeing soldiers in the street. Instead, the admiration for what our armed forces do on our behalf is profound. Our armed forces must be an extension of the society they serve, the democracy they defend, and the people they protect. So while every poppy sold will help the welfare of a veteran who deserves our gratitude, there is also a battle for hearts and minds that is being fought and won. Madam Deputy Speaker, our armed forces are ambassadors for the values of the uniform. As my good friends in the Royal Marines at the Barnstable Social Club always toast on Remembrance Sunday, we will champion those values, remember absent friends and honour their sacrifice. Thank you.
Alison Taylor.
Speaker, it is a pleasure to contribute briefly to this debate today, and can I associate myself with the words of the other members reflecting the respect and gratitude that we have for servicemen and women, past and present, and of course remembering all those who have been lost. Around the country, communities have been gathering round a cenotaph or a war memorial, and in my constituency in Renfrew, the War Memorial stands as a poignant reminder of their service all year round. I therefore welcome the recent announcement by the Secretary of State for Culture that a £2 million fund has been provided to restore war memorials across the UK, as many have fallen into disrepair, and I will certainly be following up on this for my own constituency. Last week, it was a privilege to visit Scotland's bravest manufacturing company in Bishopton. This company is a collaboration between the Royal British Legion and the military charity Erskine. I met veteran employees, many of whom had struggled to transition to civilian life and acquire gainful employment again. I heard firsthand about their journey from military to civilian careers and was struck by how difficult some of them had found this experience and how brave they all were. The military charity Erskine was established in my constituency in 1916 and provides care, employment and housing to many ex-service personnel. Today, I wish to honour them and on behalf of all of my constituents, thank Erskine for all that they do. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency sits on the River Clyde, a strategic target during World War II and still home to many strategic defence assets and military personnel. I want every young man and woman who make the choice to serve to know that their service is respected and we owe them a debt of gratitude and honour. I simply say in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, to all of them, thank you for your service.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, 8 four-star generals and an Air Chief Marshal took the unprecedented step of writing to the newspapers. Their letter deserves to be heard in full and to enter the public record. They write, "Having held the honour of leading the United Kingdom Armed Forces, we do not speak out lightly. Yet on Armistice Day, we feel bound to warn that the government's Northern Ireland Troubles Bill and the legal activism surrounding it risks weakening the moral foundations and operational effectiveness of the forces on which this nation depends. Presented as a route to justice and closure, the bill achieves neither. It will not bring terrorists to account, it will not heal division in Northern Ireland, and it undermines the confidence of those who volunteer to serve this country at its request and under its authority. This lawfare is a direct threat to national security. No member of the armed forces received a letter of comfort after the Good Friday Agreement. What they relied upon was far stronger. The belief that if they acted within the law, under proper orders and in good faith, the nation would stand by them. This bill tears up that compact. Be clear, those who served in Northern Ireland do not seek immunity, they simply seek fairness, the recognition that there is a fundamental difference between legitimate authority and illegitimate violence. To erase that distinction weakens the moral authority of the state. By extending the same protections to those who enforced the law as those who defied it, the bill becomes morally incoherent. It treats those who upheld the peace and those who bombed and murdered in pursuit of political ends as equivalent actors in a shared tragedy. This is not reconciliation. It is abdication of responsibility. Trust between the state and the individual who serves it is the cornerstone of military effectiveness. If servicemen and women begin to doubt when they believe that lawful actions taken in the service of the Crown will one day be re-examined in the misplaced light of hindsight, then recruitment, retention and morale will suffer. Contrary to recent ministerial assurances, highly trained members of the Special Forces are already leaving the service. These are the men and women who quietly neutralise threats and protect lives every week. Their loss is significant. It is a direct consequence of legal uncertainty and the erosion of trust. This is a corrosive form of lawfare. The use of legal processes to fight political and ideological battles, which now extends far beyond Northern Ireland. Today, every deployed member of the British Armed Forces must consider not only the enemy in front of them, but the lawyer behind them. The fear that lawful actions may later be judged unlawful will paralyse decision-making, distort rules of engagement and deter initiative. We will lose our fighting edge at exactly the moment it is most needed. And make no mistake, our closest allies are watching uneasily and our enemies will be rubbing their hands. The Prime Minister and Attorney General must recognise that an ever-broadening interpretation of the European Convention on Human Rights is being used against those who act under lawful authority of the Crown. The state owes its servants more than political reassurance. It must ensure that those who apply necessary force on behalf of the nation are not left to face the consequences alone. The government must restore legal clarity, reaffirm the law of armed conflict, deviate from the application of the ECHR, the Human Rights Act and relevant international conventions, and ensure those who act under lawful authority are protected. A new, honest framework is required. The Troubles Bill achieves nothing, and ongoing lawfare risks everything. The letter is signed by General Sir Peter Wall, General Sir Mark Carlton-Smith, General Sir Patrick Sanders, General Sir Richard Barrons, General Sir Chris Deverell, General Sir Richard Shirreff, General Sir Tim Bradford, General Sir Nick Parker, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Andrew Pulford. Unquote. And for the record myself, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are men whose boots I am not fit to polish. Thank you. Yeah.
From after the next speaker, there will be a 4-minute time limit. Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Sunday, I was in Stirling City Centre at the War Memorial to lay a wreath and to reflect. Stirling's memorial was completed in 1922. 692 names were recorded on the monument in that first year, and behind every name is a story of a life lived and a life given to war. Today, I want to talk about 3 of the names, but I want to start with a woman I have no doubt was in the crowd the day the memorial was unveiled. Her name was Margaret Fleming. Margaret and her husband John lived in Stirling. Margaret worked in a local grocer's shop. John was a sailor, a stoker on a steamship, travelling the world's oceans for months at a time, leaving Margaret to raise their family, including sons Thomas and Martin. When war was declared, the Fleming men, like so many in every town and village across the land, answered the call to serve. John joined the Merchant Navy, Martin the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, Thomas the Black Watch. On each of the days the men in her life left for war, I suspect Margaret would have helped them pack, prepared a packed lunch and walked them to the railway station. I think she would have walked slowly. As a parent, I know I would. In autumn 1914, the first of 5 battles of the war in Flanders took place near the town of Ypres. Ypres stood between the advancing Germans and the Channel ports, a vital line that the Allies could not afford to lose. 8,000 soldiers were killed in that battle, nearly 30,000 wounded, more than 10,000 missing. Along with the letters she craved, there was one communication Margaret would have dreaded receiving, a telegram. And amongst the telegrams that arrived in family homes across Britain that month, one would have found its way to Bank Street in Stirling, telling Margaret that her son Thomas had fallen on the 27th of October and been buried near where he died. A second telegram would arrive 3 years later. Margaret's husband, John, was serving on the steamship Batum, carrying vital supplies across the Atlantic between the USA and Ireland. John was a donkeyman working the small engine that pumped water from the bowels of the ship. It was a hot, hard, dangerous job. On the 19th of June 1917, the Batum was less than 6 miles from home waters. The crew could see the lighthouse at Fastnet Rock, a beacon of safety after a 4,000-mile voyage. But they never saw the German U-boat or the torpedo that struck the ship. 41 of the 42 crew survived. The only man lost that day was John. He stayed to tend to his engine, pumping water from the sinking ship to buy his comrades time to escape. And then in 1918, just 3 months before the guns finally fell silent, a third telegram arrived. In the last months of the war, both sides threw everything they had into one final push. 1 million men were lost. In August alone, 80,000 fell. One of them was Martin Fleming, killed in Flanders on the 10th of August 1918. He was 20 years old. Margaret had lost her husband and her oldest son and her youngest son. For those gathered at the memorial in that first year, it was a deeply personal experience for each of the parents and wives and children. Each name recorded was a son, a father, a husband and a friend, and all would have been personally known to someone in the crowd. The ongoing sacrifice of the families who are left behind by the devastation of war is more quietly marked than the sacrifice of the soldiers who died in the conflict. But we must remember the lives lost in war and the lives lived on with the pain of loss to war. At the unveiling in Stirling, Margaret would have stood before the memorial and the names of her husband and sons, 3 men she had loved and lost to war. Their names cast in bronze and quietly carrying the weight of her sorrow, yet also the endurance of her love.
As the years pass, we no longer know their faces or hear their voices, yet we can still speak their names and wonder who they were, how they lived, and what they dreamt of. And in that wondering, in the act of remembrance, we keep them present in the life of our communities today. Margaret Fleming's name is not recorded on Stirling's War Memorial, but it will now be recorded in the record of this place. At the unveiling, Stirling's provost spoke of his mingled feelings of grief and pride. Time dampens grief, yet deepens pride. And it is with that in mind that I say, with my heart full of peace, full of hope, and full of love, we will remember them.
Yeah. Dave Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the 3 fatalities from Stirling that the Honourable Member for Stirling and Strathallan has just set out so eloquently are 3 of the 135,000 men and some women who died from Scotland during World War I. And there were almost 60,000 Scots casualties in World War II, more still in campaigns thereafter in Malaya, Korea, the Falklands War, the Gulf and in Afghanistan. 25% of all Scots who answered the call during the Great War never returned to Scotland. We are united in remembrance of their selflessness and heroism and personal sacrifice endured during that period. As well as the brave men on the front line, we must pay tribute to the Scots, many of whom were women at home who toiled in the mines and in the shipyards, on the land and in the munitions factories, without whose efforts and our own sacrifice the war could never have been prosecuted in the way that it was. 1,012 men and women from Perthshire gave their lives during World War I, with 248 coming from Blairgowrie alone, and many hundreds more coming from the Angus Glens and the boroughs of Angus. As well as the human sacrifice and cost, we must remember the cultural and economic toll of such a high attrition of breeding age men, men that would father families or not, as the case may be, and men who would have worked productively or not, as the case may be. On the eastern tip of my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, lies Montrose, the site of the UK's first operational air station, home to No. 2 Squadron of the Royal Flying Corps, who were established in 1913. And during World War II, Montrose was a strategic target for the Luftwaffe. And in October 1940, Montrose was bombed at least 15 times, suffering huge destruction to the port, to the airbase and to the Chivers jam factory, which was a huge consternation. In that attack, 3 German Junkers dropped at least 24 bombs on the station, killing 5, injuring 18 and destroying 2 hangars and the officers' mess. Angus was bombed a minimum of 44 times before the war ended. Against this, I was pleased to stand in the heaving rain on Sunday in Blairgowrie with veterans of the Black Watch and the Brownies and the Guides and the Scouts and the Cadets and a good 150 local people braving the elements to pay tribute and to give thanks to our veterans. And we should note that at the end of the Second World War, the state invested greatly in veterans, and we should know that that is a concordance and an agreement between our service personnel and the state that we should seek to continue to order. And I know that in Scotland, the Scottish Government has worked with business to proactively assist in the recruitment of veterans, because not just to help veterans, because a veteran is an excellent employee. Scottish Power are demonstrating, actively recruiting 300 veterans by the end of this year and a further 2,000 by the end of next year to support investment in our energy infrastructure. Our armed forces, Madam Deputy Speaker, are not essential to the fabric of our society. They are the fabric of our society. It can be quite fashionable to pretend that war is something that belongs in the history books, but 80 years is the blink of an eye in human history, and humans have demonstrated that they can be brutal and visceral and lethal. And I want the defence on my side to outpace logistically, industrially, technologically and lethally those that would seek to do us harm. That is our debt to our armed forces. They will step up and answer the call when we do it. That is their duty, and we owe them a serious debt of gratitude for that. Thank you.
Kevin Bonavere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to mark Armistice Day by speaking in this debate about our armed forces, those who serve today and those who served before them. Their courage and service is woven into the tapestry of every village, town and city in this country. In my own constituency of Stevenage, that tapestry has been preserved thanks to the vital work of local historian Paul Johnson, who created the Hearts at War project. Thousands from Stevenage and surrounding villages fought abroad in both World Wars, and each one with a unique character, a life, a home, a family, and a story to be told. Take Herbert Charles Cooper from the village of Aston. At just 18 years old, Herbert enlisted in 1914 and joined the 9th East Surrey Regiment. He was the son of a local chimney sweep. On the Western Front, Herbert was tragically shot by a sniper while replacing sandbags on a parapet. He gave his life valiantly in service to his country and now lives in Spoilbank Cemetery in Belgium. Take Edward John Croft. Born in 1886 in Stevenage High Street, Edward joined the Royal Navy as a boy seaman in 1904. His career was extraordinary. He served in the suppression of the Armenian massacres, supported the Messina earthquake rescues, and even acted as personal signalman to the Prince and Princess of Wales aboard HMS Renown. During the Great War, he fought at Jutland aboard HMS Caroline, where he suffered shell shock. Later, while serving ashore, an air raid caused a relapse that ultimately led to his death in 1919. He is buried in the Royal Naval Cemetery at Southsea. Their stories are powerful, moving and inspiring, but also devastating. But those stories don't end there. And that brings me to the reality of modern service. Our armed forces are not only defending us abroad, they are protecting us at home from cyber threats, terrorism, and even natural disasters. Their remit is expanding, and so must our support. I was honoured to meet service personnel from the Royal Air Force last year while being part of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme. That gave me a real insight to the lives they lead on our behalf and what they need as well in terms of support, in terms of equipment, accommodation, childcare, and so much more. And now I want to turn to those who have served, and I want to draw the House's attention to an important piece of work produced in my constituency, the Hertfordshire Veteran Report, created by Stu Mendelson, the co-founder of the Muster Point in Stevenage. This report is the first evidence-based overview of veteran need in Hertfordshire, using data from the 2021 census, the DWP, and Job Centre Armed Forces Champions. It moves the conversation from assumption to evidence, and the findings are stark. Hertfordshire has fewer veterans than the national average, but more at-risk veterans than expected, and their hardship is concentrated in specific districts. Over 5.8% of Stevenage's veterans are on universal credit, well above the national average, and many rely on housing support. And I know that Stevenage Borough Council are doing all they can for veterans in our town. I want to pay particular tribute to Claire Paris, the Stevenage Borough Council's Armed Forces Champion, for her tireless work in making this happen. And I want to thank Stu, Steve, and their team at the Muster Point for everything they do for veterans in Stevenage and beyond. It's more than a hub, it's a lifeline offering practical support. I joined them last week at 72-hour non-stop vigil at our War Memorial to mark remembrance and raise awareness. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to give them our support. And I would take this opportunity to ask my honourable and gallant friend, the Minister, to visit the Muster Point in Stevenage to see firsthand how the Armed Forces Covenant is being implemented already, but also see how we can and must go further and faster in delivering the full extent of its benefits to those who have served our country.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate everyone who has contributed to the debate so far. And of all the fine contributions, I want to start where the Honourable Gentleman for Stirling and Strathallan left off, about the mother attending the memorial where her husband and her two sons' names were all inscribed. Because on Saturday, I had the privilege of attending the War Widows' special ceremony of remembrance at the Cenotaph. If one looks at the website of the War Widows Association, one sees this interesting piece of historical context. It says, originally, when the association was formed in 1971, the widows were not allowed to take part in the annual November Sunday service and march past at the Cenotaph. As they wanted to show their respect to their husbands, they began to hold a very short service on the Saturday at the Cenotaph in London. They dashed between the cars and laid their cross, said a prayer and dashed back to the pavement. Well, how things have changed. Not only do the war widows now participate on Remembrance Sunday, but Whitehall is also closed specially in their honour on this preceding Saturday. Led by fine military musicians, they march in tribute to those they've lost in the service of our country. And it was, as I say, a privilege to be invited to attend, and a pleasure to see the Honourable and gallant lady, our Veterans Minister, present in solidarity. That same evening, the BBC broadcast 2 hours of the finest television imaginable. The Festival of Remembrance perfectly combined music, pageantry, belated recognition of those who unjustly lost their service careers because of their sexuality, and unforgettable tributes to the fallen. I, for one, will never forget the testimony of the children of Corporal Mark Palin, killed in Afghanistan in 2011, and their bearing as they carried the Book of Remembrance to the centre of the Royal Albert Hall. And locally, I was able, because strangely, one ward in my constituency by tradition holds its ceremony in the afternoon, to attend 2 local ceremonies, that at St Michael and All Angels Church in Lyndhurst in the heart of the New Forest, and that at All Saints Church on the waterside, close to where the Solent meets Southampton Water, north of the Isle of Wight. Both events and the attendant parades were admirably organised, with Royal British Legion veterans at one end of the age range and uniformed young people at the other, bringing style and panache to the occasions. The high levels of attendance testify to the importance to our communities of such solemn and sacred occasions. In the few seconds remaining, I just draw attention to the Airborne War Cemetery, which lies about 7 kilometres west of Arnhem, near the village of Oosterbeek. One of the last bastions held in the dreadful Battle of Arnhem was the Roman Catholic Church of St. Bernulphus in Oosterbeek. It was left in ruins but beautifully rebuilt soon after the war. The rebuilt church remains a focal point for Arnhem commemorations, yet now its future is under serious threat of sale and disposal. It's profoundly to be hoped that organisations such as Support Our Paras and also government ministers will make representations to the Dutch authorities to preserve this historic building.
David Baines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The communities that I represent in St Helens North have a long and proud connection with the armed forces, from the St Helens Pals of the First World War to the outstanding community work done across the borough today by groups such as Newton Willow's Sea Cadets and local veterans organisations. Last week, here in the Garden of Remembrance, I planted a cross dedicated to Corporal Derek Johnson, who lived in Haydock and who sadly passed away in June this year. He served in the 2nd Battalion, Royal Regiment of Fusiliers, and went on to found the North West Veterans Corps of Drums, which supports the veterans community and takes part in fantastic public performances. In September, we welcomed the Minister, my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Selly Oak, to St Helens North to meet with local veterans to discuss what more we can do to make sure that all those who've served get the support that they need and deserve. The Veterans Strategy announced yesterday is a hugely positive step in the right direction to ensure that no one who's served is left behind, but always there is more that we can do. My constituent, Andy Reid, MBE, is a triple amputee who was injured by an IED in Afghanistan in 2009. In the years since, he's done a huge amount of work for wounded veterans, charities and the wider community through his Standing Tall Foundation. He's calling for a new medal to address a significant gap in our honours system. Currently, the UK has no formal medal to recognise service personnel who are wounded in combat. While we rightly honour those who've fallen through the Elizabeth Cross, there is no equivalent recognition for those who carry the physical scars of their service throughout their lives. This places us out of step with key allies such as the United States, which has the Purple Heart, and India, which has the Wound Medal. I fully support his campaign. I've already raised it with MOD colleagues, and I'll be writing to the Cabinet Office setting out the case. I've had the honour of attending remembrance events on Sunday in Earlstown, Haydock and at St Aidan's Church in Billinge, and this morning I attended a very moving service at the Crank and King's Moss War Memorial. When we attend remembrance events, of course, we remember all those who served, and especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice, but we also think about what they fought for and whether we're living up to the ideals that they defended. Sadly, the last witnesses of the Great War have now left us. Those who witnessed the Second World War, who experienced its causes and its consequences, are increasingly fewer in number. I think of my own grandparents no longer with us, Gerald and Elsie Howard and Peter and Joan Baines. I think about them all increasingly often. I didn't ask them about their experiences when I had the chance, and I wish I did. But I do know the kind of people they were and what mattered to them. They worked hard all their lives, they loved their families, they valued community, good humour, and believed people should look out for one another. And I don't think we've changed that much. My grandparents and their generation fought for and earned the right to live in peace, and it seems to me that's a fight every generation has to have in one form or another. The voices and the experience of those generations who lived through something similar to what we're facing now might be increasingly distant, but we must remember them, and we do, and it's also important that we learn from them. I firmly believe that the tolerant, fair-minded, community-spirited and outward-looking Britain my grandparents fought for and loved is still who we are. We can all play our part in defending those values, and we must, particularly those of us in this place. But there should be no doubt that those who are willing to step up and do so in uniform as members of our armed forces deserve the greatest praise. To all those in St Helens North who've served and all those who continue to do so, you can be assured of not just my thanks but my support. Thank you.
And with an immediate 3-minute time limit, Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for that injunction. In the past, one of our major sources of local pride were the county regiments. In the case of my constituency, the Lincolnshire Regiment, which has now merged into the Royal Anglians, can still bring people out into the street whenever the opportunity arises. Armed Forces Day is a massive event in North East Lincolnshire, attracting estimates of over 200,000 people to the town of Cleethorpes over the weekend. I'd like now to reflect on the contribution of the Grimsby Chums. Members will be well aware of the Powell's Regiment that were formed during the 1914-15 period. Unlike the Powell's regiments, the Grimsby Regiment that was raised took the name of the Chums. When Lord Kitchener was appointed on the 6th of August 1914, he said he did not believe that the war would be short. He was certainly right there. The army at that time was made up of 450,000. 118,000 were serving in India and elsewhere in the Empire, but Kitchener was determined to put more men into uniform. In Grimsby and the surrounding area, local dignitaries stepped forward with offers of help, and the Alderman John Herbert Tate, who was the mayor, received a telegram from Kitchener and set about recruiting people into the new Grimsby Chums. Alderman Tate appointed a local timber merchant, George Bennett, as acting commander, and he was subsequently was taken. The position was taken by the Right Honourable George Edward Heneage, who was plucked from retirement. His father had been the Grimsby MP. The name Chums appears in print on the 11th of September 1914 in the Grimsby Daily Telegraph. And it's somewhat strange that they have continued with that title even throughout the conflict. Recruitment was encouraged by local headmasters, particularly at Clee Grammar and St James's School. The Earl of Yarborough, whose Brocklesby estate includes much land in the northern Lincolnshire, agreed to request that the Chums set up camp on the estate. They fought in many battles, but most notably the Battle of the Somme, when sadly 15 officers and 487 men were declared were killed. Grimsby and local people are proud of the Grimsby Chums. We honour them today just as we honour those who have served in the years since the Chums were formed and those serving today. We remember them.
David Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a solemn honour to speak as we pause not only to remember the fallen, but to renew our duty to ensure that their courage, sacrifice and legacy are never forgotten. In Stoke-on-Trent and Kisgrove, that duty is lived out with quiet persistence and deep pride. Remembrance does not end with the names already carved out in stone. Local historians, veterans and community leaders continue to seek out those brave women and men whose service has not yet been fully recognised. As part of the Royal Dalton Fallen project, local campaigners, including Mike Lightfoot and my friend and predecessor in this place, Joan Wally, have worked tirelessly to recover the stories of those who served our nation but who have, for far too long, been left without the dignity of commemoration. One story is that of Private Alfred William Holdcroft, a young man from Hot Lane in Smallthorne who fought at the Battle of the Somme. For decades, he lay in an unmarked grave in Burslem Cemetery. As a result of the hard work of all involved, back in September, I stood alongside our community as a new cross was dedicated at his resting place. It was a moment of quiet reverence. I now join local campaigners as he urged the Commonwealth War Graves Commission to formally recognise his grave so that his contribution to our country is properly honoured. The project has also brought to light the story of Flight Sergeant Harold Kenneth Hall, who served in the Royal Air Force during the Second World War and is believed to have been lost in action in 1941. Work continues to restore his record so that he receives any honours he is due. Across our area, we have a proud military tradition, and our duty is not only to remember those who served, but to stand with those who serve today and who have served. I therefore welcome this government's continued investment in veterans' wellbeing, housing and employment support through the new Vela initiative. I also support this government's investment in the National Heritage Memorial Fund, and I look forward to supporting the restoration of Tunstall Memorial Gardens, something that I campaign for as a councillor, so that future generations may stand, reflect and remember. And I'll also continue to work with the Royal Dalton Project to reinstate the Lost Memorial at Kiln Gate in Burslem and to ensure that we recognise every fallen hero in our area. Their service deserves our ongoing commitment to remembrance, and we will remember them.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank the Minister, for whom I have a huge personal respect. Anyone that wants to take themselves to Wikipedia and have a look through his glittering career will be amazed. I made the mistake of looking earlier and finding out he was younger than me, which is thoroughly depressing. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a privilege to have the opportunity to speak in today's debate. Remembrance Day marks a significant moment of national unity, an opportunity to share our deep-seated feelings of gratitude and of sorrow and loss that spans across generations, and we give our thanks for the bravery and dedication to those who have served in our armed forces. I would especially like to remember those from my own regiment and those who served in the wider Armoured Corps. I remember vividly visiting the battlefield at Villers-Bocage with some of the veterans, and it was deeply moving. I would also like to make a special mention of my uncle, Simon Clark, who was a very young man, served on HMS Arrow. He marched at the cenotaph yesterday, and we are all very, very proud. Now, it would be remiss of me not to mention the huge part my constituency played during the Second World War and the Battle of Britain. RAF Biggin Hill, Britain's most famous fighter station, played a critical role in defending London and the South East. Despite being officially designated as the most bombed station in fighter command, the station still saw the departure and return of over 1,000 sorties during the Battle of Britain. At the close of the battle, Biggin Hill's score of enemy aircraft destroyed was just under 600, and Winston Churchill described RAF Biggin Hill as the strongest link. I want to pay tribute to all those who served at RAF Biggin Hill and to the community that supported them. Bromley Borough is home to more than 6,600 veterans, the highest number of any borough in London, and nearly 2,000 of those veterans are my constituents in Bromley and Biggin Hill. Locally, we are incredibly lucky to have the Hayes Royal British Legion branch, which was established over 90 years ago, which boasts 900 members who collectively raise thousands of pounds to support serving and ex-serving members of the armed forces and their families. Since its inception in 1919, Remembrance Day has brought our communities together to remember the sacrifice made by all those serving in the UK and Commonwealth Armed Forces, their families and others who have given their lives in service to our country. It is right that we honour them today, and I am immensely privileged that I can thank them on behalf of all of my constituents in Bromley and Biggin Hill.
Alex Mayer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning, I was thrilled to be able to unveil a plaque in Leighton Buzzard next to the church to honour the people who served at a place called Kew Central. It's not very well known, but during the Second World War, 5,000 personnel served just outside Leighton Buzzard, and they were predominantly women. And during the course of the Second World War, it became the biggest communications hub, basically in the entire world. But for a very, very long time, nobody has known very much about this story because it was top secret. I really want to thank local historian Paul Brown, who's been working to uncover what these phenomenal women did, which has culminated today in being able to unveil this plaque. I was also really, really pleased to meet a young child today who was one of the many children who every year lay a wreath at the War Memorial in Leighton Buzzard called Bertie. And Bertie's great-great-grandma, Joan Spencer, was actually one of the women who served her nation at Kew Central. It was chosen because it had really good communication links already. The wireless signal was good. I wish today's mobile phone signal was quite as good as that. It was also near its famous neighbour of Bletchley Park. But crucially, it was kind of a bit out of the way and therefore hidden from potential enemy bombers flying overhead. And this work was happening underground in tunnels which were highly, highly camouflaged as well. I think it's a really inspiring story, particularly as the first woman MP for Leighton Buzzard and Dunstable and all the other places around. but talking to some of the young girls there today, it really proved to them that their ancestors have been doing really, really important war work. We're going to do more. We're going to make sure that there are some plaques and boards next to the plaque to really tell the story to future generations. We're also looking to get some kind of sculpture that really talks to the people and the experiences that they had there with the help of Southside Studios in Leighton Buzzard. But what I really want to say today is that I am so very proud of the community coming together, because it feels to me that for the first time we're truly celebrating the stories of those who served in the shadows and bringing that into the light.
Brian Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since being elected, it's been my honour to represent my constituency of Melksham and Devizes at remembrance events, parades, ceremonies and services. Last weekend I laid a wreath in Devizes, and for me it was not just an opportunity to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. It was an opportunity to appreciate the community's patriotic spirit that so many have given so much for. Everyone from the Brownies to cadets to service men and women to town councillors and veterans on motorbikes. They came out on Sunday, and it was not just good to see, but it was humbling to be a part of it. As a member of the Royal British Legion, it's also been a privilege to campaign alongside veterans and fellow members and to meet service families. A few years ago, with friends and fellow RBL members, I had the chance to take part in the Pedal to Ypres, a fundraising cycle ride that takes participants along the front line of the First World War as far as Vimy Ridge. As we cycled back to Dunkirk with the sea wind in our faces and the situation in Ukraine very much on our minds, the curtain between the events of 1940 and the present day seemed poignantly thin. Walking around these last few weeks, it's been good to see the poppies on people's coats and jackets, to see poppy sellers outside shops and at the railway stations, and indeed the short ceremony in Westminster Hall this morning to mark the 11th hour of the 11th day was particularly striking. At a time when the country has felt divided, it's important to remember those family and community members who served, and in doing so, unite the people across the country. Thank you.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Remembrance is truly a moment of national unity. From bereaved service families to the veterans of the Second World War, our country comes together to honour the service and sacrifices of those who have ensured our collective safety and security. Like many veterans, I carry deeply personal memories shaped by conflict and comradeship. We remember those who came before us, but also those who we served alongside, many of whom I served with in both Afghanistan and Iraq, sadly did not come home. Like many members of this House, this weekend I was in my constituency attending the services of remembrance, and it was an immense privilege to stand alongside Royal Air Force cadets from 12F and 241 Squadron, but Army cadets from 30 Music Detachment of Waltham Forest, but also the Scouts and local families and people of all faiths, our councillors and fellow veterans, looking not only back but forward with hope. It was in that spirit of looking forward that made what happened next very special to me. At the memorial service in Leytonstone, I met 4 black servicemen spanning 4 generations of post-war service: Alan, Peter, Chris and Orlando. I brought together to meet one another because each represented a chapter in our nation's post-war story of service. Alan Seeley was in the Prince of Wales' own regiment of Yorkshire, serving in the 1960s in Aden. Peter Barnett was in the 7th Parachute Regiment, Royal Horse Artillery, who served in Germany and Central America in the 1970s. Chris Niger was a Royal Marine Commando of 42 Commando fame, who served in the Middle East and Germany and Northern Ireland in the 1990s. And then there was Orlando Asimang, who's an RAF cadet starting on his own journey to fulfill his dream to become a pilot like I myself once was. What united us was remembrance itself and the pride of service. For Peter, it was getting his red berry and his wings. For Chris, it was going from Bethnal Green to jumping out of aeroplanes. And for Orlando, it was being able to lay a reef on behalf of his Royal Air Force Squadron 12F. Experiences of duty and service passed from one generation to the next. And as we stood there, 5 black men, remembering our ancestors and friends alongside our neighbours, listening to faith leaders reading from the Bible, the Torah and the Quran, I was reminded that remembrance belongs to everyone. Yeah. Sadly, in 2025, there are those who seek to taint this sacred moment with their prejudice. That is why it's so vital that we stand loud and proud in honouring the service of the people from every background, every faith and every circumstance, especially those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in defence of the freedoms we all share. Remembrance reminds us that unity itself is part of the legacy that is entrusted to us. I shared some of my thoughts with Peter, who wisely suggested we should all head to the pub afterwards, because after all, Madam Deputy Speaker, what could be more British than that?
Yeah. Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today our nation paused together in quiet reflection. In doing so, we remembered those who stood firm in the face of fear, who served with courage and who made the ultimate sacrifice so that we might live in freedom. As a daughter of Ulster, my thoughts turn to the fields of France, to the Somme, where so many young men from my homeland laid down their lives. On that terrible July morning in 1916, the 36th Ulster Division went over the top with unmatched courage. Within 2 days, thousands were killed or wounded. Captain Wilfred Spender, who witnessed that charge, wrote that he would rather be an Ulsterman than anything else in the world. And I want to commend the Ancre Somme Association and the Royal British Legions within my area for continuing to educate and remember. We in Northern Ireland know perhaps more than most what our armed forces mean to the safety of this United Kingdom. For decades, through some of the darkest times, they stood as a human shield between good and evil. They put on the uniform and went toe-to-toe with bloodthirsty terrorists in defence of innocent people. Alongside the Royal Ulster Constabulary and the Ulster Defence Regiment and other branches of the security services, they defended life and liberty in Northern Ireland. Too many paid with their lives. More than 1,400 members of our armed forces were lost during Operation Banner. Hundreds were murdered by terrorists simply because they wore the uniform of their country. 302 members of the Royal Ulster Constabulary were killed, along with 29 prison officers. As recently as 2012, we lost prison officer David Black and Constable Stephen Carroll in 2009. Both killed in my constituency. We remember them with gratitude that cannot be measured in words. Northern Ireland's record of service to Crown runs deep. Our people have time again stepped forward when called upon. Today, that legacy continues in men and women like Air Chief Marshal Harvey Smith of Lurgan, now Chief of Air Staff of our armed forces. We also think of those who served in more recent conflicts in the Falklands, in Iraq and Afghanistan, and my thoughts today are with the families of Lance Corporal Stephen McKee, 1st Battalion Royal Irish Regiment from Banbridge, and Lieutenant Neil Turkington, Platoon Commander with the 1st Battalion from the Gurkha Rifles from Portadown. Remembrance must never be limited to the past. It must also be about the living and about ensuring no veteran who served this nation is ever left without a home, a job, or hope for the future, or subject to vexatious prosecutions. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no glory in war, but there is immense honour in service. There are acts of heroism that go unseen and sacrifices that go unspoken, yet they are the foundation upon which our freedoms rest. We will remember them.
Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to pay tribute in this debate today to the men and women of our armed forces, past and present, whose courage and service secured our freedoms. In Colchester, we gathered for our traditional Remembrance Sunday service at the War Memorial against the backdrop of our castle and the remains of our Roman temple, a reminder that Colchester has been a garrison city for nearly 2 millennia. As ever, it was a deeply moving occasion. Soldiers from 16 Air Assault and their families were joined by civic representatives, veterans, cadets, youth organisations, the city orchestra and residents from across the community. The bond between our city and the armed forces is historic and enduring. It's also a global history. Colchester Cemetery is home to over 300 Commonwealth war graves, lovingly tended by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and their local volunteers. And I thank the Commission for giving me a very poignant tour of the site in September. I also want to take a moment to recognise the Gurkha and Nepalese community in Colchester. Yeah. Their contribution to our armed forces is legendary, and their presence in our city enriches us all. And as we commemorate 80 years since the end of the Second World War, we should really remind ourselves of the bravery of over 250,000 Gurkha soldiers who fought for the British Empire during that time. Their regiments continue to serve in the city today. We're proud to call them neighbours and friends. And I know the Minister will be aware of the continued campaign by Gurkha veterans around pension rights, and I'd urge the Ministry of Defence to look again at that issue in good faith. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we reflect on the historic sacrifices made, it's right that we also look forward. Our Armed Forces Covenant renews our commitment to those who serve today. Just last week, the Government announced a £9 billion defence housing strategy, the largest upgrade to Armed Forces housing in over half a century. And that plan will rebuild or modernise over 40,000 military homes, ensuring service families have the safe, comfortable and dignified accommodation that they deserve. Nearly 1,000 local army homes in my area will be brought back into public ownership as a result of that scheme, and I'd love to invite the Minister to come and see that for himself when his diary allows. So, to close, remembrance is not just about looking back, as so many have said today. It's about reaffirming our present and future commitment to peace and security and community in extremely challenging times. And it's also about underlining our unwavering support for our armed forces and our veterans today. Thank you.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today we remember the courage, sacrifice and unwavering duty of those who have and continue to serve in our armed forces. As a veteran myself, it's an honour to represent Epsom and Ewell, a constituency with a rich connection to the military, where over 8,000 soldiers trained during the First World War. Our local Royal Engineers, the 135 Geographic Squadron, have been in our community for over 75 years. Our local Veterans Hub sadly recently lost the last of its World War II veterans, but continues to support more than 30 men and women. The hub brings veterans together, and I thank all the volunteers for their tireless work. At the weekend, I was at the local reserve centre, and veterans told me stories of their service. Frank Angus will be 100 next March. A lieutenant in the Royal Engineers, he was sent to Norfolk to clear mines from the beaches. He recounted the time he set alight to a pile of mines, only to find out that when trying to make a hasty getaway, that his jeep wouldn't start. At the event, army chefs cooked up a wonderful curry, despite using a fill kitchen. The kitchen in the reserve centre has been out of use for years, and the boiler broke 14 months ago and it's still awaiting repair. There's also no overnight accommodation, and yet the squadron frequently stay overnight. Considering the recent Strategic Defence Review aims to grow the reservists by 20%, I was surprised by the lack of basic maintenance. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss this? Reflecting on the armed forces today, Gunner Jaisley Beck was found dead in her barracks after a warrant officer pinned her down and tried to kiss her. Female personnel have reported being ignored following incidents of sexual abuse. So can the government provide assurances that steps have been taken to improve the treatment of females in the armed forces? We also remember the sacrifices of the LGBT plus veterans who served their country yet were treated appallingly, and I ask the government to ensure that all LGBT plus veterans receive support in applying for the government's financial recognition scheme. And the lab rats, or the nuclear test veterans, too have suffered for too long with health issues lasting generations. So will the government meet with the nuclear test victim campaigners by Christmas? And looking at the present, last month I was in Ukraine and I saw firsthand the Shahed drones and cluster munitions that Russia is using indiscriminately against the Ukrainians. We met amputees at Superhuman Centre, including 28-year-old British sailor Eddie Scott.
On that point.
Yes, give way.
Does my honourable friend and gallant friend agree that service personnel injured on active duty deserve support and recognition?
Yes, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and injured personnel absolutely require support. Eddie was Kazavacking casualties from the front line. His vehicle was hit by an RPG and he lost his left arm and leg. The UK and Ukraine are working to establish a strategic health alliance, yet this initiative needs 1.2 million and government support would be instrumental. So could the Minister update the House on its position? Civilians never asked to be part of war, yet they bear its greatest cost. I urge all nations to uphold international humanitarian law and to remain steadfast signatories to the Ottawa Convention on Anti-Personnel Mines and the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Later this month, the international community will meet at the Explosive Weapons in Populated Areas Conference to strengthen protection for civilians from explosive weapons. No UK minister is currently due to attend. I urge the UK to play a leading role in implementing these treaties. Finally, in this House, we bear a profound responsibility, including determining whether our armed forces are sent into conflict. So let us today think about why we send our armed forces to war and remember those we have lost, those who are injured and those left behind. We will remember them.
Leingham. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Remembrance is more than a moment of silence. It's more than standing still, heads bowed, to honour those who served and those who give their ultimate sacrifice. It's more than just a day. It's about how we choose to treat those who remain with us. It's about the daily choices we make as a government and as a society about the kind of country that we want to be. The Royal British Legion has carried that responsibility for over a century. They've been a lifeline for the armed forces community, past and present, and for their families. And in Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages, they do that with quiet dedication, year in, year out. And we see that commitment in the Poppy Appeal. Not a small symbolic effort, but it's a huge community undertaking. So I want to pay particular tribute to those volunteers who lead and sustain this work across Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages, the Poppy Appeal organisers, the branch officers, and the many collectors who give up their time. They're not paid, they do it out of loyalty and gratitude. And that sense of service runs deep in so many families, including my own, from my family members who've served in all conflicts since World War I, and to my incredible nephew who serves today, although I am somewhat biased. And through the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, I've also been privileged to spend time with many more of our serving personnel, helpfully some of those I'm not related to. And what has struck me the most is their absolute commitment to one another, to service and to this nation. And that same commitment runs through the wider Armed Forces community. Last week I attended a fundraiser organised by the Minister for the Armed Forces, my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Birmingham Selly-Oak. The charity he was supporting was Scotty's Little Soldiers, which helps the bereaved children of military personnel. The bereaved children and young people of military personnel. And it was founded by an extraordinary woman, Nikki Scott, after the death of her husband, Corporal Lee Scott, in 2009. She spoke at length last week about her and her family's experience, and her words and her absolute strength and compassion have stuck with me ever since. Because from her very worst moment, she's chosen to serve others, showing that patriotism is not only found on the battlefield, but in the courage to care for those who are left behind. As Nikki Scott shows us, Madam Deputy Speaker, true patriotism is not loud or boastful. It's not about waving a flag once a year. It's about service before self. It's about caring for one another, honouring our shared values and building a fair country worthy of those who fought and continue to fight for it. When veterans struggle to access healthcare or housing, when their families face hardship, or when loneliness creeps into the lives of those who once served, our response as a nation is a test of that patriotism. True remembrance means not only laying wreaths, but also laying the foundations of a country that keeps faith with its promises to fairness, to decency, and to one another.
Manuela Pertegala.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This morning I joined residents, school children and veterans in Stratford-upon-Avon for our Armistice Day service. Standing together in silence, we reflected on the lives behind the names and the sacrifices that shaped our community and our shared history, including those of the Royal Observer Corps, established during World War I to spot enemy aircraft and warn of air raids. I must give thanks to all the branches of the Royal British Legion in my constituency for their tireless community work to ensure that remembrance is kept alive and for giving a voice to the ex-service personnel and raising awareness of the challenges they face. In Stratford-on-Avon, remembrance runs deep. Our towns and villages are full of memorials that tell the story of local men and women, many of them very young, who served with quiet bravery. And two of them were two remarkable individuals, Charles Rochford Lusada, born in Stratford-upon-Avon, and Philip Miles, from Tamworth in Arden, both of whom served in the Royal Air Force Photographic Reconnaissance Unit during the Second World War. This unit purpose was to provide intelligence so that military leaders could plan strategically the actions of the Allied. The PRU flew unarmed Spitfires and Mosquitoes deep into enemy territory, capturing vital intelligence that shaped operations such as D-Day and the Dumbusters raid. Their missions were so dangerous that only half made it home. Yet for decades, their story went largely untold. And I'm proud to support the campaign spearheaded by the Spitfire AA 810 project for a national memorial to honor those who served in the PRU, including Lusada and Miles. And I understand these plans are progressing and that eventually the memorial should stand close to the Churchill War Rooms, where their photographs once guided military strategists and Allied leaders. I hope that the PRU memorial will serve as a lasting symbol, a reminder that courage takes many forms. As members of this House, we have a duty to protect and uphold the values of freedom, openness and democracy that generations before us fought to defend. We owe it to the men and women who sacrificed so much. That is the true meaning of remembrance, not only to honor those who served, but to carry forward their vision of a fairer, freer, and more peaceful world. We will remember them.
Dr. Peter Brinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sergeant Archie Schlepper-Bursky of the 12th Field Squadron of the South African Corps, attached to the British 8th Army, fought at Monte Cassino, the bloody battle for Italy. Nearly 12,000 of his fellow South African soldiers did not survive World War II, all volunteers. Archie became a farmer in Swaziland after the war, and his daughter, who is my wife, remembers him jumping out of an old army truck and lying on the ground with his arms and hands over his head when the first aeroplanes flew over the small British African colony. He had what we would now call PTSD, but this was not widely recognised in soldiers returning from the terrible war. Squadron leader Derek Princely, my father, a young doctor, served in East Anglia in the Middle East. His war experience is vividly described in the early chapter of his book, New Ideas for Old Concerns. Many airmen were killed and many injured when the planes crashed on the runways. And he wrote of extracting stricken pilots from the burning planes as if this was normal for young medics. Many of my father's medical student friends did not return and did not join the NHS as he did when it was founded. He did not speak of this, but he had not forgotten them, I'm sure. Today's Times carries the obituary of Monty Felton, DFC, who's died 101. He flew 30 operations as a navigator in a Halifax bomber. Of the 125,000 airmen who flew with Bomber Command, 55,573 were lost, 44%, the highest in any branch of our services. We speak today of remembrance, and I'm grateful to the member for Harrow East, who spoke of the Ajax parade in the Prime Minister's questions last week. Thousands of Jewish citizens of this country and of the Commonwealth fought in the great conflicts of the last century. And the Association of Jewish ex-servicemen and women march each year on the weekend following National Remembrance, and I too will march this week with members of my family to honour the 80th anniversary of the end of the war. Monty Felton, DFC, never missed the parade. Now, in the small synagogue in Norwich, there's a war memorial. There are 10 names, 3 sets of brothers. In Vienna, the great cosmopolitan capital of the Hungarian Empire, there's another synagogue, a beautiful synagogue, survived the war because it's concealed behind a facade of Viennese houses. In the lobby, I saw a memorial to the fallen Jewish soldiers who'd fought for Austria in the First War. It was unveiled in 1929. Adjacent is a memorial to the thousands of Jewish citizens of Vienna who perished in the Holocaust hardly half a generation later. The juxtaposition is quite chilling. So I'm of a generation whose parents fought in the war. Many didn't speak of it, and my own father only spoke of it in great old age. It is right that we who are here today speak of it, for this was an heroic generation who fought a war that began with Polish cavalry and ended with nuclear bombs. Thank you.
Today's Remembrance Day debate is an important opportunity to pause and reflect on the sacrifices of generations before us and those who have been impacted by war and conflict. The veterans community in Wales is widespread. We are a nation with a greater proportion of veterans and people who have experienced service. 4.5% of Wales' civilian population have served in the armed forces compared to 3.8% in England. Supporting our veterans is an important issue in Wales, particularly those carrying trauma, both visible and hidden. A pressing issue facing our veterans is access to financial support for those with medical conditions. Veterans with life-changing service-related injuries should be exempt from repeat disability assessments in future. It is unfair to force people to undergo reassessments for permanent conditions and disabilities to access that financial support. I would urge the UK Government to therefore exempt veterans from disability reassessments. Age Cymru research has suggested that almost 1 in 5 veterans in Wales who could be entitled to the Armed Forces pensions aren't claiming. Many veterans, therefore, are missing out on financial support later in life. I would urge the UK Government to address this issue of unclaimed pensions amongst the armed forces community in Wales. Plaid Cymru will continue to support the application of the Armed Forces Covenant to treat veterans and their families fairly in Wales. I would ask this Government to look at how the Covenant is working in Wales, not only to raise awareness of the Covenant and its principles, but also to ensure that it is being applied in the interface between reserved and devolved services, where we know there are risks of people falling between the gaps of support service. We owe it to the generations who have come before us to build a more peaceful and just world. While we live in a period of increasing uncertainty, it is imperative that we support efforts globally to resolve conflict and build peace. Let us strive for a more peaceful world, and in doing so, honour the lives and legacy of those who have sacrificed so much for us today. We shall remember them.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to firstly associate myself with the so eloquently put words from the Minister for the Armed Forces and thank all who have served in this House for their service. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am honoured to contribute in today's debate on behalf of the members and the people of Portsmouth North, as we pause to remember those who gave and still give their lives in the service of our nation, and as we reflect on the continuing cost of conflict and the lasting contribution of our armed forces to our national life. Madam Deputy Speaker, for me, remembrance is deeply personal. On the 23rd of December 1940, during the Second World War, my great-granddad, George Hector Coles, was killed when German bombers struck his home in 22 Abercrombie Street in Portsmouth in one of the horrific blitz raids on my city. While families across Britain prepared for Christmas, mine received news that changed them forever. He never saw peace returning after that war and never met his grandchildren, but his sacrifices, like so many, echoes through generations and shapes my understanding of what remembrance truly means. Portsmouth's role in our nation's defence cannot be overstated. As the home to His Majesty's Naval Base, our city has stood on the front line time after time. During the Second World War, our streets endured 67 bombing raids with nearly 1,000 lives lost and thousands left homeless. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, Portsmouth never faltered. The courage of dockyard workers, civil defence volunteers, ordinary families across the city exemplifies the spirits we honour today. And at the weekend and today, I was proud to lay wreaths at memorials across our city, where the names of Pompey folk stands alongside those who never returned, including so many that were lost at sea with no grave. We owe it to all of them not only to remember, but to uphold the values for what they serve, the courage, duty and a belief in a better future. And Madam Deputy Speaker, remembrance is not only about the past, it's about those who serve today. With around 4.5 million people in the UK Armed Forces community, and one of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to say is my son. Alongside the Royal British Legion and with the amazing Terry and Denise, I am proud to have sold poppies for many years and to wear my poppy. I pay tribute to the veterans, the veteran groups, cadets, cadet forces, community organisations and charities across my city who support our armed forces families all year round. And this year, I've contacted by constituents who would like me to speak specifically about their heroes. Leading writer Kate Elizabeth Arnold, Kathy Fox, known as Katie Newman, who served as a corporal during the Civil War in Cyprus. Barry Hind served 30 years in the Army. Christopher John Purcell, who served 20 years in the Royal Navy, including the Falklands and the Gulf. Graham Street served 35 years in the Navy. Corporal Fred Head, a recipient of the M&M and Bar after serving in 1914 and 1999. And Walter Gabriel McKee, a First World and Second World War veteran. We must remember them. Thank you.
Cameron Thomas.
Good evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. This Sunday past, remembrance ceremonies and parades were held in Winchcombe and Bishop's Cleeve, joined by scout groups, cadet forces, armed forces personnel, veterans and members of our various branches of the Royal British Legion. It makes me particularly proud to see so many children of all ages marching with our annual parades the way that I had once marched as a Cub Scout to a service at St George's Church at RAF Holton. For the second time as Tewkesbury's Member of Parliament, I observed a typically moving service at Tewkesbury Abbey, led by the Great Reverend Nick Davies, before our small but proud town encircled the cross at the top of Church Street and paid its respects, as it always does, with such poignance. I'm certain that the act of remembrance is important for those of us who recognise that most noble of traits, selflessness for the benefit of others. In the case of remembrance, we recognise immense courage facing down one's own mortality to defend others against tyranny. Not everybody feels the same way. 3 years ago, after attending remembrance in Tewkesbury, I joined the family of a close friend for a drink in a restaurant beside that cross. 3 of the younger members of his family felt opposed to the act of remembrance, as I recall, owing to its increasing politicisation and the misconception that it was a celebration of conflict. My friend George Porter had invited me to explain to them what it meant to me. I recall stating that remembrance is not a celebration of war. The opposite is true. I told them that when I stand before the cross in the centre of Tewkesbury, or the cenotaph in Westminster, I will be thinking of 7-year-old Shirley Trenchard. She was born to Royal Navy Petty Officer Supply Charles William Staddon Trenchard in 1935. When war with Germany was declared in 1939, he sailed aboard HMS Illustrious. On the 10th of January 1941, Illustrious suffered sustained bombardment by German aircraft near Malta, and though Illustrious remained afloat, she suffered many casualties. My great-grandfather succumbed to his wounds 2 days later. I think of his service and of his sacrifice. I try to imagine his war and how he might have felt during Illustrious's bombardment. Mostly, though, I imagine a child learning that her father was not coming home. And I reckon with the cost that war continues to draw from my grandmother 84 years later. I think of my own daughter, and I hope we can spare her that torment. One final remark to anybody who would heed the words of a washed-up veteran. Try not to judge anybody for the presence or absence of a poppy, much less whether the leaf is turned to face 11 o'clock or whether somebody wears a white poppy. It's the act of remembering itself which is so important, lest we forget.
Alison Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Armistice Day, the country pauses to remember all those who died in the service of our country. For 88-year-old Gordon from Whitby, like so many others who have lost a family member, there's no need to pause because he remembers every single day. Gordon's older brother Bob, who was 18, was killed towards the end of the Second World War. Just before he died, Bob wrote a letter to Gordon. Gordon has carried that letter in his jacket pocket close to his heart ever since. Last week, I was honoured to meet Gordon at the Save a Place at the Table exhibition at Panett Art Gallery in Whitby, where Bob's letter had been incorporated into a beautifully embroidered placemat celebrating Bob's life. The long table was set with individual placemats, all commemorating ordinary local people who served our country. Sitting around the table enjoying tea and cake were those who had shared their stories and school children hearing them for the first time. Madam Deputy Speaker, this wonderful community party was the result of a living art project funded by the Arts Council to mark the 80th anniversary of VE and VJ Day. As the generation who served in the Second World War leave us, we must ensure not only that the yearly pause continues, but that every single day we strive to look after our veterans and serving personnel better. I am proud that this Labour government has put our veterans and our armed forces at the heart of our policies. There are nearly 5,000 veterans living in Scarborough and Whitby. For each of them, our renewal of the nation's contract with them will be judged through the improved support we offer in healthcare, housing and employment. My constituency has a strong and proud military history. Sites such as RAF Fylingdales and GCHQ Scarborough play a crucial role in national security. This weekend I saw the future of the armed forces at Remembrance Services in the cadets who proudly bore standards, stood in line and marched alongside serving personnel and veterans. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituent Gordon's daily act of remembrance is keeping his brother's letter close to his heart for nearly 80 years. In closing, I would like to put on record my deepest gratitude to all those who have served and continue to serve in Scarborough, Whitby and the villages, and finish by reflecting on how we might all turn an annual pause into a daily action.
Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to stand and pay tribute to those who fought for this country in today's debate, but it's nothing as to how humbling it is to have stood with veterans this morning and on Sunday in my Taunton and Wellington constituency and to consider the massive sacrifices that they made. Veterans and those who died for our country People like in VJ, at the time of VJ Day, I paid tribute to 3 photographic reconnaissance unit pilots who lost their lives, 2 of them from Wellington and 1 from Taunton. Today, I'd like to place on record the memory of Corporal Tom Gaydon, who, as was mentioned in the Afghanistan campaign earlier, lost from the rifles, tragically lost his life from an IUD in 2008. And as well as the veterans, of course, I'd like to pay tribute to those who continue to serve their community, like Lieutenant Colonel Ray Hall, MBE, the president of the Taunton Royal British Legion, and the recently retired Michael Rose, president of the Wellington Royal British Legion, and to pay my thanks to the town of Wellington for maintaining the tradition of holding their memorial service, remembrance service on the Sunday in the afternoon, so that the Member of Parliament can attend both these 2 massively important events in our calendar. On Friday, Madam Deputy Speaker, the parents of 2 serving officers came to my surgery to talk to me about their housing conditions. And I was proud to be able to report on behalf of really the whole House that moves that have been made about improving military service family accommodation recently. I was privileged to be a small part of that as our housing spokesperson in the Renters' Rights Bill securing a decent home standard for service family accommodation. But I warmly welcome the government's £9 billion for military housing, and I hope that the single living accommodation review will be following fast on the heels of the military housing service family promises that have been made. I would also like to pay tribute to those veterans who continue to live in Taunton, Wellington, who are now perhaps some of the last veterans of the Second World War in our community. And I'd like to invite the Minister, and I will write to the Minister, because I know the Minister will have a lot to remember in the summing up, but I'd like to invite the Minister to wish William Spiller, former leading aircraftsman, a happy 100th birthday for the 8th of December this year. And when I telephoned him this morning, he asked me why I was bothering to phone him. Didn't everybody text these days? And he followed up by sending me a text. With a spirit like that, I can understand how he and the rest of the RAF defeated the Luftwaffe.
Anna Gelden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we mark this season of remembrance, I'm honoured on behalf of the people of South East Cornwall to pay tribute to the extraordinary men and women of our armed forces, those who made the ultimate sacrifice and those who continue to serve our country with courage and pride. In South East Cornwall, that tradition of service runs deep. Our ties to HMS Raleigh in Tor Point and His Majesty's Naval Base, Devonport, just across the Tamar, mean that presence is woven into our community life. From cadet units in Liskeard, Saltash and Tor Point to the 12 Royal British Legion branches across our constituency, these groups ensure that the stories of sacrifice are never forgotten. On Sunday, I was proud to stand alongside residents, veterans and representatives from community groups in Lostwithiel at their remembrance service, a powerful reminder of the values of loyalty, discipline and commitment that underpin service. It was also a pleasure to join Liskeard's Festival of Remembrance concert, organised by the Royal British Legions, supported by the Liskeard community and the local council. It was a real night to remember, with lots of audience participation, bringing everyone together to raise much needed funds. But Madam Deputy Speaker, remembrance must also mean responsibility, and I know that too many veterans still face delays in mental health support. They struggle to find housing or encounter barriers when moving into civilian employment. So I warmly welcome the new veteran strategy and our pledge to renew the nation's contract with our armed forces. This means for people in South East Cornwall a fair deal on pay and conditions, guaranteed access to decent housing and healthcare, and a clear pathway from service to civilian life. I know what a difference programmes like Valour and Fortitude will make to individuals and families across South East Cornwall. And South East Cornwall knows that defence is not just about security. It can be an engine for growth, driving innovation and good jobs in communities like mine. Our economic prosperity, our communities and our pride are interwoven with this proud history and bright future for our armed forces. So in South East Cornwall, we wear our poppies with pride and we thank our armed forces today and every day for their sacrifice, lest we forget.
Jim Allister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there's
little more important than a nation with poignancy and with much reflection to remember those who won our freedoms that we enjoy today, to look back on our heroes, many of whom laid down their lives so that we might live as we do. Many members in this House have referred to family members, and of course it is a common feature that many of us had family members. In my case, it was a great uncle, Sergeant William Mullen of the 9th Battalion of the Royal Irish Fusiliers, who laid down his life in that most awful of days, the 1st of July 1916, in the Battle of the Somme, where thousands of young men, many from the 36th Ulster Division and many also from Irish regiments, were slaughtered at the Somme. And so we have much to think about and be grateful for. In my constituency, one of the war heroes we have in North Antrim is Robert Quigg, Victoria Cross. This is a citation of Robert Quigg's VC. For most conspicuous bravery, he advanced to the assault with his platoon 3 times. Early next morning, hearing a rumour that his platoon officer was lying out wounded, he went out 7 times to look for him under heavy shell and machine gun fire, each time bringing back a wounded man. The last man he dragged in on a waterproof sheet from within a few yards of the enemy's wire. He was 7 hours engaged in this most gallant work, and finally so exhausted he had to give up. That was the spirit of unquestioning sacrifice that previous generations brought to this nation. And of course, in Northern Ireland on Remembrance Day, we also remember the many, many victims of wicked terrorism, and are thankful for the service of so many. We think of the over 700 young soldiers from this side of the Irish Sea who gave their lives in Northern Ireland. We think of an equal number of local servicemen and policemen who were butchered by the wicked IRA. And of course, the whole poignancy of that is brought into focus by the fact that it was at a remembrance service that one of the most wicked acts of the IRA ever took place. Poppy Day Massacre in 1987, when 11 people were butchered as they stood to remember those who brought the freedom that we all enjoy. We can never forget.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a great pleasure to listen to the very powerful tributes paid by members to their constituents and to their constituencies. Nobody can boast as much about the British Army as the member for East Wiltshire, which is me, because I represent the super garrison of Tidworth, Bulford, Larkhill. I claim the largest number of serving men and women and their families of any constituency in the country, and I'm enormously proud to represent them and was to stand with many of them at Tidworth Memorial on Sunday. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, morale among our veterans is not high, and the Minister made a very powerful statement earlier when he talked about the intensity of memory that is held by service people who remember fatal conflict, and he talked about the trauma that they retain. I hope he also recognises how many serving and former service personnel have bear the terrible and ineradicable memory of another event, which is the knock on the door from the military police, and so many have to endure that memory forever because of decisions made by successive governments. And the fact is that the reason we have these very unfortunate events, including, the Minister will know of stories of particularly former Special Forces servicemen who have been arrested in front of their families at dawn, put in the back of police vans, handcuffed. And this is because governments have allowed the courts to apply a very wide interpretation of the European Convention on Human Rights, which goes so far beyond what has traditionally bound our military in armed conflict, the Geneva Convention, the Armed Forces Act, British military law itself. And the previous government made, I think, a very noble effort to restrain, and particularly in the case of Northern Ireland, the persecution and the prosecution of our troops with the Northern Ireland Legacy Act. And this essentially recognised that because of the decisions that had followed the Good Friday Agreement, that it was impossible to achieve justice for the victims of Republican terrorism. And therefore an attempt was made through that act to achieve some balance. I think more could have been done, but nevertheless it was better than the act which is being brought before the bill that's being brought before the House next week. The merry-go-round of prosecutions is opening again. And as members have powerfully made the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about the injustice that is being perpetrated against our forces. It is about the defence of our country. This bill will harm the defence of the United Kingdom because it will directly disincentivise young people from joining up and serving in our armed forces. So I do implore him, as a brave veteran himself, to put his former comrades ahead of the European Convention on Human Rights. And I hope he will consider it his duty not to support the bill next week.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank you for calling me, but also declare an interest as a former member of the Ulster Defence Regiment and the Royal Artillery for some 14.5 years of part-time service. I think I know, like others, what it's like to lose colleagues and loved ones in the name of safety and security and democracy and freedom. I represent Strangford constituency, where conscription was never needed. We were always a nation of volunteers, a constituency of volunteers. I know that I'm not the only person who was so upset to hear that 100-year-old veteran say on TV last week question the sacrifice of his colleagues and his own. What a chord that struck, to know that this man is looking around modern-day UK and wondering what it was all for. These men and women are the men and women to whom the flag means something, to whom loyalty to the crown was worth shedding of blood, who believed that the lives of those in their community was worthy of giving their life. They are the generation who went to work because they knew what was needed. They worked hard, they played hard, and they're proud of their history and their heritage. I looked around my community ravaged by terrorism, and now watching those who protected them being ravaged by vexatious attempts to rewrite history, and they wonder, was it worth the blood that was shed? And I say the same, yes, it was worth it. I look at my 6 grandchildren and believe it was worth it. And all is not lost. In them is the hope of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland that works hard, plays hard, that keeps calm and carries on. And them with the stories of war heroes like Blair Main live on. And them, well, we teach that they need not be ashamed for their pride in being British, that they need not apologise for being Ulster Scots, they need not apologise for being who they are. We talk of the greatest generation, whilst we have the potential now to build our young people into being the best generation, and that is why it is worth it. That's why it's worth it in this chamber to make the decision to teach the lessons of the World Wars and the Holocaust in every school in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That's why it's worth in this House to remember them and celebrate them, and I do that today along with others who have spoken. I think of these men and women and I thank God for what they did, and I ask God for his help to raise a generation of young people, tomorrow's generation, my grandchildren and my children and yours as well, proud to be British, proud to stand against repression, proud to undertake to be inclusive. And it's up to us in this House, I believe, to listen to that veteran, Alec Penstone. He served his nation with courage and watched his friends being killed on D-Day. We need to restore British values, British justice, British pride. The battle is essential to the future of this nation than any we've ever fought, and I will fight alongside others to make sure for crown and country, for freedom and democracy, for justice and liberty, for the future of my children and my grandchildren and everyone's grandchildren. We remember the past, of course we do, but we also look to the future with grateful thanks for those for the sacrifice that give us freedom, that give us liberty and give us democracy. That we can never forget. Thank you.
Shadow Minister David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a real privilege to close this general debate for His Majesty's loyal opposition on the contribution of the armed forces to mark remembrance. And I think we can all agree that it's even more special that this debate falls on Armistice Day. Before I begin, I want to place on record my thanks and the thanks of this side of the House to the Royal British Legion and to our armed forces personnel and their families. Over this Remembrance weekend, they have stood in the cold and the rain, something I think we all endured this weekend. They've organised parades, supported services in every community and ensured that people across the country could remember with dignity and pride. We are grateful for their service, not only this weekend, but every day. Madam Deputy Speaker, 107 years ago today, the guns finally fell silent on the Western Front. The First World War, which was said to be the war to end all wars, came to an end. The cost was unimaginable. Millions of men and women never returned, and millions more came home forever changed. Families were torn apart, futures rewritten, and a generation carried grief that shaped the century that followed. Remembrance is our solemn promise to that sacrifice, and we will never forget it. But remembrance is not exclusive. It belongs to all of us. Today, we honour those who served in our armed forces from the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth, from every nation, every faith, and every background. We honour the families who bore the silent burden of fear and separation. I think over the past 18 months, we've marked significant milestones in our national history, including the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and once again heard from the extraordinary men and women who served in the Second World War. But we all know that living link to history is fading, and as it fades, our responsibility to carry their stories forward only grows stronger. We do not remember to glorify war, we remember to understand its cost. We remember so that future generations understand why peace matters and why it must be protected with everything we have. Because we all know that the world is becoming more volatile, more unpredictable, and more dangerous. And history teaches us something simple and profound. When nations forget the true price of conflict, they become far more vulnerable to repeating it. And we've heard many strong and heartfelt contributions from across the House today, starting with the Chair of the Defence Select Committee, the member for Slough, talked about how our armed forces personnel are deployed globally every day of the year, and they truly represent the best of British. The member for Newport East raised a point around the Falklands campaign, raised an issue that her constituents face from the Welsh Guards around the Sir Galahad, and I hope the Minister and her closing remarks can shed some light on the Honourable Lady's request. The Right Honourable member, my friend for Gaul and Pocklington, talked about the bravery from one of his former units, the Special Forces, and saving lives in Iraq and other conflicts around the world, and the dangers of lawfare on their morale. The Honourable member for Barrow and Furness, her constituency has been the foundry and the beating heart for defence, and I want to pay tribute to her constituents that really are at the forefront of keeping us safe. My honourable friend, the member for Huntington, spoke very powerfully about his time in Afghanistan on Herrick 11, and it's heart-wrenching to hear the young ages of his fellow soldiers who lost their life on that battleground. The honourable member for the Western Isles talked about the 85-foot granite tower, providing a constant and visible reminder to his constituents about the cost of war. The honourable member for North Devon raised a very important point, that remembrance this time in November is one of the only times in the calendar that civil society gets a chance to look at our armed forces, and it's imperative that we strengthen that link wherever we can. The honourable member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North talked about military personnel transitioning into civilian life, and again, I hope that this Parliament we can strengthen that as much as possible. My honourable friend, the member for Spelthorne, I think we all know he's a man that was decorated in multiple wars. He's an experienced soldier and officer, and I really hope that the government will listen to the words that he says. We've had some other brilliant contributions from the member for Stirling and Strathallan, for Angus and Perthshire Glens, for Stevenage. My right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East. I think we all know that he's an expert on security and defence matters, and he really enriches debates when he comes in and talks about those issues. Other contributions for the member from St Helens North, my honourable friend for Brigham Inningham, for Bromley and Biggin Hill, the honourable member for Dunstable and Leighton Buzzard, for Melksham and Devizes, the honourable member for Leighton and Wanstead. He's an experienced aviator from the RAF, and he raises a salient point that remembrance belongs to all of us. The honourable member for Upper Barn highlighted the contribution of her countrymen and countrywomen from Northern Ireland, the significant contribution. The Honourable Member for Colchester, and may I align myself with her remarks around our formidable Gurkha force. The Honourable Member for Epsom and Ewell, for Stratford upon Avon, for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, for Innis Mons, for Portsmouth North, for Tewkesbury, for Scarborough and Whitby, the Honourable Member for Taunton and Wellington, and the Honourable Member for South East Cornwall, a fellow South West MP. And again, I align myself with her comments that defence going forwards can be a real engine for growth, and I look forward to working with her on that this Parliament. We've had some final contributions from the Member for North Atrium and the Member for East Wiltshire. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to take the last few minutes to raise an important aspect of remembrance that I believe this House must confront more openly. Remembrance must not be limited to the conflicts that are easy to talk about, the ones where history gives us a clean narrative and a clean moral outcome. When we talk about the Second World War, the story is instinctively understood. Democracy and freedom prevailing over fascism and tyranny. Although the human cost was unbearable, the outcome was unambiguous. It is a conflict we can speak about with pride and respect. But I think the challenge for our country going forward is how we remember, with the same respect and dignity, the conflicts where the outcome was less clear. Now, I rarely speak publicly about my own service, but now that I'm in this House, I do feel a responsibility to speak up for my generation of soldiers. Friends who were sent to war by decisions made in this House. I really believe that the British state needs to talk more openly about the recent conflicts in which we have asked our young men and women to serve, including, but not limited to, Northern Ireland, Iraq, Afghanistan and Syria. These are conflicts without victory parades, without neat endings, and without a universally agreed narrative. And because they are complex, we sometimes avoid speaking about them altogether. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the silence has consequences. There is a growing feeling in parts of the veterans community, and I hear it when I meet fellow former Royal Marines who served in places like Northern Ireland, and when I speak to those who I served alongside in Afghanistan, a feeling summed up in two painful questions. What was it all for? And does my country still have my back? As someone who served in Afghanistan during a period that is now under intense legal scrutiny, I cannot pretend that those questions do not sting. I serve my country, and I have pride in the way in which we conducted ourselves. Yet sometimes it feels as though the country I serve now wants to paint me and others like me as something we are not. We risk creating a culture